This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Rebel by Reese Knightley. Narrated by Declan Winters. Prologue. Jacob's eyes burned as he gazed at the man in the hospital bed. Cohen Gray, a.k.a. Ace, stared expressionlessly back at him. Ace, the man that held his heart. But also a man who didn't want him, and nothing Jacob seemed to do or say made one bit of difference. His world was crumbling around him. He was on fire and had no way of putting out the flame. "I don't understand why we can't be together." "Jacob." Ace's voice was rough, better than the coldness at least, but he also heard the tiredness. Was that all he was? A pain in the ass? No longer wanted? Or had he ever been wanted? Yes, damn it. Ace felt something for him. He knew it. This couldn't be only his fantasy. "Saying my name doesn't explain anything to me. Do you want me or not?" "It's not that simple. It's only complicated if you make it that way." Ace turned his face away and stared out the hospital room window. "Tell me," Jacob said, his voice growing tight. "Tell me you don't feel something for me and I'll go away." Ace didn't respond. "You can't do it." He moved around the bed into Ace's field of vision. "You can't tell me because you know it's true." "Don't do this, Jacob. We're not right for each other." "That's bullshit. I don't know any souls on Earth who are a better match than we are." Ace finally looked at him. The light in his pale blue gaze burned into Jacob. "You're so young. You don't know what you want." "Don't say that. I may be young, but I know exactly what I want." "Jesus," Ace rubbed at his mouth. "You should be out partying with your friends and living life. I've already done all that and it's no longer my style." "Is that why you won't give us a chance?" Jacob was speechless, but only for a moment. Then he said urgently, "I've never been a partier. I don't like crowds. Computer geek, remember?" Ace frowned. "You're more than that." "I'm way more." Jacob reached out and took Ace's hand. The man pulled away immediately. Jacob dropped his hands and a lump grew in his throat. "Give us a chance, please." "Don't you realize that when I'm 80, you'll be 60? Ace said from between his clenched teeth. "How the fuck do you even know we'll live that long? Why can't we take the chance now while we're both healthy and alive?" Jacob stalked forward and cupped Ace's face. Before the man could react, he leaned in and brushed their mouths together. The spark was electric, and so was the harsh sound of Ace's breath. Jacob knew when they touched it would be explosive, but this was so much more. Ace put his hands on Jacob's shoulders and pushed him back, breaking their lips apart. "No, Jacob," Ace growled with his hands now fisted in the bedsheets. Jacob took several steps away. He could stay and argue his case and plead with Ace to love him, but why bother? Something had happened in Ace's past that damaged his trust, and Jacob had no way of fixing that. Ace wouldn't even talk about it. They could have been so good together. Jacob straightened his spine and took a deep breath to stave off his humiliation from one more rejection. Rather than speak, he squared his shoulders and bitterly swallowed back every single word. When he strode from the room, he didn't look back. Chapter 1. Ace. They all blamed him for Jacob leaving. And in truth, he blamed himself, but that wasn't going to stop him from being the leader Pegasus needed. He smoothed a hand over the hard surface of his dark oak desk, shoving a stack of papers into a humongous pile. He'd earned that desk. He'd earned the right to be there as Pegasus's leader, and he needed to live up to it. He'd been a fucking bear after Jacob had left. Recently, though, he kept his personal feelings tucked away and got on with his job. His life. The air kicked on, sending a slight breeze through the room. The skylight that ran along the top of the far wall of his office allowed the October California sun to filter through the thick bulletproof glass, and after a while, it heated up the room, which was located in the new ground-level bunker. Built with reinforced steel, the large facility contained just about everything they needed, minus a grocery store. Laughter drifted through his open office door, and he smirked. The unit was in high spirits, which was a common thing. Whether they were razzing each other or bickering, their sense of camaraderie was strong. But he knew they missed Jacob. A pair of blue eyes that rivaled the summer sky swam in his mind, and he sighed and pulled the pile of papers closer. He was trying like hell to get his mind off Jacob, his mouth and those lips. But fuck, he would forever remember that kiss. That fucking kiss had rocked. "Hey, boss," Dalton said from the doorway to his office before advancing into the room at his wave. Ace shoved aside all thoughts of Jacob and gave Dalton, his lieutenant, his full attention. "What's up?" he murmured and leaned back against the cushioned leather of his chair. The Pegasus operative dropped a stack of mail on his desk before taking a seat in one of the two chairs positioned in front of his desk. "We've had several jobs come in by email," Dalton said around a lollipop stuck in one cheek. The email account Dalton spoke of had been set up by the former Secretary of Defense as a quick way to contact the team for specialty jobs. "Who from?" "Chief Dennison." The direct communication from the Chief of Police of Ventura wasn't new. Pegasus had recently assisted with the takedown of a sex trafficking ring, and Harvey Dennison had been glad for the help. When things overflowed at the station or got dicey with suspects, he reached out to Pegasus. "How many jobs?" Ace glanced up from the letters on his desk. Harvey usually sent more than one. "4. They hit him all at once," Dalton said, and pulled the lollipop from his mouth with a pop. Ace eyed the candy, and Dalton gave a sheepish smile. "Adam wants me to give up cigars." He snorted with a sympathetic grimace and started sorting the envelopes on his desk. Adam was Dalton's fiancée, who also worked with Pegasus. "Can you assign them, or do you need me to?" "I think I'll let the guys take their pick. They know what they can handle," Dalton said, and stuck the candy back in his mouth. "How are you going to break the team up?" "I'm not," Dalton said around the sucker. "I'm keeping them in pairs, but maybe 4 together." "Sounds good." As far as Ace was concerned, the official pairs of men in relationships worked well together. In fact, they worked better when they didn't need to worry about a significant other's safety. He sliced open an envelope without a stamp or return address and found it empty. What the hell? He dumped the envelope upside down, but still nothing. He pinched the paper so it gaped open and found a small green 4-leaf clover printout. The shiny piece of paper couldn't have been bigger than a quarter. He shook the envelope. "What's that?" Dalton's eyes started to where the clover had drifted to his desk amongst the piles of paper. A clover? Ace fished it out and held it up to the light. There was no hidden message, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary with the paper. "Does it have a smell?" Dalton sat sharply upright in his chair. "Quit being paranoid. This isn't the Pentagon," Ace chastised and then lifted the paper to his nose. "It smells like mint." A noise at the door took his attention from the small green paper. Parker Johnson filled up the open doorway before leaning a shoulder against the door jamb. "So, what's on the agenda?" Parker asked. The man was the former chief police of Ventura. Before Harvey Dennison, Parker had held the job for years. "Same teams as before," Dalton said around the sucker and shoved to his feet. "I have 4 cases to choose from." "Good. Oliver is chomping at the bit." Parker pointed a thumb over his shoulder. Oliver was Parker's significant other and an ex-Special Forces soldier who was one of the best operatives Ace had had the pleasure of working with. Ace was glad both men had recently joined his team. They made a welcome addition to Pegasus. The phone rang and Dave's name lit up the screen. "I have to take this," Ace said and waved the men from his office. When the door snapped shut, he punched the speaker on the desk phone. "Why haven't you returned my calls?" "I was busy." he murmured to the former SecDef. He eyed the clover before tossing it and the open envelope into the trash next to his desk. He lifted another piece of mail and slipped the opener into the corner to slice it open. "What did you need? How are you holding up?" "Fine." Fine, as in fucked up, insecure, neurotic, and emotional. "Fuck you," Ace chuckled, and opened up a warrant they'd been waiting for. "So the reason I called is I have some news." "What is it?" "I've been digging into Seven," Dave said. Seven, an unknown advocate, had been an unexpected guardian over the past several months when they'd needed one the most. Not to mention, Seven had killed the man stalking Pegasus operative Oliver Raines and had literally saved Pegasus operative Hunter Johnson's life in the process. Seven had also shown up a few times since to help them out. The man always left and never spoke more than a few words, but Ace wanted Seven on his team. Ace gave a sigh of relief. "Do I have a new recruit?" He'd pay Seven triple his asking price if the man would join Pegasus. "No. Something's not right according to the detective I hired to check him out," Dave said flatly. Ace paused from straightening out the warrant. "What is it?" "My man isn't sure, but I'm going to put Sphinx on it. Adam." "Our Adam?" Ace frowned. Adam Campbell, a.k.a. Sphinx, was former CIA and now a member of Pegasus. "Yeah, I have a feeling he'll get to the bottom of it." "You think the CIA is after Seven?" "I don't know, but Sphinx will find out." "What does Dalton have to say about that?" Ace brought up Adam's significant other. "I'm leaving that part to you," Dave returned. "Fuck." He sighed and pulled a hand down his face. "How solid is your intel?" "As solid as it gets with what my detective could find. He's former FBI, so I believe he knows his shit. That's why I need Adam to do more recon." Ace squeezed the phone. This was the last thing his team needed. Pegasus was vulnerable with the loss of Jacob. Now, more than ever, they needed stability. Hopefully, whatever Adam found on Seven would come back as a positive. Dave went quiet for a few moments and then said with an upbeat tone, "I have good news." "What?" Hell, he needed good news. "I'm sending a new techie your way." Ace's gut clenched and a sour taste coated his tongue. "Okay," he calmly said, and placed the warrant in the pile of things to do. "Not going to ask about him?" "Who is it?" "His name is Daniel Kellum. He comes highly recommended." "Why is he out of a job, then?" "He's not, smartass. Kellum is a civilian working for a general who's retiring. Before he gets snapped up, I thought about you, but if you don't want him—" "I didn't say that," Ace said hastily and tore open another piece of mail. God knows that ever since Jacob had left, they'd needed a techie badly. He pinched open a 6x4-inch envelope to reveal some sort of photo inside. It only took a nanosecond for a pair of flashing blue eyes to catch and hold his complete attention. "Dave, I gotta go," he said abruptly. "What about Kellum?" Dave shouted. "Send him over," he said, and hung up the phone. Gently, he reached in and slid the photo out of the envelope that was postmarked from Ireland. It was a picture of Jacob standing with two young adults, a man and a woman, grouped up together in a selfie. He only had eyes for Jacob. The beautiful face looked as if it was filled with good health, if a bit ragged. The curve of his lips he'd tasted only once. Ace combed every inch of Jacob's full beard and mustache. Jacob had always had a 5 o'clock shadow, but this was different. The facial hair made him appear older. Moving on to the background of the photo, Ace saw that the three young adults stood in front of a pub called the Irish Stones Throwaway. Next to the name on the pub's sign glowed a green 4-leaf clover. He dove for his trash can and dumped the contents on the ground before frantically searching for the tiny bit of green. With his heart thumping, he found it and lifted it up to smooth against his t-shirt before holding it and the picture together for several long moments. That Jacob was in Ireland didn't surprise him. Roscoe, Jacob's dad, had told him a few months ago that Jacob was backpacking around Europe with a few friends, finally acting like a young adult and doing the things he should have done right out of high school. "Good for you, Jacob," he croaked, running his thumb over the young man's face, where his finger lingered on Jacob's mouth. It was the first time Jacob had contacted him since the man had walked out of that hospital room almost 6 months ago. It really was a good picture of Jacob. It looked like he'd filled out and put on weight, bulked up, like he'd been working out extra hard or something. Maybe it was all the traveling? Ace wanted to frame the photo, but he carefully tucked it back into the yellow envelope and placed it in his top desk drawer. The clover he hung onto as well. For some reason, it made him feel just a little bit closer to Jacob. Just holding something Jacob had held made his heart heavier and lighter simultaneously. He carefully smoothed the small, slippery piece of green between his fingers and wished, not for the first time, that Jacob had stayed. Chapter 2. Jacob. Through the binoculars, Jacob ran his gaze over the terrain behind the small, sprawling town, and then back to the restaurant tables and chairs. Patrons were packed in the tight space, and the mariachi band played a lively tune loud enough to be heard from his vantage point. Ignoring the slight ache in his right knee, he stayed squatted with his back resting against the gray wall behind him. He'd been in the same position for an hour, but this was nothing compared to some of the places he'd been. He'd grown up in an environment where stepping over crack pipes, seeing hookers, and dodging drug dealers were a daily thing. It had been a long time since he'd thought of his mother, but the scantily clad women lounging out in front of the restaurant reminded him of her. She'd sold her body, not for food for them, but to feed her drug habit. He'd grown up protecting his little brother and sister by hiding them from the men who came to the house. He'd dodged hands to keep his ass safe, and he'd fought for every scrap of food he could rummage from trash cans to share with his siblings. He'd grown up hungry and angry at the world. His only mission had been to protect his siblings. All 3 of them were from different fathers. He hadn't known a father's love until his uncle Roscoe had rescued them after his mom overdosed on heroin. He'd been 16 at the time. Roscoe had known intuitively what he'd needed. He loved his uncle with a fierceness that came out in ways that horrified him now, but Roscoe had taken his attitude in stride. When his uncle had married Wild and Storm, Jacob had fought them all. He hadn't wanted one father, much less 3, but they hadn't coddled him. Instead, they'd challenged him. They'd tested his reflexes, his mental aptitude, and his ability to get shit done daily. His dads were relentless, and Jacob had thrived. He'd come into his own at the age of 18 when most men were graduating high school and going off to college, but a higher education had never interested him. He'd mastered computers, the insides and out, so quickly that he'd taken the word techie to a whole other level, but being behind a computer screen wasn't the job he craved. He was a field agent. It ran in his blood. Taught hand-to-hand combat from the age of 16 onward, he became lightning fast. Later, his dads taught him extensive weapons training, and he had excelled at anything and everything they threw at him. It wasn't bragging. It was a fact. He'd scored off the charts not only intellectually but physically, and he'd aced every chart they could come up with. Now, at the age of 22, he could be considered one of the best. The breeze blew in carrying dust with it, and he took a moment to shake his t-shirt away from his sweat-soaked skin before he used the material to wipe at his brow. He wondered what Pegasus was up to. He'd left the team several months ago to clear his head and get some distance between him and Ace, the Pegasus commander. He had hoped to join Phoenix and work alongside his 3 dads again, but that wasn't what happened. He'd been cornered by all of them and encouraged to take some time off, to think about his life. Jacob had laughed. He'd been highly trained for several years now. Did they seriously think they could keep him contained? Did they think they could buy him a ticket to Europe and make him just take a vacation? It was one fight his dads thought they had won. But they hadn't won a damned thing. The only thing they had accomplished was to make him more determined. They'd lied to him. They'd promised to treat him as an equal and had instead done something they'd never done in the past. They'd coddled him. He knew it stemmed from fear after his accident, and no matter how much he told them he was okay, they were relentless. Was it any wonder he had found his own way? "Jay, you copy?" Eddie said through his earpiece, yanking him from the past. Jacob squeezed the grip of the Glock in his hand and reached up with his free hand to press the earpiece, which engaged the device. "Copy," he replied. "About 4 clicks out. There are 3 vehicles approaching fast." He swiveled the binoculars and tracked the jeeps moving at top speed, plowing up dust beneath the hot sun. "Got him." "Your call, Jay." Hannah's soft voice came through the comms. Beyond her words, Jacob could hear the sound of dishes and music. She sat deep within the restaurant. It was his call because he was team leader. "Wait until we see if Scott is in the vehicle," Jacob murmured. The wanted terrorist, Kevin Scott, had reached the end of the road, and if he didn't die today, he would wish he had. Jacob would make sure of it. The ex-Marine had been dishonorably discharged for knifing an officer and had served 2 years in jail for assault. But instead of taking his lumps and rising above it, Scott started selling weapons and explosives to known terrorists across the Mexican border. The man was fucking cagey and hard to catch as all hell, and for 3 months they'd been after the bastard with no luck. The vehicles powered to a stop in front of the restaurant, and several men in tactical gear got out. Fucking hell. Jacob couldn't imagine wearing something so heavy. The thin t-shirt and jeans he had put on this morning were already soaked with sweat from the relentless Mexico sun. He locked the binoculars on the Jeep door until a man with a brown ball cap pulled over long dark hair emerged. This man wore clothes similar to his, minus the combat boots on Jacob's feet. "He's there," Eddie grunted. Rather than answer, Jacob shoved the binoculars into his pack and jumped over the small retaining wall. He tucked the Glock into the back of his jeans to avoid detection before sliding south down the rock and grass incline. Keeping his eyes on the prize, he tried to make his descent discreet. Eddie would come in from the north, so Jacob wasn't worried about Scott disappearing that way. "Fuck," he muttered when he spotted several local official vehicles converging on the restaurant. A few moments later, all hell broke loose, and Scott's tactically geared men scattered. Scott dove over the broken sidewall of the patio area and sprinted toward the east side street. The Mexico City officials braked hard, the Jeep tire sending dust into the air, and several heavily armed men jumped out and converged on the restaurant. "We've got a rabbit," Hannah said through the comms. "I've got him," Jacob hissed. Reaching the street, he leaped over the low retaining wall and careened around the corner of the building. Heat slapped him in the face, and the sun glinted off a piece of metal in the cracked and cratered street. Ahead of him, Scott disappeared around the next corner, and Jacob sprinted to the end. Jacob came around the corner just as the roar of a motorcycle engine filled the dusty air. He had seconds to lunge out of the way when Scott used the vehicle like a weapon and came at him. Jacob ran to a group of young men who shouted after Scott. "Need to borrow one." "No, no, no," one of them yelled when Jacob reached for the handlebars of a yellow motorcycle. "American dollars?" Yanking out his wallet, Jacob pulled out a $100 bill before shoving his billfold away and hopping on the bike. The kid snatched the money and Jacob kicked the starter. When the bike roared to life, he gunned it and the rusty piece of metal lurched forward. It wobbled beneath him at the sudden burst of speed, but he righted it and flew down the pothole-riddled road after Scott. The asshole raced straight for the dead end of the street and went over. Jacob gunned it, and when the street ended, he and the motorcycle both went flying. He didn't realize that Scott had stopped below and only saw the fucker when he went sailing over Scott's head. "Motherfucker!" He gritted his teeth and gripped the handlebars for impact when the front tire hit the hard-packed earth and the back wheel lurched upward, sending him sailing over the bars. He tucked into a forward roll and took the hit on his back. The landing jarred his spine, and he went sliding down the steep incline with Scott's laughter ringing in his ears. The sound of the man's bike zoomed away. Jacob dug his boots in the dirt and grabbed for anything he could hold on to in order to stop his downward descent. The only thing he could see down this incline was another ditch, and who the fuck knew what was beyond that? Rocks and brush scratched and pulled up his t-shirt, sending unforgiving debris tearing into the skin of his back. His boots worked, though, and he came to a jarring stop when his right foot hit against a large boulder. Bracing himself, he fell onto his back and gazed up at the sky, his chest heaving. "Jacob!" Eddie shouted, and Jacob cocked his head to aim an eye toward the top of the incline. The vehicle they'd arrived in was parked up the hill at the edge of the street's dead end, and Hannah was waiting with her hands on her hips. Eddie came sliding sideways down after him. Jacob swung his face away from the kicked-up dust of Eddie's boots, and when the man held out a hand, Jacob gripped it. Eddie pulled him up. The guy had a lot more muscle than he did, but Eddie wasn't as fast as him. "Fuck!" Eddie snarled and brushed hands down Jacob's legs, feeling his bones. "You break anything?" "No," Jacob sighed, and winced before making his way back up the incline with Eddie on his ass. "He's gonna be fucking pissed," Eddie said when they reached the top. "I know, but we accomplished what we needed," Jacob said. Hannah nodded. "You can bet your ass that Scott will run back to his hidey hole." And that was the plan. Jacob got into the passenger seat, Eddie jumped in the back, and Hannah took the wheel. They needed Scott back in America. The fucker was working with a partner stateside, and they needed to know who that was. "He's still gonna be pissed," Eddie grumbled. "Yeah," Hannah agreed as she drove them out of there without incident. "We'll see," Jacob murmured. Chapter 3. Ace. "Hey, boss." Beckett stood in the doorway, taking Ace's attention from Jacob in the picture and the little green clover he'd been staring at for God knows how long. "Yeah." "We're ready when you are," Beckett said before disappearing. Ace stood and walked to his office door, leaning against the door jamb and watching his team horse around about who got what email assignment. He smirked when Beckett tossed a wadded paper ball at him, but the former spook caught it without even looking. Some of them didn't even need to be here for a paycheck. A few of them were part of the 1%. That meant they were here out of the goodness of their hearts or because they craved the action. Ace figured it was a little bit of both. "Adam," he called out, and the man lifted his head and locked on him with a sharp gaze. Dalton paused while passing out folders, because nobody had the time to download that shit onto separate tablets, and glanced at him too. Mason, who had briefly been their backup to Jacob and knew his shit, was on vacation with his husband Gage. So that left paper. Ace had preferred paper prior to Jacob coming to work for him. Jacob, though, had pulled them scratching and clawing into the electronic world of iClouds and tablets. Ace hadn't picked up his tablet since Jacob had left, but now he missed it and much more. He missed how the techie had perched his tight ass on the corner of his desk and devoured him with those sexy blue eyes. "Boss," Adam said. Ace cleared his throat. "Yes, the SecDef has a job for you." "And me?" Dalton approached slowly. Ace knew better than to keep those two apart. They worked like a well-oiled machine. "Yes, and you." "We've got too many cases with 4 people out," Oliver said, waving a few papers around. "I'll help," Ace said, and then smiled when a groan went around the room. "You will all need to behave," Maverick said with a chuckle. "At least within hearing distance," Beckett agreed with a smile. The rest of the men broke out in laughter, and Ace couldn't help but smile. It felt good to be razzed by the team. Damn good. "Hunter, you good?" Behind the wheel of the newly restored Pegasus armored vehicle, Ace turned to gaze at the young operative in the passenger seat. Hunter snapped out of whatever funk he was in for the moment. "Yup." Ace wasn't buying it. "I would have paired you up with Parker, but I figured Oliver wanted that spot." One corner of Hunter's mouth tipped up. "That's where Oliver belongs. I don't need to be paired with my brother. He's got somebody now." And that seemed to be Hunter's problem. 50% of Pegasus had a significant other or had someone they paired with, but not Hunter. "I want you to choose." "What?" Hunter looked surprised. "A partner. We have several without." "Like?" Creed, Fisher, Owen, and Maverick, or you could throw in with Eagle and Link. They used to be part of a 3-man team in Special Forces. Hunter's head tilted. Then why'd you pair up with me? Because I need to know where your head's at. You've been distracted over the past few months. You don't seem... Ace paused and then continued. Happy. Hunter looked away. Do you need a break from Pegasus? No. Hunter's head snapped around. No, I don't need a break. Then what is it? The man's words trailed off. It's nothing. I'm sorry. I won't let you down again. Hey, Ace reached out and clamped Hunter on the shoulder. You haven't let me down. I just want to make sure that you're happy here. I am. I love what we do, Hunter said, his tone filled with urgency. Okay then, I won't bring it up again. But you need to pick a partner. What if they don't want me? You let me deal with that, Ace squinted. Hunter didn't show it often, but the guy had a vulnerable side. In reality, the only man on Pegasus that Ace could see not wanting Hunter as a partner would be Fisher because, well, Fisher was an asshole. You have someone in mind? Ace asked. I don't suppose we could hire 7, Hunter said with a slight laugh. No, not right now, Ace said abruptly, causing Hunter to frown at him and search his gaze. Ace wasn't going to share with anyone beyond Adam and Dalton until he knew for sure what 7 was up to. Pick someone else, but I would caution you against picking Fish. Hunter snorted and then laughed. No way in hell would I pick him. He's a mean SOB, and besides, he's a fucking loner through and through. Ace wasn't really surprised by Hunter's description of Fisher. The guy was like dealing with a rattlesnake, and Ace wasn't sure how much longer he would have the guy in his unit. Over the past 5 months, Fisher had gone off on his own more times than Ace could count. And if he couldn't count on Fisher to be there when he needed him, then fuck it. He'd explain it to Owen and Creed and hope they didn't bail if he let Fisher go. But that was an issue for another time. So, who were you thinking of? Ace started the vehicle and left the Pegasus parking lot. Maverick, Hunter said with a nod. I think that's a good fit. Maverick was married to Tinley, the Pegasus Brewery's bartender, and Ace believed that pairing Hunter up with someone already in a relationship would tone down some of the flirting Hunter was known for. Although Hunter hadn't been his usual flirty and tenacious self for a while. Maybe Owen would be a better fit, but Ace didn't say that because this was Hunter's choice. Have you heard from Jacob? His eyes snapped from the road over to Hunter and then back to the street. He took the freeway on-ramp before answering. He sent me a postcard. Oh? From where? It looks like Ireland. How do you know? There's an Irish pub in the background. And just like that, his mind went to Jacob, and Ace wondered where he was. Was he still in Ireland? How long ago had that picture been taken? Where was Jacob now? Boss, Holden's deep voice came over the radio, and Ace reached out and pushed the speaker button. I'm here. We may need backup on our case, Holden growled, but the man's words were almost drowned out by the sounds coming through the radio. And it sounded like fucking gunfire. Chapter 4. Jacob. Jacob grimaced and took another swig from the Jack Daniels bottle in his hand. I've never known you to drink, Eddie admonished him. Hush, he's hurt, Hannah said, dabbing at one of the deeper scratches on Jacob's back. He sat straddling a chair and leaning his arms on the back while Hannah administered first aid. Just hurry up, he said, and capped the bottle before handing it to Eddie. This one may need stitches. No. He slanted Hannah a frown and pushed the woman's arm, effectively removing her hands. Standing, he stretched and tested his back and then lifted a t-shirt. Hold on. Fuck, Hannah muttered and stood. Jacob paused with the shirt, and Hannah quickly placed a large gauze pad over what Jacob thought to be the biggest scratch on his back. There, she said, and taped it before pressing hard. Jacob stepped away and pulled the shirt over his head. "Let's go. We've got to get to the airstrip," Jacob said, and sat on the edge of the small twin bed to put his boots back on. They'd stopped at his hole-in-the-wall motel room so he could shower and change. The place sat just north of Mexico City, and they'd all stayed there for the few days it took to do the job. "We still have 3 hours until pickup," Hannah said, glancing at her watch. "I'd feel better if we just got the hell out of here," Eddie said. Jacob agreed. Mexico was done. They'd accomplished the mission they'd set out to do. The higher-ups should be happy with that. They arrived at the small town near the airstrip, which was more like a dirt road, and ordered some food at the local cantina. The restaurant sat next to an old broken-down warehouse and served authentic Mexican food, which was a good thing because Jacob was fucking starving. He ate one of the 5 tacos on his plate in 3 bites and tore into the next before he took a breath. "Damn, Jay, slow down," Hannah laughed and scooped up another bite of her enchilada. "I can't," he said around a mouthful. "I'm too hungry." "Oh, and hey," Hannah said, lifting her beer bottle. "Happy belated birthday." "Thanks." Jacob reached for and tapped his bottle to hers, and then drank some of the beer. He turned 22 a few days ago, but he felt fucking ancient. Some people wished to be older and some younger, and for the longest time Jacob had wished he was older. That wasn't the case any longer. Now he wanted to be this exact age at this exact time. He was who he was, and nobody and nothing was going to change that. "Eddie, wish Jacob a happy birthday," Hannah scolded the man. Eddie grunted with his head bent over his plate, fork in hand. "Yeah, happy belated." The sound of a chair scraping nearby had Jacob reaching for the gun tucked into the back of his jeans and hidden beneath his t-shirt. "Stand down." At the voice, Jacob released his grip and shoved the rest of the taco into his mouth before turning to their boss. Beside him, Eddie tensed and his eating slowed. Hannah placed her fork down. Jacob lifted his 3rd taco and took another big bite and then several swallows of his beer. "What?" He met their boss's ice-cool blue gaze with a smirk. The man studied him for a long moment before responding. "Good job," Seven said slowly. Jacob's smile widened. "It was perfect." "Except for the part where Jacob crashed," Eddie muttered. Seven's gaze moved over Jacob. "It's nothing," Jacob said and shot Eddie a scowl. "Good." Seven gave a decisive nod and Jacob knew he'd given the right answer. No way in hell did he want Seven replacing him. And the man would in a fucking heartbeat if he was injured. They'd already replaced 2 people in the 3 months Jacob had been there. The small 5-man team was a deep undercover counterterrorism operation, like black ops shit that existed at the fringes of the CIA. Only the CIA rarely talked about what they did. Jacob only knew about the unit because Seven had approached him in Ireland. After his dads had shanghaied him with a ticket to Europe, Jacob had gotten on that flight. But the minute he'd landed, he'd started putting feelers out on the dark net for work. Because why the fuck not? If his dads weren't going to take his skills seriously, then they could fuck off. Surprise had held him mute when Seven showed up to the meeting Jacob had set up with an anonymous person. He thought Seven was just as surprised, but he couldn't be sure because the man's face was a mask. A smoking hot mask, but a mask nonetheless. Seven never let on to what he was thinking or feeling. The man's face was expressionless. Jacob knew nothing about his boss other than what he'd learned while working for Pegasus. Seven had materialized while Pegasus was working on bringing down a sex trafficking kingpin. It came out later that Seven's younger sister had been abducted and killed by a similar ring. Seven had continued to help Pegasus out from time to time, but those jobs Jacob stayed the hell away from. "Let's move." Seven's voice broke into his thoughts, and Jacob shoved away from the table and grabbed his pack. They moved as one to the small private aircraft and boarded without incident. It wasn't until he was in the air that he let go of the slight tension from the rush and relaxed. Fuck. It was official. He was an adrenaline junkie. Seven parked the old F-250 in the overgrown yard of the house, and Jacob hopped out to stretch his legs. It had been over an hour's drive from the plane to the property just east of San Luis Obispo, California. The sprawling, sand-colored single-story house sat secluded and gated off from the rest of the world. All he knew about it was that the 20-acre spread was owned by one of Seven's friends. His cell phone buzzed the minute he entered one of the back bedrooms he'd snagged for himself several months ago, and he smiled and punched the speaker button. "Did he do it?" "Yeah, he did it," Jordan said with a sniff. "Good thing I have friends in high places." Jacob laughed at the annoyance in his best friend's voice. They'd been friends since he was 16 and Jordan 18, and had met through the Phoenix office when a homeless Jordan had pushed aside all his fears and rescued a beaten and tortured Phoenix operative. Phoenix had brought Jordan into the fold as one of their own, and he'd gone to night school to become one of the team. For a while, Jacob had thought he was in love with Jordan, but it turned out to be a crush. The moment they'd tried to kiss, they'd both cracked up. From then on, they'd been best friends. Of course, it wasn't until he'd met Ace that he knew what love was. He shook off thoughts of Ace. "What did your friend have to say about it?" "Mailing your pictures?" Jordan snorted, and Jacob could hear a door opening and closing somewhere in the background. The sound of traffic came through the phone, signaling Jordan had stepped outside. "Colin said it was odd for me to mail him that photo only to have him mail it back here to America," Jordan said with a laugh. "I forgot to mail them out while I was there," Jacob sighed. In his defense, he'd only been in Ireland for a week before getting the encrypted email on the dark web from Seven. He'd rushed back and totally forgot to send that photo to his dad's and Ace. Jordan laughed and then sobered. "I think you're still in Ireland." Something hot clenched in Jacob's stomach. He hated deceiving Ace. "What Ace doesn't know won't hurt him." "What about your dad's, though?" It didn't sit well that he was lying to his dad's, but he shoved the thought away. "They left me no choice," he rasped. "Oh, I know that. I just hope they pull their heads out of their asses soon so you can come home." "Me too, bro. Me too." Only home wasn't at Phoenix. Home was at Pegasus. And his heart was with one stubborn man. Chapter 5. Ace. Racing down the freeway, Ace had Hunter call it into the local PD. For any exchange of bullets, it was much better to have Ventura's finest on the scene rather than explain it to Harvey later. Hunter had pulled up the team assignments on his cell phone and punched in the coordinates to where Holden and Beckett were. "Owen?" Ace lifted the radio and pressed the button. "What's up?" His brother responded. "Meet me at Holden and Beckett's location. They're taking heavy fire. Get the rest of Pegasus." "On it," Owen snapped, and Ace shoved the radio back on its base and pressed the pedal to the floor. Tires squealed on the asphalt as he took the corner hard and barreled onto the street. Holden and Beckett were pinned down between two parked cars. Gunfire flashed, and he could hear the sound of bullets from automatic weapons peppering metal. The SUV Holden had driven was parked across the street from where they were pinned down. Otherwise, his men would have been using more firepower. As it was, they both had Glocks, and fuck if he knew how much ammo they'd gone through already. Making a split-second decision, Ace floored it. When he reached his men, he hit the brakes and skidded to a stop, blocking the gunmen on the opposite side of the street. A bullet plunged into his door, but the reinforced steel of the Pegasus vehicle held. Holden jumped up and opened the back passenger door, and Beckett quickly jumped inside with Holden following. The back seats had been removed to provide more room to hold their armor plus room to sit, so the men fit comfortably along with their weapons. There were a shit ton of weapons in the back along with enough ammunition to stop an army. Call him overly cautious, but he'd always overstocked the Pegasus vehicle from day one. Being the boss of such a specialized unit, he knew they had to be ready for anything. Bullets pinged into the metal and Ace punched the gas, driving them down the block. "What the fuck happened?" Ace snapped. "We pulled up on them right in the middle of a robbery," Holden grumbled, and then Beckett took over. "It was supposed to be simple breaking and entering after the fact." Beckett bitched. "But no, we had to go in while they were coming for seconds. Hunter huffed out a laugh and jumped out of the passenger seat to climb in the back to gear up. "Grab the rifles," Ace barked and put on the emergency brake before he made his way out of his seat and into the back area. Holden handed him a tactical rifle and Ace took it and checked the magazine. Once they were all loaded for fucking bear, along with hastily pulling on bulletproof vests, Ace jumped out of the side door and ran to the nearest parked car. His men followed closely. Sirens filled the air and cop cars barreled onto the street at both ends. Owen and Creed pulled up to the nose of his SUV with Parker and Oliver coming in from behind. Owen leaped out and jogged hunched over to Ace's side. "I have Maverick, Eagle, and Link coming in from the other side," Owen said, pointing down the street. Of course, Fisher wasn't fucking there. "Ace?" His head snapped up when SWAT Commander Chris Randall approached at a hunched-over run. "Hey, Chris," he said when the heavily geared officer reached them. "Where do you want us?" With SWAT's help, they laid down cover fire and worked their way next to the building the three gunmen had taken cover inside. The place was a car repair shop. Thank fuck there weren't any hostages to deal with. Once Ace made the decision to go in from both entrances, the SWAT commander quietly and efficiently split his men up to accompany them. "I want Team 2 coming in through the rear and side entrances, coming up behind them," Ace said and pointed to Maverick, Beckett, Holden, Hunter, Eagle, and Link. "Find a way inside through the back or a window," Ace said, holding Maverick's gaze. "Maverick and I will sink our entrance in 2 minutes. Get inside, blow the wall open if you have to. I don't fucking care how you do it, but this ends now." "Copy," Maverick said and led his men down the side of the building before disappearing around the back. Ace reached up and wiped the sweat from his brow as the remaining men crouched in close around him. Team 1 consisted of him, Parker, Oliver, Owen, and Creed. When the 6 men were gone along with the officers, Ace looked at the remaining men and then held the SWAT commander's gaze. He'd had the pleasure of working with Chris in the past, and the man was excellent at his job. What he was also good at was letting Pegasus stick around and help. "You ready?" Ace asked. "What's taking so long?" Chris gave him a wicked smile, and Ace grinned before turning to Creed. "Blow the front door on my call." The big man nodded and ran at a hunch to the massive roller-type door of the auto repair shop. "Ready, boss," Maverick's voice came through the earpiece in Ace's ear. "On my count," he replied. 3, 2, 1, now." Both explosions happened almost simultaneously, but Ace only had eyes for the front. Whatever fucking material Creed had used had blown the roll-up door clean off the front of the building with a loud crack that sent dust billowing and metal flying across the street into the SWAT vehicle. Ace covered his face and turned his head away. "Fuck," Owen bitched. "What did you use?" "Just a little C4, Creed smirked and dodged into the smoke-filled building. "He didn't have his mask," Beckett hissed. "He does," Owen told Beckett. "Throw the smoke." Beckett shrugged and let fly with 3 canisters of smoke before pulling on a breathing mask. Ace pulled up his own mask and followed closely on Creed's ass with Owen, along with the rest of Pegasus and SWAT. The darkness closed in around him, and he ran through the smoke to the nearest broken-down vehicle. Gunfire erupted, and the men from the rear opened fire. A bullet pinged off the bumper near him, and a burn started in his side. He growled and glanced down, but could see nothing through the mask. He was hit. He knew that feeling. Thank fuck it was on his good side and not the side still healing from the explosion several months ago. 2 perps ran from the middle toward them, and Ace stood. He swung out his arm and clotheslined the closest fucker. The suspect slammed to the ground, and Ace kicked the man's gun away and aimed his rifle in the perp's face. Creed and Owen took down the other one. The 3rd perp never made it that far. Once all 3 perps were secure, Ace moved out of the building and into the sunshine. He tore off his mask and took in a huge gulp of air. "Fucking good job," Owen said with a laugh, coming to stand next to him. The world went dim around him. Well, fuck. Ace stumbled and would have gone to his knees if his brother hadn't caught him. "Ace! Ace!" Owen shouted. He didn't hear anything more than that. Chapter 6. Jacob. The house was dark, and the big golden retriever lapped at his face when he crouched to give her a hug. "Go lay down," he told Honey. "I won't be here long." She nuzzled his hand and then curled up back in her doggy bed next to the white stone fireplace. Fuck, he loved this house. It was a dream house with a picket fence, spare rooms, and a dog. It was a house made for a family. Heading down the hallway, he reached the bedroom and found the door ajar. Easing it open, he paused. The room was dark, but he didn't have any trouble seeing the bed nor the man sleeping in it. The fall of dark hair over Ace's brow made him itch to brush it away and to bring those lids sweeping upward so Jacob could take in Ace's piercing blue eyes. That was suicide, though. That would be asking to be shoved away one more fucking time, and he wasn't sure if his heart could take it. Not again. Like smoke, he drifted closer until he was next to the bed, and he did what he swore he wouldn't do. He lifted the hair back and away from Ace's brow and suddenly found himself caught by the intensity of the man's gaze. "Jacob," Ace breathed his name out, sending his heart lurching. He smiled and smoothed the frown line from Ace's forehead and cupped the man's jaw. Ace's closely cropped beard felt soft against his palm, but the man's skin felt hot to the touch. "Is this the only way I can get you to come back and see me?" Ace grumbled, and the tone of the words almost brought a smile to Jacob's lips. The air was filled with if only. Actually, it was filled with a ton of if-onlys. "No," he murmured, and lowered to sit on the edge of the bed. He softly smoothed a thumb over the hair on the man's upper lip. "It's not the only way." Both of Ace's hands reached for the back of his shoulders to clutch him as if silently asking him to stay. But that was a dream and only in his head. Jacob got it now. They could never be more than this. "Don't leave," Ace grunted and then grimaced, and Jacob noted the brackets of pain around the man's mouth. He swooped his eyes around and found the pain meds on the nightstand and reached for them. 1 every 8 hours, the directions said, and he was pretty damn sure Ace hadn't taken any. The bottle next to it had the lid removed, so at least he was taking the antibiotics for the infection. Pouring one of the pain pills into his hand, he held it to Ace's lips, but when the man didn't open his mouth, he pulled back. "They make me groggy." "Take it." "If I go to sleep, you'll disappear." A stubborn look filled Ace's face. "If I promise to stay until you fall asleep, will you take it?" "They make me sick on an empty stomach." A calculating look filled Ace's eyes, and Jacob finally smiled. "If I make you something to eat and promise to stay until you fall asleep." "Deal, but stay with me for a moment," Ace said, his words thick and groggy. Jacob scooted up on the bed and lay so he was curled up against Ace's side with the man's arms wrapped around him. He stared dry-eyed into the darkness, listening to the sound of Ace's breathing slow, and shut off every single bit of emotion he had. When he was sure Ace was asleep, he eased from the man's arms and left the room. He found the kitchen fully stocked and heated up a can of chicken noodle soup and grabbed a row of crackers. Towing the door back open, he approached the bed to find Ace laying on his back with his arm flung over his eyes. The man's breathing was slow and even, and, with a sad smile, Jacob placed the soup and crackers on the nightstand. He leaned over Ace and pulled up the covers. Ace's arm flopped down, but the man didn't wake. Jacob studied Ace's face in the dim light from the hallway and noticed deep grooves in his forehead and at the edges of his mouth that hadn't been there a few months ago. Ace was under a lot of stress, if the lines were any indication, and Jacob made a mental note to find out why. Leaning down, he intended to brush his lips against Ace's cheek, but at the last moment Ace turned and their lips touched. And, God, the spark ignited between them, and he made a sound in his throat. Ace moaned and heat poured off the man. Fuck. Here he was taking advantage of Ace while he was sick. He eased away even though Ace's mouth clung to his. Stay, Ace finally managed to croak. Shh, it's okay. Jacob sat on the edge of the bed, smoothing back the sweaty hair from Ace's forehead. Noticing a small washcloth and a bowl of water on the floor near the bed, he reached down and took the cold cloth and squeezed out the excess water before gently wiping it over Ace's heated face. With a sigh, Ace closed his eyes and Jacob softly ran the rag over the man until Ace's body completely relaxed back into sleep. Ace wouldn't remember the kiss, but Jacob would. He'd take it with him and keep it where he'd put his love for Ace, locked away inside where he couldn't feel the pain any longer. It didn't change things, but fuck, he wanted to stay. He wanted to crawl in that bed beside Ace and be there when he woke up, but he couldn't take another rejection. Call him a fucking coward, but the first time had nearly killed him. Of course, the phone message from both Beckett and Oliver that Ace had been shot had scared the life out of him, though being spurned by the man he loved had been just as brutal. His phone buzzed quietly from where it was tucked into his pocket, and he drew back, dropped the rag into the bowl, and pulled his cell to find a text. French. Scott has landed. Meet me at the airfield. Soundlessly, Jacob stood, picked up the soup and crackers, and backed away from the bed. At the door, he turned and took one last look at Ace before he left by way of the back door just off the kitchen. Leaving was for the best. What if Ace thought his visit was only a dream? That wouldn't happen. He smirked. He had made sure of that. Jacob traveled just a bit over the speed limit along the dark freeway while thinking of Ace. He looked so vulnerable lying feverish in that bed, yet his lips had tasted the same. He used the fingers of his free hand to thrust through his hair, brushing back the strands that wanted to fall forward, and then touched his lips with his fingers. His cell phone rang, snagging his attention, and a familiar name flashed on the screen. Oliver Raines. One of his best friends. A friend he'd lied to not too long ago. Right after Jacob had left Pegasus, Oliver had called to check up on him, and rather than tell Oliver the truth, Jacob told the man that he was working for Phoenix. He hadn't done it on purpose. At the time, Jacob had thought he would be employed by Phoenix. It was shortly after that when his dads had pulled a fast one on him and he'd sought employment elsewhere. He had yet to fill Oliver in on what he was actually doing. Not that he could tell Oliver everything, but he could at least tell him he wasn't with Phoenix. Wouldn't that open up a can of questions? His finger hovered over the answer button, but he couldn't bring himself to answer the call. With a sigh, Jacob ignored Oliver's call and let it go to voicemail. As soon as he figured out what the fuck to say to Oliver, he'd call his friend back. He turned off the frontage road and tore onto the small airfield. Parking the rental car, he grabbed his backpack and jogged across the small clearing to the helicopter. The blades were already spinning, and he squinted through the flying dust. Jumping on board, he was met with the one other man that made up their 5-man crew. Simon French. Jacob didn't like the guy. It wasn't anything French had done. It was just a gut feeling, and Jacob always trusted his gut feelings. Get done with your boyfriend? French's lip curled. Jacob gave the guy a flat stare until French looked away. That's right, you motherfucker. You don't want to mess with me, Jacob thought silently. None of them knew exactly what he was capable of, and Jacob kept it that way. French cleared his throat and twisted the side of his mustache. The man had a nasty habit of doing that while eating, and it had made Hannah gag a few times. Eddie said to get to Ridgecrest and he'll update us then. Ridgecrest was a city in Kern County, California, and not too far from Ventura at just a little over an hour via helicopter. Is that where Scott's headquarters is located? Jacob said. We don't know, French said and turned to gaze out the window. Jacob released a breath of annoyance. They'd scouted several places where Kevin Scott had hidden out in the past, but they never seemed to find the right one. Scott stayed one step ahead of them every single fucking time. And they had no way of knowing who Scott's partner was in all this mess. Chapter 7. Ace. Fuck. Ace's head pounded with pain, and he rolled over to bury his face in the pillows with a groan. "Ah, you're awake." His brother's voice came through the fog, but the thought of Jacob brought him rolling onto his back and blinking the sleep from his eyes. He scanned the room behind Owen, but it was empty. "Where's Jacob?" he croaked, coughed, and then reached for the glass of water on the nightstand. Owen frowned. "I don't know." His brother was looking at him like he was crazy. "He was here. Bro, you've been out of it for 3 days with a high fever." Owen reached out and touched the back of his fingers to his forehead. Ace jerked his head away, which sent pain piercing his skull, and his grip wobbled around the glass. Owen quickly stopped the water from spilling and lifted it and his hand upward. Ace dutifully took a few swallows. "He was here," he rasped. "Just rest. Creed is making you something to eat." "Jacob made me soup." Ace turned to the nightstand, but it was empty. Owen followed his gaze to the empty spot. "You like Creed's cooking?" "I do," he admitted, and darted a glance around the room, looking for anything that would tell him that Jacob had been here. Nothing. The room was in order. Even his shoes were lined up next to the closet. Had it all been in his head? The feel of Jacob's lips on his, of the man in his arms curled up against his side. Ace had spooned the curve of Jacob's ass and found heaven. Fucking hell. He was losing it. Jacob was in Ireland. "Fuck," he muttered just as a noise brought his gaze to the doorway. Creed entered carrying a breakfast of oatmeal, toast, and a small bowl of fruit. Ace had to admit the food looked good and was perfect for his stomach. Before Creed could reach the bed, Ace slid from beneath the covers and stood. "Thanks, Creed. I need a few minutes, guys." When he took a step, Owen's hand gripped his elbow as if to steady him. Honey was right on his heels. He didn't mind his dog, but he wanted to shake his brother's grip away. He didn't because he knew he'd scared Owen the other day, so he allowed his brother to help. Besides, in order for the hospital to release him, Ace had promised the doctor he'd let Owen help him. Reaching the bathroom, he stepped inside and closed the door on Owen. Honey curled up near the sink. Leaning against the door for a few moments, he took a deep breath. Taking a piss and splashing water on his face did make him feel much better. He rubbed the towel to dry his cheeks and then placed it on the hook. A tiny flash of something on the counter next to his toothbrush caught his eye and sent his heart slamming against his ribs. He reached out and lifted the tiny green 4-leaf clover. He brought it upward and couldn't stop the smile, nor could he stop himself from bringing the shiny piece of paper to his mouth, where he pressed it to his lips. Jacob had been there. The kiss had been real. Ace wasn't sure if Jacob's visit had been last night or the night before, but the man had been there. The clover was proof, and Jacob had wanted him to know. It took a few more days, but Ace did start to feel much better. In fact, he was ready to get back to work. Driving into the office that morning, he needed to make a quick stop first. He parked the SUV and lifted the flowers from the passenger seat. Leaving his vehicle, he walked over the grass toward a spot he knew by heart. Reaching the stone slab, he sat on the grass and smoothed his palm over the name on the hard granite. "Hey, Shay," he murmured. It wasn't the name written on the headstone, but it was the one he'd called the man in the grave when he'd been alive. 5 years ago, Shane Tanner had died. Ace swallowed around a growing lump in his throat. They'd had 3 glorious years together before Shay had been taken from him. We barely had any time. He blinked rapidly and chalked up the burn in his eyes to still feeling a bit weak from the bullet wound. He brushed the dust off from the top of the grave. They'd met at a party when Shane had just turned 22. Ace had known back then that their 12-year age difference was too great, but his attraction to Shane had grown and overshadowed his hesitation. None of that mattered now. What did matter the most was that he was the reason Shane was resting beneath the grass and dirt. It was his fault that Shane was dead. A shadow moved over him and he glanced up, shading his eyes from the sun to find his brother. He should have known Owen would tail him. Owen crouched next to him and studied the headstone. "You need to get out of this grave, brother." The words stung, but they were so fucking true. "I know," he rasped and ran a hand over his face. "What about Jacob?" "What about him?" Ace said. "Don't give me that crap." Owen frowned. "He was the first thing you thought of when you woke up, and it was his name you called out in the hospital, too." "He's 22 years old," Ace rasped. There was no denying that he'd called out for Jacob. He remembered his feverish mumbles while in the hospital. "He acts older." "He's had a rough life. His mother overdosed, and his aunt, whom he called his sister, tried to raise him and his younger siblings on her own. Things didn't work out well before his dads came into the picture." "Wait, isn't one of them his uncle by blood?" "Yeah, Roscoe. But after Roscoe met Wild and Storm, the three of them adopted all the kids." "Ah, okay. So he basically grew up with three dads who were a part of Phoenix," Owen smirked. "Yeah, and before you say anything else, I know Jacob is a badass." He let out a deep breath. "Have you heard from him?" Owen murmured. Ace turned toward the headstone and pulled a few weeds that were growing up the side. He refused to tell Owen one more time that Jacob had come to him the other night, so he simply said, "He sent me a picture." "Old-fashioned." "Yeah," Ace smiled. He liked that Jacob had done that instead of a text, but then he started thinking, why hadn't Jacob just given him the picture? And why had he sent the 4-leaf clover in a separate envelope with no stamp or return address? It had been like a puzzle, and that was just like the Jacob he knew. Now he had even more questions, like how the hell had Jacob gotten back from Europe so quickly, and exactly how long had he been back? "Shane was 22 when you met, the same age as Jacob is now," Owen said. Apparently his brother wasn't going to give up on this. It had been bullshit, what he'd spouted to Jacob that day in the hospital about their age differences. He didn't care about the age gap. What he did care about was keeping Jacob safe. "Yeah, and look where that got him," he said, knowing he sounded bitter. "Bro," Owen's hand clamped on his shoulder, "you can't blame yourself for what a fucking psychopath did." "I keep telling myself that," he admitted. "Shane knew the risks." "But did he?" Ace turned to Owen. "He knew what I did for a living, but he wasn't one of us, so he didn't fully understand." "That's bullshit. Don't forget I knew Shane, too. He knew exactly what he was getting into," Owen said. "That's why he went to the shooting range so often." Ace let out a deep breath and nodded. "He loved doing that. He did, and he loved you. So why don't you focus on that and how he lived?" Ace pulled a hand down over his mustache and closely cropped beard and glanced back at the grave. "And don't forget, Jacob does the same thing as you do for a living," Owen added. "True. I think Shane would have liked Jacob. He wouldn't want you to be alone." Owen suddenly chuckled. "If he could, Shane would tell you to go for it." Ace smiled. "Probably. So what are you going to do about it?" "He thinks I don't want him because of our age difference." "So?" Ace snorted and shook his head. "Jacob is fine where he's at." But was he? Did the techie miss him? And where the fuck exactly was Jacob? Why had he come to his bedroom? If Jacob was with Pegasus, then Ace wouldn't need to wonder where the fuck he was or what he was up to. If Jacob was with Pegasus, he'd be there with him, Ace couldn't shake that thought, and it seeded inside of him where it started to grow. Owen stood and brushed off the ass of his jeans. "Come on, I think you should call him." "Call who?" Ace frowned and took his brother's hand to let Owen pull him up. "Jacob?" "No." "Call him?" His brother was tenacious. "Tell him about Shane and tell him you don't give a shit about being older than him." He couldn't do that. Could he? He gnashed his teeth at his indecisiveness. Shouldn't he say he was sorry for being an asshole first? Could they be friends? He clenched his teeth. He didn't want to only be friends, but it was for Jacob's own safety. He'd start with apologizing first. Yeah, like Jacob would believe you. He wasn't even sure Jacob still wanted him. Fuck, that was a lie. Jacob had come to him when he was injured and had held him close. A person didn't do that unless they cared for another. He'd do it. He'd call and start with, "I'm sorry." It might not work, but he had to try. It was a start. It was a way to get Jacob back with Pegasus. And possibly a way for him to get back into Jacob's good graces. Chapter 8. Jacob. Jacob tugged his phone from his pocket and gave a tiny half-smile at one of the numerous text messages from Ace. They'd started about a half an hour ago and hadn't quit. He should respond and put the guy out of his misery, but he was having too much fun reading them. With his thumb, he scrolled up to reread the first text. Ace. Call me. 5 minutes later, when he didn't respond. Ace. Call me, please. 10 minutes went by. Ace. Jacob, call me now or I'm going to hunt you down. He huffed a soft laugh. Now that sounded like the Ace he knew and loved. 15 minutes later. Ace. Can I call you? 1 second later, his phone rang and Ace's name flashed on the screen. Jacob let it go to voicemail. Yeah, okay, he was fucking with the guy, but it was too funny. Besides, what the fuck could Jacob say? That he'd had a moment of weakness that led him to Ace's bed? He was still kicking himself in the ass for going and for leaving that clover where he knew Ace would find it. His actions were going to lead Ace into a million questions, with the first being why he wasn't in Ireland like the photo led him to believe. Ace. Never mind. His finger hovered over the text box and then he typed quickly. Jacob. Giving up so soon? His phone rang again, and this time Jacob answered it before sliding out of the SUV and closing the door. He ignored the curious look French gave him and walked several feet from the vehicle, which sat in the shade of a hardware store on the outskirts of Ridgecrest, California. Jacob? Ace said when he didn't respond. I'm here. Silence dropped over the line, and he wondered if Ace was struggling to find the words like he was. Jacob didn't have anything to say. He'd said it all in that hospital room almost 6 months ago. Did you need something from me? He murmured and ran his eyes over the terrain, people coming and going, and kept his gaze on the traffic coming in and out of the small area. Ace cleared his throat and released a sigh. I need you to listen. Okay, he frowned, then turned and leaned his shoulder against the faded stucco of the building in a small patch of shade. The heat sucked at his skin and sweat began to darken his shirt in the hot autumn heat. I'm sorry for the way it went down at the hospital. It? Silence again, and when it lingered too long, Jacob sighed. Sorry, go on. Yeah, it, Ace muttered with an impatient sigh. I was an insensitive asshole. Meaning your usual self. He couldn't help but tease. Yeah, smartass. His smile grew at Ace's grumbling, but he heard the smile in the tone. So, I wanted to tell you that. To tell you that I'm sorry for the things I said. You know, at the hospital that day. He waited, and then Ace must have gotten nervous because the next thing the man said had him smiling. You were in my bed, Ace blurted, making Jacob grin. Ace sounded nervous. You didn't argue. He smiled into the phone. Why aren't you in Europe? I couldn't stay away, he answered truthfully, but he also lied at the same time. Ace didn't need to know about his work. When Ace seemed incapable of speaking, a flicker of hope bloomed in Jacob's chest. What do you want? He asked softly, taking a chance that maybe, just fucking maybe, Ace was trying to tell him that he loved him and they could be together. I want you to come back to Pegasus. His heart dropped and pressure squeezed his chest. Didn't the man know he wanted that too? He had never wanted to leave in the first place, but what he didn't want was to go back and pine for a man who wouldn't give them a chance. Fuck it. He was done with Ace's bullshit. Jacob had never had a problem stating flat out what he wanted, and he wasn't going to start now. What are you saying, Ace? That you want me to come back and work for you? Nothing has changed on my end. I'm still in love with you. Ace must have been drinking something because he suddenly started coughing. Jacob, French called sharply. Eddie sent the address. Jacob squeezed the phone. I gotta go. Wait, Ace said hurriedly. What? He whispered, hope rising. I want us to be friends. His smile grew sad. Goodbye, Ace. Jacob, wait. He hung up, cutting Ace off and shoved his phone into his pocket. You ready? French said from behind him. Let's do this. He snapped and stalked back to the SUV. Sliding behind the wheel, he savagely turned the key. French jumped in and had just enough time to grab the handle over the door before Jacob punched the gas. Damn it all to hell. Ace pissed him off like nobody did. Hard-headed son of a bitch. Jacob knew if he'd stayed with Pegasus that he would have eventually punched Ace and quite possibly knocked him on his ass. Jesus, Jay, what's got you so pissed? French shouted as he struggled to snap his seatbelt into place. Jacob could feel his cell phone buzzing in his pocket from both a text and a phone call. He knew by the short buzzing and then the long, drawn-out one. Fuck that. He wasn't going to talk to Ace until he was good and ready. And now was not the time. Easing up on the gas pedal, he took the on-ramp to the freeway. Sorry, can you punch in the coordinates to the place? French nodded and entered the directions in his cell phone and then placed it on the center console so Jacob could see the map. A text came through French's phone. It's Eddie. They're on comms now, French said, and grabbed his earpiece. Jacob reached for the one he kept in the door of the vehicle and tucked the small unit into his ear. Jacob, French, you copy? Eddie said. Copy, Jacob responded when French stayed silent. Eddie rattled off the number of potential suspects. There's definitely 8, but there could be more inside that we don't know of. He took the off-ramp and pulled into an industrial neighborhood, finding parking on the street just behind Eddie's SUV. According to the directions, they were 3 blocks from one of Kevin Scott's hideouts. Remember, this is reconnaissance only, Jacob said, jumping out and then walking to the back of the vehicle. Once there, he pulled on a vest and loaded his pockets with extra clips. French eyed his vest. Then why are you dressed like that? Jacob frowned at the guy and then pulled on a loose button-down dress shirt in dark gray over the vest. Because I'm not going into a den of terrorists without armor. Are you? He snapped and eyed French. Rather than reply, French snatched up a vest and pulled it on. Hey, Jay, French said and glanced up from the straps on his vest. Yeah? Jacob narrowed his gaze at the guy. I've got your back, French murmured. I just want you to know that. Eddie approached and interrupted them before Jacob could respond to French. There's a food truck near the place and I spotted a paper supply store on the property next door, Eddie said, coming to stand beside him, and French turned away. Good, we can split up. I'll take the supply store, Jacob said. And I'll go with you, Hannah jumped in. Eddie and French can cover the food truck. Fine by me, Eddie said. I'm hungry. Try to stay focused, Jacob smirked at the bigger man. Eddie grinned and patted his stomach. I'm always focused. On the job, not food. Seven's growly voice suddenly came from behind them. Jacob turned around with the rest of them and faced their boss. Where you been? French bitched and then paled beneath the flat look Seven gave him. I mean, we were wondering. The guy's voice trailed off, and he glanced away from Seven. "Ready?" Seven turned his attention to Jacob. Jacob frowned. "Why wouldn't I be?" "No reason," Seven said with a smirk. "Let's rock and roll." Chapter 9. Ace. Ace stared blindly at the parking lot out in the back of the Pegasus building. It fucking gutted him that Jacob had hung up on him as if the man didn't want anything to do with him. "But he's in love with me," he muttered. Jacob had said so before, and it still shocked the hell out of him every time Jacob said those words. So much so that he'd choked on his sip of coffee and had tossed the paper cup into the nearby trash. The sadness in Jacob's voice tore him apart. He didn't want to hurt Jacob by having him close, but fuck, it was killing him to be separated. They worked so well together, better than anyone he'd ever worked with in his life. If he could only get Jacob here, then maybe... Maybe what? Give them a chance? His gut swirled at the thought. His arms still ached from having Jacob curled up beside him. He carried the fucking green clover in his pocket. "We're ready," Holden said from behind him, and Ace turned and entered back through the door that led into his office. The former SecDef had arranged a call via speakerphone. All of Pegasus minus Gage, Mason, Dalton, and Adam were seated around his office. Good damn thing he'd thought ahead and made this room big enough to accommodate them all. "Go ahead, Dave. The team is here," Ace said, taking a seat at his desk. "Good. I have Adam and Dalton here with me," Dave responded. That surprised Ace. He'd known that Dave had taken an interest in finding out about Seven, but he hadn't known Dave wanted to be this hands-on. "Okay," Ace said slowly. "We're listening." "Tell them what you told me, Adam," Dave said. "Well, from what I've been able to find out, this Seven guy is into some shady shit." "What kind of shit?" Hunter asked with a frown. "Like dark web terrorist stuff," Adam responded. "That's ridiculous," Hunter said, crossing his arms against his chest. "A terrorist wouldn't help us out like he did." "Unless they had an ulterior motive," Dalton said. Ace held up a hand when Hunter opened his mouth. "Let them finish." Hunter's mouth snapped closed, but a muscle ticked in the man's jaw. Ace turned his attention back to the phone. "How solid is your intel, Adam?" "I got it from an undercover source who works directly for the terrorist known as Kevin Scott." "What's this source's name?" Ace asked. "Unfortunately, I can't give you that," Adam said. "Are you fucking kidding me right now?" Ace growled. "Wait," Dave cut in. "What Adam is trying to say is that he can't give it to you because it's classified. But I can." "Who is it?" "It's a guy that goes by the name of Baguette." "Like the bread?" Eagle said, and the rest of the unit broke into muffled laughter. Even Ace had to admit that the question had sounded funny coming from Eagle. "Exactly," Dave said. "Numbers and bread names? What's next?" Link muttered. "I don't find any of this funny," Hunter snapped and jumped to his feet, shaking off the hand that his brother, Parker, placed on his arm. "Here's a man who helped us take down a sex trafficking piece of shit. Also a man who saved my life and probably Oliver's too, and you want to hang him out to fucking dry because of something a guy with a bread name said." Hunter's gaze burned with banked rage as he glared at the phone and then at Ace. "Who is that?" Dave growled. "That is Hunter," Ace said. "And honestly, Dave, he's got a point. We know this guy Seven a bit. We don't know anything about Baguette." Dave sighed. "It's your call. Adam and Dalton found out what they could from what seems to be a reliable source, so make of that what you will." "Adam, Dalton," Ace said, "you both know what Seven did for us. Why in God's name would he do that if he was a terrorist?" "The only reason I can think of would be to throw us off. You know, keep your friends close but your enemies closer," Dalton answered. "He's out there catching people who take advantage of children. His little sister was kidnapped and killed, for fuck's sake," Hunter shouted. It was all true. Seven had left the military with an honorable discharge after his little sister had been kidnapped. After Seven returned home, they'd found her body 1 week later, and her killer was still at large. Ace ignored Hunter's outburst because he had a gut feeling that Seven meant something to Hunter. He suddenly suspected that somehow over the past several months, Hunter had been in contact with Seven. "What is this Kevin Scott into? Is he only into terrorist activity?" "No," Adam responded. "He's not only into terrorist activity, he's also into money laundering and sex and drug trafficking." "Well, there's your answer," Hunter hissed. "Seven is after the sex trafficking ring." "There are a few places that Baguette said he'd seen Seven," Adam interjected. "Perhaps Pegasus should check them out." Hunter crossed his arms and glared at the phone as if he wanted to strangle Adam. "Look," Ace told Hunter quietly, "let's meet up with Baguette, and then we'll ask Seven ourselves once we find him." "You mean innocent until proven guilty," Hunter snapped, and they all heard the reprimand in his voice. "You're right," Ace told Hunter. "We will get to the truth." "I wish you'd let me and the team handle this." At his brother's complaint, Ace glanced up from strapping the tactical vest to his chest. "Adam gave us 2 addresses in cities that are miles apart. It makes sense to split up to handle them at the same time." "Still." Owen stared hard at him. "Look, I got the okay from the doctor. The bullet only nicked me," he assured his brother. "You passed out." "So?" He frowned and tugged the straps tight before pulling a black t-shirt over his head. "Don't tell me you've never passed out from being shot." Owen squinted at him, yanked on his own vest, and then grunted. "True." Ace lifted his shirt up and tucked some extra clips in his tactical vest pockets. "Mom and Dad are making a trip out here," Owen said quietly. "So?" He eyed his brother and pulled on a shoulder holster. "I just thought we could meet them for dinner," Owen continued doggedly. He ran his eyes over his brother's hopeful gaze, and his stomach turned sour. How many times did he need to tell Owen that his dad didn't want him anywhere around them or their perfect sons? Ace had 5 brothers and only saw Owen with any consistency. "No, I'm good," Ace said. "Please, bro. Mom doesn't feel that way. She never told me that." "You know she loves you," Owen argued. Ace sighed. "Yeah, I know. I feel bad for her." He tugged on a black ball cap before tucking his weapon away in the holster. "I'll think about it." "Yeah?" Owen's smile was tentative. He gripped Owen's shoulder. "You do know the old man doesn't want me around. He has them living in a fucking state with a don't say gay law in effect." Owen sighed and nodded. "He won't forgive me for being who I am." "You don't need to be forgiven," Owen growled. "But he wants that. He wants me to say my life has been a mistake. He wanted me to settle down with a woman and have kids." "The kids part isn't a bad thing." Owen gave him a crooked grin. "Then why don't you do it?" Ace smirked and spun his brother toward the door with a slap on the back. "I'm too young for that," Owen argued. 38 is not too young." "Neither is 42, Owen said and glanced back at him. "I bet Jacob wants kids." "We are not having this conversation," he rasped. Owen sauntered from the room with his laughter echoing in the hallway. "Asshole," he muttered. Now he couldn't get the picture of him and Jacob with kids out of his head. Chapter 10. Jacob. Reconnaissance of Scott's building had taken longer than planned. Now the sky was pitch black with a smattering of stars, and only the light of the streetlights shining on the empty streets allowed them to see what, if anything, was going on. He and Hannah had hung out in the paper store for an hour, which was way too long when he thought about it. Eddie had eaten his weight in tacos, and French had made gagging sounds when Eddie described his meal. Now they were left waiting for Kevin Scott to come out of his building with hell only knew how many men. But this was only a recon. They weren't here to take him in or take him out. They were here to get both Scott and his partner, who was suspected to be the leader. While Scott planned the attacks, the partner was the one who got his hands on the weapons. Hannah was sitting on the ground in the alleyway, leaning against the building. Just like him, she was completely hidden by the darkness. Seven was somewhere out there. He might have taken off, which wasn't unusual for the guy. Jacob knew he wrestled with demons. Seven was obsessed with finding his baby sister's killer, and honestly, Jacob didn't blame the guy. He would kill anyone who dared to touch one of his siblings. He smiled, thinking of Chase and Megan. "We should call it," French said over the comms. Jacob looked at Hannah and shrugged. "Just cool your fucking jets, man," Eddie growled. "The boss didn't hire us to quit." "Well, the boss isn't here, is he?" French snapped. "Let's give it until they close up and then we'll bail," Jacob said, and Hannah gave a nod of agreement. "What if it's a crack den and they pull an all-nighter?" French bitched. "Just calm down, French. We'll get you home in time for your beauty sleep," Hannah said. That ended the conversation and the team dropped into silence. Jacob gazed at the building. Earlier, he'd made sure to break out the lights in the back so the area around the door would be pitch black. It couldn't have been but maybe 10 minutes later when 5 people filed out of the building, shut off the lights, and locked the door. None of them were Scott, and after they drove away, Jacob spoke. "Let's check out the inside just to make sure he's not still in there," he said, and slipped around the back of the paper store with Hannah at his side. When he reached Scott's building, Jacob picked the lock on the door. Hannah immediately disarmed the alarm, and they all 4 took a different direction inside. Jacob took the east side and found there wasn't shit there. The darkness inside the warehouse was blacker than outside, so he couldn't see much. He didn't turn on his small flashlight, but instead depended on his eyes to adjust to the dark. But even that was taking a while. Rounding a corner of stacked shipping boxes, Jacob ran smack into a hard, unyielding body. Hands reached up and gripped his arms. His head snapped up, and through the eye holes of his mask, he found himself stupefied. What the fuck was Ace doing there? Shock held him still for a split second, and then he was pulling away. He didn't use any force because he knew Ace had to be recovering from his injury. Why was Ace there? Thankfully, Seven had taught them all how to cover their identities with full head masks. But would Ace recognize him regardless? Nah, he couldn't have. Just as Jacob turned to take a step away, a hand fisted in the back of his shirt, catching hold of his vest and yanking him to a stop. He was pulled back against Ace's chest and he squirmed. His ass gyrated against the man's crotch, and Ace hissed and gave an abrupt start of surprise. Shit. The cat was out of the bag. Jacob almost laughed, but he kept quiet just in case he could fool Ace into thinking it was his imagination. With a low groan, Ace gripped him harder and sank his face into the crook of his neck. Oh, shit. He was a goner. Jacob fucking melted. For about 2 seconds, and then he used a move his father, Wild, had shown him, and he twisted, dropped, and broke free at the same time. He stayed low, so when Ace's hands swung out, they swiped above his head, and then Jacob fucking ran like he'd never run before. Reaching the warehouse side door, he pulled frantically at it and slid out into the pitch black. He took 1 step, and then he was caught again. Ace's fist gripped the back of his shirt and hooked beneath his vest. The guy knew exactly where to grip. Jacob laughed. Well, it came out as more of a snicker, but he couldn't help it. He twisted again and dropped low, but this time Ace was ready for him and bent low as well. Jacob suddenly found himself hoisted in a fireman carry over Ace's shoulder. He lifted his hands to muffle his laughter as Ace stalked through the dark and down the side of the building. Quickly thinking, he pulled the comm from his ear and with some maneuvering he tucked it into his pocket. "You're going to hurt yourself," he told the man. "Be still and I won't." Ace didn't release him until they reached a wooded area that ran along the back of the building. It was there that the bigger man placed him gently on his feet as if he were the most precious thing on the face of the earth. Before Jacob could even think of running, Ace reached up and pulled off his mask. Jacob shook out his sweat-slicked hair and gazed up into the face of the man he'd never stopped loving. What now? Would Ace deliver a verbal lashing? Only that never came. Instead, Ace fisted his shirt and yanked him up against his chest. Surprised, Jacob gripped Ace's corded forearms and his head tipped back. Without a single sound or word, Ace kissed him. Finally fucking kissed him. A real kiss, not one that he didn't want, and not one in a feverish stupor, but a real fucking kiss that blew his boots off. A kind of kiss that took his open mouth with a predatory swoop that had him lifting on his toes for more. He moaned when Ace cleaved his fingers into his damp hair and held his head. Jacob could only gasp when Ace shoved one thick, meaty thigh between his legs. Jacob ground his aching cock and balls against Ace's thigh and bit at his lips before sucking on the man's tongue. "Ace, where the fuck are you?" Owen growled like a splash of cold water. Ace loosened his grip and Jacob took the opportunity to step back. He vanished. It was a trick Seven had taught him. Find the deepest, darkest shadow and sink into it. "Jacob," Ace murmured as if he wasn't sure he'd been real. Tucking his face down, Jacob struggled to even out his breathing and slow his pounding heartbeat as he hid in the darkest part of the wooded area about 8 feet from Ace. When Owen joined his brother, Jacob eased inch by inch farther away. "Did you say Jacob?" Owen asked, and Jacob heard the incredulous tone in the man's voice. "He was—" Ace sounded a bit bewildered. "Here." Owen swiped his penlight around the area and just barely missed his hiding spot. "Come on, bro. I told you it was too soon to be on the job." For whatever reason, Ace reached out and pushed Owen's hand down and the light swung away. "Let's go," Ace said. Owen stood for another moment, glanced back at the darkness where Jacob was hiding, then slowly followed Ace down the side of the building. When they reached the end and disappeared around the corner, Jacob jumped up and reclaimed his mask from the ground. Slapping it against his leg first, he pulled it on and jogged through the woods until he reached an access road. It was only then that he fished his comm unit out of his pocket and tucked it into his ear. "It's Jacob," he said, and lifted a hand to touch his lips. He still felt Ace's kiss. His mouth was tender and his cock throbbed. Their first real kiss had rocked his world just like he'd known it would. Holy fucking hell. He hadn't been able to catch his breath for a while there. "Where the fuck have you been?" Hannah shouted. He heard the anger, but he also heard the fear. "I had to go out the back. I had people on my ass," he growled back. "Yeah, those assholes were good," French said. "We all barely got out of there." "I got out just fine," Eddie said. "Yeah? Why is that?" French snapped. "Right back at you. They looked like they had you." "Well, they didn't," French responded. "I don't know who they were, but they weren't cops." "How do you know that?" Eddie cut in. "It could have been the cops." "They weren't wearing uniforms, you dumbass," French said. "Could have been undercover," Eddie growled right back. "Knock this shit off and come get me on the access road east of the building," Jacob snapped and pulled the device from his ear. Their bickering drove him crazy. When his cell phone buzzed, his heart jumped and he frantically pulled it free of his dark pants. "Ace. It was you." He smiled and tapped back. "Jacob. Yeah, so what?" "Ace. I want more." "Jacob. That sounds a little vague." "Ace. I want another kiss." He grinned. He so could imagine the growl that would have been in Ace's voice if the words had been spoken aloud. "Jacob. On one condition." "Ace. Name it." "Jacob. No questions." There was a long pause where the cursor blinked on his side and nothing on Ace's side, and then 3 dots started traveling across the screen to indicate Ace was typing. Then the dots stopped. Then they began again. "Ace. None?" "Jacob. None." This time there was no hesitation in the man's reply. "Ace. Deal." Jacob chuckled softly and punched in the address of a hotel he knew of about an hour from the Pegasus office. A quick glance at his watch showed it was almost 4 a.m. "Jacob. Meet me there tonight." Chapter 11. Ace. Ace's hands were still shaking. "You okay?" Owen whispered, leaning closer to where he sat in the back of the Pegasus vehicle. "Yeah," he murmured, and adjusted his feet when the vehicle hit a bump in the road. "Are you sure?" Owen wasn't going to let this go, so Ace did some quick thinking. "I think you're right. I need a few more days," he lied. "I knew it," Owen said with a scowl. "You okay, boss?" Maverick asked, and when Ace glanced up, he saw the worry in the man's gaze. He hated deceiving them, but he needed time. Time to sort some things out. "Yeah, I just need a few days. You think you can handle the team?" I can crack some heads, Maverick said with a smirk. You can try, Link goaded with a grin. Maverick squinted at Link. When are you going to shave? Don't be telling him to shave, Eagle stretched. The guy was big, like really big. Maybe not as big as Creed or anything like that, but Eagle was a force. Link, on the other hand, was slighter. Not any less lethal, but trim, with a face that fit better in a fashion magazine than in a bullpen. With the scruff, though, Link looked like a fucking badass. Yeah, Link shoved Maverick lightly on the shoulder with a wink. Don't be telling me to shave. Next you'll be telling me to cut my hair. Link fingered the short ends of his darkish brown hair. Eagle eyed Link and responded. Nothing wrong with your hair. I wouldn't dream of saying anything about your hair, and I take back what I said about your beard, Maverick snorted. Yeah, Link is a fucking hottie, Hunter piped up, earning a dark glare from Eagle and a laugh and fist bump from Link. Maverick, on the other hand, held up his hands with a laugh, and the rest of the unit jumped in, trading insults and compliments between them. The SUV pulled up to the small private airport, and they boarded a nearby helicopter. They reached the Pegasus building in just under an hour. After assuring Owen once again he was fine, Ace took off and headed back to his house in Ojai. It had belonged to his grandfather when he was alive. His grandfather had been the only person besides Owen who had ever accepted him for who he was. His parents had been pissed when Cohen Gray Sr. had willed the house to him. He pulled into the gravel driveway of the single-story, three-bedroom home and turned off his SUV. He couldn't fit it in the garage due to the workbench and supplies he kept in there. Opening and closing the gate of the brown-colored picket fence, he could hear Honey barking from inside. The bark turned into a whine and then a scratch at the wood when he didn't get the door open quick enough. Once he did, the golden retriever was all wiggles and nuzzles. Come on, he called when she darted out the front door and took a turn around the fence line. She wouldn't need the potty because he had built her a doggy door that let her out into the massive backyard. It was fenced in all the way around so she could run the property when he wasn't home. She barreled up the steps and back into the house. He lifted the mail from the small black box on the outside wall of the porch and then went inside and locked the door. Heading into the kitchen, he dumped food in one bowl and filled up the other with fresh water. Kicking off his boots, he headed down the hallway and checked every room on his way. He didn't know why he did it. It wasn't like Jacob was going to be in one of them, but he'd been doing it ever since the night Jacob had come to his bedroom. Reaching his room, he sank to the edge of the bed and tipped sideways. He really needed to take a shower and change, but he was bone-tired. It was a weird tired, like he was too wired to sleep, but his body was telling him to rest. He couldn't get his brain to shut off, nor could he get the thought of Jacob in his arms out of his mind. And the taste of his mouth. His only excuse for kissing him was frustration. The two small kisses that were more of a press of lips had only served to whet his appetite and increase the magnetic pull between them. He couldn't have stopped that kiss tonight to save his fucking life. And once it finally happened, all he could think about was why had he waited so long? Well, it wasn't the only thing he thought about. Now all he could think of was kissing Jacob exactly like that over and over for the rest of his life. He shouldn't be this surprised. He should have known that giving in and tasting Jacob would send all his excuses to hell, where he hoped they stayed. Rubbing a hand down his face, he smoothed his fingers over his beard, remembering the feel of Jacob's full beard and mustache on his face. He liked it. No, correction. He fucking loved it. Jacob's hard body, while ripcord lean, had filled out, his face a beautiful mask of masculinity. His sweat-soaked hair curled at the tips, his ice-colored eyes devouring him. No questions, the text had read. He couldn't ask Jacob what he was doing here, or if he was here on Phoenix's behalf, or if he was here because he missed him, or if his dads knew he was here. No questions. He'd honor that request because there was no way in hell he would miss his chance to see Jacob again. And it was only the thought of seeing him again that allowed him to fall asleep. Sometime around 9 a.m, he rolled out of bed after 3 hours of sleep and made it to the shower. He felt almost human after his first cup of coffee. He dumped another serving of food for Honey and refreshed her water. Making his way over to one of the stools that lined his counter, he placed his cell phone on the tile and punched in the number to Jacob's 3 dads. He'd obtained the house phone number from Jacob's application form when Jacob had first come to work for Pegasus. Ace thought it strange they had a house phone, but surely one of the dads would answer. While the phone rang, he watched Honey wolf down her food. "Burns." He smirked at the raspy tone from Roscoe Burns. "Roscoe, it's Ace." "Hey, what's up?" Roscoe asked, and Ace heard the surprise in the man's voice. "You hear from Jacob at all?" "Not yet. He's pissed at us." "Pissed? Why?" There was a long pause. "You don't know, do you?" "What don't I know?" "All he wanted was to be a part of Phoenix." "I know that." Ace frowned and took a seat at his bar. "Yeah, but we—" Roscoe cleared his throat. "We vetoed that decision. We told him that he had to take a vacation and go travel and see the world before he could join." "What the fuck?" A sour feeling hit his gut, and suddenly he was so pissed on Jacob's behalf. How fucking dare they do that to Jacob? The man was fucking excellent at being an operative. Sure, Ace had been overprotective of Jacob while he'd worked with Pegasus, but he'd never doubted the man's skills. Okay, he may have been like a fucking mother hen about Jacob being in the field, but he'd relented. "You there?" Roscoe said. "Yeah. How'd that work out for you?" he growled. "It didn't." He fucking bet it didn't. He clenched his teeth so hard his jaw started to ache. "He went off to Europe," Roscoe continued, "and we haven't heard from him since. Just a couple of photos." "No, he didn't go to Europe," Ace wanted to growl, but kept his silence. That was Jacob's story to tell. "Who's that?" Wild's voice came through the background of the phone. "It's Ace." "What's he want?" "To know if we've heard from Jacob," Roscoe said, and then there was a rustle. "Put it on speaker," Wild said. Roscoe must have punched the speaker button because Wild suddenly sounded like he was speaking from inside a metal box. "Ace?" "Yes?" "Why are you asking about Jacob?" the man snapped. "Because I want him back," he said with no hesitation. "Now listen here," said another growling voice that Ace recognized as Storm's. He didn't wait to hear any more. Ace hung up the phone. Bastards. He rubbed a hand over his face and vowed right then and there that he'd never again stop Jacob from doing what he wanted. It was time to come clean and take a chance. Fuck if that thought didn't have him breaking out in a cold sweat, but he couldn't live a life of loneliness when happiness was waiting. He waited for what seemed like all fucking day for the text, but it didn't come. Finally, out of patience, he sent the text himself. Ace. "What time?" Jacob. "Impatient." Ace. "Not one of my stronger qualities." Jacob. "Do tell." He grinned like a loon at the phone. Ace. "Only in person." Jacob. "Rats. I wanted it in writing." Ace laughed out loud. Fuck, his heart was beating a pounding rhythm and his hands were sweating. Jacob. "You got food?" He stared at the text for several moments while he struggled to get his pulse under control. Ace. "What kind of food?" Jacob. "Answer your door." The knock sent Honey scrambling to the door and his heart pounding. In a few strides, he was yanking open the door to find Jacob standing there looking sexy in black jeans, a white button-down shirt, and boots. In his hand, he held a pizza. The spit in his mouth dried when their gazes collided, and all he could think about was, fuck the pizza. Jacob seemed to be of the same mind because he stepped inside, crowding him backward. Ace took the pie and kind of tossed it on the small table near the door. "Pizza's good cold," Jacob rasped. Ace could only nod as he kicked the door closed. Chapter 12. Jacob. Hiding his smile, he bent down to pet Honey. Ace seemed to be caught in a frozen state, but grabbed the pizza from the small table and headed over to place it on the counter. "What happened to the hotel room?" "I was close by." Jacob smirked and followed Ace into the kitchen. When Ace turned around, he was right there, up close in the man's space. That fucking kiss lingered between them. Something hot sparked, and he reached up to cup Ace's face just as the man hauled him closer. When their mouths fused, he yanked at Ace's t-shirt until he had it up. Their lips broke apart for the few seconds it took for him to pull the shirt over Ace's head and toss it away, but then he caught Ace's mouth again and ran his hands over the man's ripped chest, being oh so careful of his wound. When he was tugged toward the hallway, his fingers started on the buttons of his own shirt, and it took a moment, but he stopped to untie and kick off his boots along the way. Ace stopped him in the hallway and crushed his mouth with his own. A moan welled up in Jacob's throat, and he parted his lips. His shirt hung half open, and Ace took up where he'd left off with the buttons. Once his shirt was completely open, Jacob shoved Ace backward. The man's back hit the wall with a slight thump, and then he was there, rubbing his chest against Ace's and locking their mouths together again. He tugged at the button on Ace's jeans and eased the zipper down. Ace tore his mouth away and set his head to the wall with a thud, his chest heaving. Easing his hand down the front of Ace's jeans, he cupped the man's cock and leaned in to nip and bite at one nipple. He nuzzled into Ace's soft chest hair. "Fuck, Jacob," Ace growled and reached down to cup his ass in both hands. There was a height and weight difference between them. Not that Jacob was small. Ace was just big. It still surprised him when Ace's large hands slid down to grip the back of his jean-clad thighs and lifted him upward. Jacob opened his legs and wrapped them around Ace's waist before running his mouth and tongue along the man's jugular. He tried to agree without words to the "fuck Jacob" comment from Ace. He didn't want to talk. The time to talk would come later. Jacob sent his fingers cleaving through Ace's thick, dark hair and gripped the strands hard. They made it farther down the hallway before his back was slammed to the wall and Ace was grinding against him. Lifting the man's head, Jacob held Ace's heated gaze as he leaned in to nip and bite at the man's mouth. He sent his crotch gyrating against Ace's grinding hips. Ace pulled them from the wall and walked with him still latched around him to the bedroom. When Jacob's back met the bed, he tore open his jeans and shoved them, his briefs, and his socks completely off, leaving him naked. Ace kicked the door shut and advanced, tearing at his own jeans. Once free of clothing, Ace stood at the foot of the bed, looking at him. Jacob wrapped his hand around his own cock and pulled on it before moving his eyes down to Ace's nice-sized dick pointed right at him. "Got supplies?" Jacob said. When Ace's eyes widened with shock, Jacob grinned and reached for his jeans. No way in hell was he coming over here unprepared. He pulled out several packets of lube and a string of condoms that he tossed on the bed. "Thank fuck," Ace muttered. Jacob moved up to his knees on the bed and took Ace's hand, yanking him closer. A white bandage covered the bullet graze on Ace's side, and Jacob traced a finger over it. Then he turned his attention to the grated skin from the explosion months ago and bent closer to brush his lips along the damaged skin. Ace had put himself between Jacob and a bomb. The man had literally saved his life, and Jacob would always be grateful. But this wasn't about gratitude. This was about love and passion. He knew in his heart that Ace had put himself in harm's way to protect him out of love, just as he knew that Ace was here in this room with him because of love. Ace just couldn't say it yet. And if it took a while for Ace to admit that he loved him, Jacob would wait. Not forever, mind you, but he'd wait until he couldn't any longer. Ace groaned beneath his lips. "It doesn't hurt," the man said, and lifted him up and away before roaming up and over him, pushing him flat on the bed. When Ace stretched over him, Jacob grabbed the man's shoulders and rolled them. Ace grunted when his back met the mattress, but Jacob didn't stop. He gripped Ace's hair, straddled the man's hips, and leaned forward. Taking Ace's mouth in an opened-mouth kiss, he ground his balls down onto the man's cock and then angled so their cocks brushed together. Ace hissed into his mouth, and Jacob sucked at the man's tongue. Both of Ace's hands slid up his back, leaving shivers in their wake. Gulping in air, Jacob combed his fingers through Ace's hair, raking it back and away from the man's beautifully rugged face. The only warning he had was the cording and bunching of Ace's arm muscles before he was power-lifted and the room whirled. The bed met his back and Ace was roaming his mouth over his chest. Jacob's back arched beneath the man's licking and teasing. He managed to get one arm between them and pushed. Ace lifted his head with puzzlement in his blue eyes. "Get the lube and put on a condom," Jacob rasped, slapping the bed with his other hand, but he couldn't find the packets to save his life. "Jesus, Jacob, I thought we'd hang out. Maybe—" Ace suddenly choked out, looking indecisive. Jacob eased back and held the man's gaze. "And do what? Hold hands?" A bark of laughter escaped Ace. "Well, at least talk." "We can talk later, I promise," he said in a growling voice. If Ace called it quits now, he'd fucking lose it. Ace, however, did nothing of the sort. With a slow smile, Ace lifted a packet of lube and the string of condoms. Jacob snatched the lube before Ace could change his mind and left Ace with the condoms. Jacob tore the packet with his teeth and dumped the lube all into his hand and reached down to finger his hole. Ace scooted back, his gaze turning hot as he followed his fingers. "Get that on," Jacob ordered. Without hesitation, Ace tore the wrapper open and rolled on the condom. Jacob grabbed at his covered cock and lubed it up with what was left in his palm. The rest of the slick he used by wrapping his hand around his own cock and stroking up and down. Ace moved in and slid those big hands up the outside of his thighs and then beneath each one before Jacob found himself lifted with his legs splayed. The breath left his lungs when Ace released one of his legs and slipped a finger along the crack of his ass before pressing it inside where Jacob's own finger had recently been. Yes." He arched his neck and tossed his head on the pillow when Ace pressed deeper and curled the tip of his long finger to caress deep. Jacob's cock jumped at the touch and his legs wrapped around Ace's waist, gripping hard. Easing back, Ace lined up the head of his covered cock and pressed inside. Jacob was ready. He'd always been ready for this man. The size of Ace still took him a moment to adjust to, but then he was falling and sucking and panting breaths when every inch of Ace's big, thick cock fit snug into his ass. Sweat dripped from the wet ends of Ace's hair, and Jacob reached a hand up and curled it around the back of Ace's neck. With a tug, he drew the man down. Ace braced his arms and bent his head to lock their mouths together. Without words and using only his mouth, hands, and thighs, he urged Ace deeper before he clamped his ass around the man's cock. Ace withdrew a tiny bit and then slammed back in short, sharp strokes. Jacob hissed and gritted his teeth to stave off coming. Ace rose up and gripped his hands before pulling them up and over Jacob's head. Holding him there, Ace began again by setting up a brutal pace, fucking him without mercy but with so much heat and raw need that Jacob felt his eyes burn. He'd die of happiness from this, he was sure of it. Chapter 13. Ace. Jacob was on the edge. Ace felt it by the quiver of the man and the way he fought him. At that moment, he relented and released Jacob's wrists before he eased his cock from his pulsing hole. With a harsh sound, Jacob reached for his shoulders, gripping them hard. Ace dropped his head to the man's neck and used his mouth to force Jacob's head up, where he tongued the man's jugular and rocked his cock on top of Jacob's cock and balls. Bracing his hands on the bed on each side of Jacob's hips, Ace dropped his mouth down and took Jacob's cock into the back of his throat. He swallowed around the head, sending Jacob's hips jerking wildly. Ace caught and held those squirming hips still while he sucked on Jacob's dick. He pulled off, and the nicely sized cock slapped wetly against the man's stomach. Jacob was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. With shaking hands, Ace mapped the young man's chest, abs, and hips until he leaned in and closed his mouth around the tip of Jacob's cock again. He could have sucked on Jacob all fucking night. When the sound left Jacob's throat, Ace took the man's cock to the root and once again held him still. Jacob was close. In fact, Ace was surprised he'd held off coming this long. Pulling his mouth free, he nosed down into the treasure trail just above Jacob's groin, and the faint hint of soap filled his nostrils. He smiled when Jacob bowed beneath his mouth and fought his grip. Yes, his techie wanted to be in charge, but Ace wasn't ready just yet. With his hands, he kept Jacob's hips in a firm grip while he went back to torturing his cock. "I'm gonna lose it," Jacob warned, and Ace looked up. "We don't want that," he growled back and sat up. Sliding his hands beneath Jacob, he gripped the man's tight ass in his hands and lifted. Jacob's legs wrapped once again around his hips, and Ace reached down to position his cock at Jacob's ass. He sank his dick deep and leaned forward to kiss the man's lips. Curling forward beneath him, Jacob groaned into his mouth, and Ace yanked his head back to suck in huge gulps of air. Jacob's gaze caught and held his, and he was once again mesmerized by the blue of Jacob's eyes. Sweat darkened the younger man's hair even further and gave his skin a shimmering glow. Reaching between them, Jacob gave his own dick a few tugs and pulls, and Ace snapped his hips, sending his cock deep. Jacob gasped, and Ace snapped again, picking up a hard rhythm. With a groan, Jacob tossed his arms up above his head and opened to him. The move was so goddamn sexy, Ace felt his own orgasm racing up. Through half-closed lids, Jacob watched him, licking at his lips, fisting his hands into the pillow beneath his dark head. The breath rasped in Ace's throat, causing a burn as he struggled to hold back. But he was a fucking goner. Jacob was the man of his dreams, the forbidden fruit he'd just plundered. When Jacob jerked him down with a grunt, he lost it. They both set up a brutal pace. Ace fisted the hair at the back of Jacob's head and lifted the man's face upward. He swooped and took Jacob's mouth. Their tongues tangled just as his iron control snapped, and he released with a long, low groan. Jacob made a noise in the back of his throat, and the man's cum pulsed between them. Sometime during the night, Ace came to with Jacob curled against him. The rightness of this man in his arms wasn't lost on him. That Jacob had shown up at his house still felt a bit surreal. He closed his eyes, willing sleep to come, willing himself to enjoy this moment. But as much as he tried, he couldn't sleep. Knowing it was a lost cause, he eased from the bed in increments and quietly made it to the bathroom and pushed the door most of the way closed. Shutting the door wasn't an option because it latched loudly, and he wasn't going to take the chance on waking Jacob. His watch said it was 4 a.m. He used the head and then splashed water on his face before pressing it into a towel. A haggard and bleary gaze looked back at him from the mirror. "What the fuck are you doing?" he whispered harshly. He didn't have any answers. Surely Jacob knew that they were all wrong for each other, never mind that his dads would kill Ace if they ever found out. He took the time to brush his teeth and finger-combed his hair. With another sigh, he eased the door open and re-entered the bedroom. The bed was empty. Darting a glance around the dark, he spotted Jacob near the window and gave a sigh of relief. Slowly, Ace reached for the small lamp on the table near the bed and flipped it on. It sent a small glow through the room. Jacob was fully dressed and his face held a remote expression. "Hey." Ace tried for casual, but he croaked and cleared his throat. One corner of the man's mouth quirked, but it didn't reach his eyes. "I'm going to take off." Jacob reached for his wallet and set of keys on the floor where they'd fallen the night before. "Jacob?" Okay, Ace was confused. Hadn't they just spent the night together? Shouldn't they talk about this? "What?" The man only sounded impatient. "What's wrong?" Ace blocked the door, not giving a fuck that he was naked. "What the fuck are you doing?" Jacob said. The words drew Ace up and then he paled. "You heard that?" "I did. I was coming to see if you were okay, but I guess you're not." Jacob advanced on him and the door. Ace didn't move. "So what? I had a self-talk in the bathroom." He lifted his hands. "Don't you ever talk to yourself?" "Yeah, I talk to myself all the fucking time, and right now I'm wondering how the hell I got into this situation. Again." "Again?" Okay, now he was fucking confused. Putting my heart out there and you stomping on it, Jacob snapped. Jacob? Ace reached for Jacob, and thank fuck he didn't pull away. Ace closed his arms around the younger man's stiff form. I'm not stomping on your heart. I'm just being... me. You know me, he whispered urgently. Our age gap isn't going to go away because we spent the night together. But it doesn't need to... He drew in a breath. Where the fuck was he going with this? Jacob eased back enough to gaze into his eyes. Need to what? Our age difference doesn't need to what? Come between us? Was that what he was going to say? He took too long to respond, and Jacob was jerking free, leaving his arms empty. Forget it, I've got to go to work, Jacob hissed. What kind of work? No questions. Ace narrowed his lids, and it took everything inside to remember that he'd promised himself to never stop Jacob from doing what he wanted. But it didn't stop him from trying another tactic. If we were in a relationship, would you tell me? But we aren't, are we? Jacob's glare grew hot. But what if we were? He whispered. Chapter 14. Jacob. The word sent Jacob's heart slamming against his ribcage, and he took the steps that would take him back to Ace. What are you saying? Jacob demanded, just to be sure. The buzzing of Jacob's cell phone from somewhere on the floor startled them both and cut off Ace's words. Shit, Jacob growled and yanked the phone up to read the text. Eddie, 911. I gotta go. He shoved the phone in his pocket and gently moved Ace out from in front of the bedroom door. Right now? Ace sounded incredulous. Yeah. Jacob gave the man a slight smile and moved into the hallway. With a quick pat on Honey's soft head, he made his way to the front door. Well, when can you come back? When can we talk? Ace was right behind him. I don't know. His mind raced. 911 wasn't a good sign. Something was wrong with Seven or the crew, maybe both. But fuck, he wanted to have a talk with Ace, and being torn between what he wanted and what he was supposed to do wasn't fucking pretty. Give me something, Ace croaked, snapping him out of his head. Do you remember that all-night diner just off the freeway in Ventura? The one where we all met for breakfast after the McNally job? I remember. Meet me there tomorrow night at 10. Ace's sigh of relief was so noisy, Jacob grinned and pulled the bigger man to him hard. When their chests bumped, Jacob yanked Ace's head down for a hard kiss that softened into a molten one like lava. Ace moaned and Jacob groaned before yanking away. See ya, he winked and flipped off the front porch light before slipping out of the door. He hopped the fence instead of using the gate, and when he was several yards away, he glanced back to find Ace in the doorway searching the dark for him. Ace hadn't turned on the light. It was better for seeing someone in the dark, but the man wouldn't see him. Jacob ran his eyes over Ace's naked form and then turned and jogged to where he'd left his rental car. He really needed to buy himself a car someday. It wasn't like he couldn't afford it. Ace wanted him. That was clear as a fucking bell by the look in his eyes. The way Ace's gaze moved over him like a torch, with a scorching touch. Jacob would give anything to have been able to stay, but he couldn't. He shook off thoughts of Ace and reached for his cell. Punching in Eddie's number, he started the engine. Where the fuck are you? Eddie rasped and Jacob frowned. You're not my fucking boss. What's up? Hannah says that Scott has been asking questions about us, like searching the dark web kind of shit. I'm just trying to get a handle on where everyone went after the bust last night. How the fuck would he know about us? I don't know. Where the hell are you? I came to Ventura. Why? None of your fucking business, he frowned, looking down at his phone. Where's Seven? Does he know about last night? French said he called Seven and told him about those other guys showing up. Okay, I should be back at the house in a few hours. Do you know who those guys were that showed up? Why would I? I don't know, Eddie said, but Jacob could tell the guy didn't believe him. You stayed in the area. I used to live here. Eddie went quiet, as if not sure what to say, and Jacob was glad for it. He didn't quite know how to feel about his night with Ace, other than it had rocked his world, and he had no idea of where that left him and Ace, but he sure the fuck wasn't going to share it with Eddie, or anyone else for that matter. But fuck, Ace wanted them to be a thing. What exactly did that look like to Ace? What does that look like to me? He had no fucking clue what his life would be like if he were to become involved with Cohen Gray. He smiled. The nickname Ace suited the man better. He missed working with Ace and seeing him every day. He missed working with the men of Pegasus. Maybe someday, on his own terms, he could go back. But first, he had 2 fucking terrorists to catch. Seven's truck was in the driveway when Jacob pulled up to the house, but he didn't see Eddie's or French's vehicles. Hannah met him at the door holding a cup of coffee. "Where's mine?" He eyed the mug and she snorted. "Fend for yourself." She jerked her head toward the kitchen and then whispered, "He's in his office." Snagging a cup of coffee, he dumped in creamer and headed down the hallway to Seven's office. Standing in the doorway, he took in the man's appearance. Seven was hard. Not just hard to get to know, but hard in appearance. He rarely smiled, and he kept his eyes flat and his face expressionless. He was built like a brick shithouse, tall with rippling muscles. Jacob thought that if he hadn't fallen in love with Ace, Seven would have been the type of guy he would have dated. Not that Seven seemed to be the dating type. Ace came to mind and stayed there. Why the fuck did he have to fall for the strong, silent type? Fuck, he was so screwed. He rubbed at the hair on his jaw. "Going to stand there staring all day?" He smirked and stepped inside and closed the door. "Just thinking." "About?" "Where were you last night?" Seven leveled those steely eyes on him for a long moment, but Jacob stood his ground. Compared to Ace, Seven wasn't as intimidating. Ace could freeze the skin off a person with one fucking look. Seven had to work at it. Jacob figured it was because Seven had shown his emotions before his little sister's death, and it had taken time to perfect the flat look. On the other hand, Ace... Well, he didn't know shit about Ace and his background, other than what he could dig up, so he was in the dark. Something had happened to Ace back when he was working Black Ops stuff in his post-military days. That was pretty much all Jacob could decipher from his searching, and he'd fucking searched long and hard. Dave had protected Ace's information with hella red tape. All Jacob knew was that after the Marines, Ace had gone into a protection/mercenary type of job. Almost like Seven, now that he thought about it. He took a seat in one of the 2 chairs that sat near the front of Seven's desk and stretched out his legs. "I need another recruit," Seven said with a frown. "Normal channels fall through?" Jacob eased back into the chair and stretched out his legs. "I'd rather have someone recommended." "I may have someone who could fill in temporarily. What do you need them for?" "Well-rounded, field and technical," Seven said. Jacob smiled. "I have just the man." "Nobody from Pegasus," Seven said flatly. "He's not." "Bring him to me ASAP," Seven responded and leaned back in his chair. "What was Pegasus doing in that building last night?" Seven must have spoken to Hannah. Well, Jacob couldn't answer his question because he'd placed a no-questions clause between him and Ace. "I honestly don't know. Could they be looking for the same terrorist group?" He studied Seven. Seven frowned. "Maybe, but I don't buy it. See what you can dig up." "I may need to give something up." "Like what?" Seven squinted. "Like who the fuck we are and what we do?" "Keep who we are quiet. You can share what you do." Jacob rolled his eyes. "It's going to be difficult considering what I do is linked directly to who we are." "Try." Seven shot him a flat look. When he sat there without leaving, Seven's flatness gave way to impatience. "What?" "I'd ask you where you were again, but you're not going to answer me," Jacob said with a smirk and shoved up from his chair. "Just don't break his heart." "Why's that any of your business?" Seven snapped. Oh, he must have hit a nerve. He studied his boss for a long moment. "I've been there. It's not a nice feeling." With that said, he walked out and closed the door. Hunter was a grown man. he reminded himself. Chapter 15. Ace. Jacob was getting good at disappearing into the dark. And while it irritated Ace, it was also a fucking turn-on. When the fuck had Jacob become such a badass? Sure, he knew Jacob had skills in just about everything combat-related, but Ace couldn't remember ever seeing it firsthand. The man who left his house was a far cry from the techie who'd professed his love in that hospital room half a year ago. Had it only been 6 months? It felt like fucking forever. He smiled, remembering the first glimpse of Jacob's photograph and application in the stack of files almost 3 years ago. Knowing Jacob was Roscoe Storm and Wild Sun made choosing him easy, but in reality it hadn't been his call. Ace had studied the cocky expression in Jacob's startling blue eyes and recalled his sudden burning desire to meet him. Call him stupid, but he hadn't even realized how much those eyes had an impact on him until Jacob had unexpectedly walked through the door. Ace remembered taking several minutes to get his dick to calm down. When Rossi had called to tell him that Jacob was a permanent addition to Pegasus, Ace hadn't said a word. Giovanni Rossi was their chief. Both Pegasus and Phoenix reported to him. Yet Ace knew deep inside he would have chosen Jacob even if Rossi hadn't. "I thought you were taking a few days off," Dalton frowned at him when he stepped through the doors to the Pegasus office the next morning. "Just pretend I'm not here," he gave Dalton a smile. Dalton blinked, staring at his face with wide eyes. Ace stopped. "What?" "You're in a good mood," Dalton grinned. Ace frowned. "And that can change." Dalton laughed loudly and held up his hands. Ace chuckled and made his way into his office. "Screw you," Link snapped, bringing Ace's gaze around. The man was facing off with Eagle. "Don't fucking begrudge me just because you don't want it." Link's voice was a low growl and Eagle shot a glance Ace's way. Ace didn't think the rest of the unit heard the argument. "Let's talk about this later," Eagle hissed. Link lifted his hand and opened and closed his fingers, mimicking a talking head. "That's all you ever do, Eagle, is talk." Eagle reached out to try and take Link's wrist, but the man was too quick for that. Backing up and stepping away, Link's chin was tipped up at a silent fuck you angle. The black sleeveless shirt he wore showed his ripped, lean frame off to perfection. "You too good," Ace kept his voice low. The last thing he wanted was to gain anyone's attention to the argument. "It's all good, boss." Link threw him a quick glance. "Just setting down some rules." "The fuck we are," Eagle puffed up and clenched his fists. "The fuck we aren't," Link snarled back and spun on his heel. The man disappeared down the hallway that led to the sleeping quarters. Had Link moved into the bunker? What the fuck was going on? Eagle looked like he'd swallowed a sour gummy and stalked across the room and out the main door. Ace sighed and darted a glance at Dalton. Of course, his second-in-command had caught the exchange, but the only others to notice were Oliver and Parker. Ace jerked his head to Dalton, who approached. "What's going on?" "I have no clue. Link showed up yesterday with his shit in 2 suitcases and took one of the spare rooms in the back. They've been snapping at each other ever since." "But wasn't Eagle defending Link's hair and scruff to you yesterday?" Ace was confused. "Yep, and something must have happened because it wasn't long after that Link was here," Dalton sighed. "Don't worry about it. They've been friends forever. I'm sure it will straighten itself out." "Yeah, okay. I need to talk to the new techie when he gets here." He didn't have time to deal with whatever was going on between Link and Eagle. They both needed to keep it out of the office, though, and if he saw it again, he'd step in. "Go on, I'll let you know when he gets here," Dalton said. Ace thanked Dalton, entered his office, and checked his phone again. According to a text message from Dave an hour ago, the new techie, Daniel Kellum, should be there today. And Ace had the perfect task for the guy to get him started. He made his morning brew in the coffee maker that Jacob had bought him a few years ago. He thought the machine was on its last leg by the churning and grinding sound it now made when pulling the water through the spigot, but he refused to buy a new one until this one quit. He stayed away from his computer because the only thing on there to do were the email jobs from Chief Dennison, and he knew Dalton was handling that task.
Pouring a cup of coffee, he pushed open the back door of his office and stepped out into the morning sunshine before taking a long, slow sip. He'd see Jacob tonight. He thought Jacob would text him again, but his phone stayed stubbornly quiet. Which was weird. Before Jacob had left Pegasus, the man had sent him several texts a day. Now he felt lucky if Jacob even responded to him. It felt as if the tables were turned, and he supposed they had been. Jacob seemed too busy for him, and that took some getting used to, but he'd do it because he needed to. The fact of the matter was that he wanted Jacob in his life, and he wanted him as more than just another operative in Pegasus. He wanted Jacob in his arms, in his bed, at his side, and basically everywhere. He needed Jacob to get into his business and take over his life. And it was time. He just needed to make a quick stop on the way home today. "Ace," Dalton called from within his office. "That new guy is here." "Be right there." He took one last look at the blue sky and another sip of his coffee before he headed back inside. "Welcome to Pegasus, Kellum. Or do you prefer Daniel?" The young man gave him a quick smile and nervously positioned a stapler and the paperclip holder before folding his hands together. Callum is good, thanks." "You ready to hit the ground running?" Ace glanced around the room with its monitors, computers, and supplies. The communications room was filled with just about everything technical a person could imagine. Kellum gave him a cheeky grin. "Give it your best shot. I need you to get me every bit of information you can on Jacob Burns by whatever means necessary." "On it." Kellum turned to his computer without another word. "Oh, and Kellum?" The man quickly glanced up. "Yes?" "For my eyes only." "Yes, sir." Ace turned around before he smirked. He was so used to going by Ace or Boss that the tag of Sir caught him off guard. Kellum must have been 20, if that, but then Ace reminded himself that all the technically savvy ones were wet behind the ears. Just like Jacob had been. Had been was the key phrase here. Jacob wasn't green any longer. He seemed to have changed drastically. Ace rubbed at his chin. Jacob couldn't have changed that much in the 6 months he'd been gone, which meant that Jacob had been holding back all these years, and Ace needed to know what the fuck was going on. If Jacob wasn't with Phoenix, then who the fuck was he working with? Had the CIA snapped him up? "Oh, and Kel?" "Yeah." "Give me things as you find them. Don't wait to collect it all before you share. You want that in email or text?" "Get my private email from the server and send anything you find there." "On it." Smiling, he left the comm room and entered the hall to find Creed heading his way. "What are you doing here at work, and what are you doing in there?" Creed stepped past him and glanced into the communications room. "I work here, and nothing." He grabbed Creed's arm to steer him from the doorway, but his friend seemed stuck. "Who is that?" Creed's voice sounded so odd, Ace had to look inside the room just to make sure someone else hadn't entered. "The new techie." Sudden surprise held Ace still for a moment. "You want to meet him?" "No, I'm good." Creed backed away from the doorway like his ass had just been set on fire. "You interested?" Okay, he had to fucking ask because Creed was acting strange. "Fuck you," Creed huffed, smirked, and spun on his heel to stalk down the hallway and back toward the bullpen. His friend was acting all in a huff. What the fuck? As far as he knew, Creed was straight. Not even bi. But maybe he didn't know Creed as well as he thought because Ace was damned sure the expression on Creed's face had been interest. Daniel Kellum was a hottie, Ace had to admit. Not as hot as Jacob, but hot just the same. He caught up to Creed before his friend could reach the bullpen doorway. "You know it's okay, bro," Ace murmured. Creed turned to him with a frown. "What's okay?" "To be attracted to a guy." "I'm not." "Right, so, and the double take was for—" "Surprise?" Creed shrugged. "You can be attracted to the person and not their genitals. Save it, I've heard it before." Creed turned away and entered the bullpen, preventing Ace from continuing the conversation. He gave a small chuckle. "Hey, boss, thought you were taking a few days off," Beckett called out. "I am. I just stopped by to welcome the new techie." "Well, where is he?" Beckett said. In the communications room doing a task for me.
Oh? Beckett jumped up and sauntered toward the hallway.
What part of assignment do you not understand? He called after the operative, knowing it wouldn't make a bit of difference.
I won't be long, Beckett laughed and waved.
Don't mind him, Holden said in his slow, deep twang. He's just trying to find another talker.
Ace snorted.
Fat chance of that.
Nobody could out-talk Beckett, and the people who tried ended up losing. Holden rubbed at the back of his neck and drawled.
That's what I told him, but you know Beckett.
Ace patted Holden on the shoulder in passing.
I'll check in tomorrow.
Reaching his office, he grabbed up his keys and left by way of the back door. It, too, was reinforced steel, and he waited while the tumblers rolled into place before heading to his SUV. He was tense, and he knew the reason. He had to come clean about calling Jacob's dad's. And that wasn't a conversation he was looking forward to at all. 25 minutes later, he took the exit from the freeway and drove through the stone pillars with the wide-open black gates. No flowers today. He knew that Shay would have understood, and he also knew that Shay would be happy for him. Shay would have called him an idiot for waiting so long. Ace would no longer blame his choices on his past. It wasn't Shay's doing that had kept him from chancing his heart. No, that had been all him.
Hey, Shay, he murmured and settled on the grass near the granite headstone.
He placed a hand on the warm top.
I've met someone.
He told Shay everything he could about Jacob.
We used to work together until I fucked that up. I guess I was just scared. I kept telling myself that I didn't want him hurt, that there were too many years between us, but that was a lie.
Sure, there was an age difference that separated them, but it had been his own fear of something happening to Jacob that kept him from making that leap. And the thing was, regardless of them being together or not, Ace knew he'd fucking die if anything happened to Jacob.
I don't want to be his friend. No, that's not true. I want to be his friend, his best friend. But I want so much more. I can't believe how much of my life was tied up with your death.
He leaned his head back and blinked up at the sky.
I'm gonna take a chance, Shay,
he croaked on a laugh.
I can hear you now. What the hell took so long?
His smile turned rueful and he stood, taking one last look.
I guess we all have to find our own way.
He tipped his head back and gazed up at the sky again.
Wish me luck.
2 birds dove through a nearby tree and darted skyward. As corny as it sounded, he took that as a sign. Glancing at his watch showed he still had half the day to wait for Jacob. He figured he'd take care of grocery shopping and take Honey for a walk. Anything to calm his fucking nerves. Chapter 16. Jacob. I need to know how you knew about that building.
Why?
Ace responded. It's important.
What happened to the no questions rule?
Jacob squinted at Ace. Truce for now. That building is associated with a very bad man. He glanced up at the waitress who placed his full plate of pancakes, bacon, eggs, and hash browns in front of him. Once she did the same for Ace and topped off their coffees, she left them alone. They were actually the only people in the diner except for the family of 5 the waitress had sat them near. Having people that close kept their voices low.
It is,
Ace agreed with a quiet murmur.
It looks like you were there for the same reason.
Jacob tipped his head a bit and studied Ace and the sincerity in the man's blue eyes before he nodded.
We were. Who's this we? Who do you work for?
Let's just say we chase bad guys, he said around a mouthful of eggs.
Who do you get your orders from?
That's classified.
Dave?
Ace asked before finally taking a bite. Was it Dave who sent you to that building last night? Jacob countered.
In a way.
What about you? Ace pressed. Jacob smirked and shook his head. No, it's not Dave. I'd tell you if it was.
You would?
Yes. Ace looked as if he didn't believe him, but that was Ace's problem, not his. Jacob had been nothing but honest with Ace since the moment they'd met a few years ago. More honest than he should have been because he'd opened himself up to a whole world of hurt.
Jacob scooped up a bite of hash browns and watched Ace's gaze follow the fork to his mouth. Smirking, he wiped at his mouth with the paper napkin. Not gonna happen. Why not? The sudden confused frown had him wanting to reach across the table and smooth it away, but he wasn't going there. They'd had sex. So what? Ace had asked if they could be more. The last time we were together, he began and then paused, hoping Ace would jump in. The man did not disappoint. I said something that you want answers to. Jacob shook his head. Not if you're going to take it back or regret saying it. I don't understand you. And you need to understand me before... what? Before you finally admit your feelings to me? Ace looked like he'd swallowed a rock instead of a bite of bacon. You know, I went to Ireland and I found this pub. And I kept thinking it would have been nice to have you there to see it with me. Jacob reached into his pocket and pulled out a small 4-leaf clover and placed it on the table. It almost startled him when Ace reached over and took the clover as if it belonged to him. And he supposed that in a way the clover did belong to Ace. Jacob nodded at the piece of green paper in Ace's hand. That became a symbol of how I feel about you. Jacob. It was a very quiet murmur of his name, but it was a start. Why don't you start small? Jacob gave a slight smile. Small? Do you care for me? Of course. Do you want to be in a relationship with me? He whispered. Yes, Ace said back without any hesitation. That's enough for now. Ace frowned and looked like he was going to say more, but the waitress appeared to refill their coffee cups. One of the young children nearby, who looked to be about 3 years old, took that moment to peek over the seat at them. Ace smiled at the young girl and waggled his fingers. Jacob's phone buzzed and he pulled it out with a sigh. Eddie. Let's roll. Frustration had him biting savagely into his pancakes. Couldn't he have one damned day off? The family took that moment to get up, thanked the waitress, and with their toddlers in tow left the restaurant. Jacob shoveled in several more bites. Not sure when he'd have the time again to eat. Slow down, we've got time. Ace gave him a soft smile. It was the kind of smile that he'd waited for forever. Jacob shook his head. I gotta go, he said, his voice filled with regret. Why? Where? Ace's frown was quick and deep. Jacob held up his phone and waggled it while scooping up his last bite of eggs. Got a job. A job? The same one? Can't say. He lifted his mug and took a sip. Jacob. He glanced up from his cup at the order in Ace's voice and waited. Come home with me. Fuck. Those words went straight to his heart, not to mention his damned cock. Damn it, why now? Why did Ace have to come around now after all this time? He suddenly had to know. Why do you want me now? Ace rubbed at his chin before swallowing a hasty sip of coffee. There are things in my past. What things? He probed when Ace's voice trailed off. Come back to my house and we can talk. About what? For one, I want you to come back to work for me. Of everything he'd expected Ace to say, it wasn't that. What happened to wanting a relationship with him? Was that a lie, or had he become a casual fuck? Friends with benefits? He'd expected Ace to say something like, I'll tell you why I've been such a dick to you, or even, I'll tell you that I love you. And then what? His irritation grew. Go back to the same thing? No thanks, he snapped. Jacob had said those words to Ace before, and he'd keep tossing them right back until Ace came to his senses or just called it quits and walked the fuck away. No, not the same. I want things to be different between us. I want you back in my life. Now that right there warmed his chest. There were some redeeming qualities in this closed-off man, and he smiled. After this job, I'll think about it, he said, and his phone buzzed again. He glanced at it, expecting Eddie, but it was his dad again. Wild. Call me. I want to know how Europe is going. Shit, he muttered. What? It's my dad. He's been calling and texting me a lot. In fact, all three of them have over the past 24 hours. Ace glanced away and then back, and suddenly something clicked. What did you do? Jacob rasped through a tight throat. I called them. You what? He glared at Ace before shoving from the table and stalking toward the diner door. Of all the stupid-ass things to do, man, that just pissed him off to no end. He walked away, leaving Ace scrambling to toss money on the table for the bill. Ace caught up to him at the glass door before he could take a step out of the deserted place. Ace gently pulled him into the small waiting room alcove. You fucking called them? Jacob hissed, jerking away and then thrusting his fingers through his hair. I did. His teeth clenched so hard that an ache started in his jaw. You had no right. I was concerned about you. What did you tell them? He growled. I wanted to know where you were. They said you were on holiday backpacking around Europe. And what did you say? He narrowed his eyes at Ace. I told them I wanted you back. Ace's chin tipped and those steely eyes met his. That Ace had called would be like a red flag to his dad's. They knew how he felt about Ace. They're suspicious now. You know how they are, he gnashed his teeth. Ace nodded, and Jacob thought he saw regret flash in the man's eyes. You know they're not going to let this go. If he knew his dad's, and he definitely did, they'd be hunting him down soon. I know. When did you call them? The morning after I ran into you at the warehouse. Darn it, he muttered and rubbed at his forehead. No wonder they'd been texting him numerous times. They'd have figured out I'm not in Europe by now. Yes. Fuck! Why couldn't you just stay out of it? Ace jerked back as if struck. Stay out of it? You lied to me. To them. So the fuck what? He snapped through his growing irritation. This is the reason I lied. He waved a hand between them. All of you insist on treating me like a fucking child. What gives you the right to keep tabs on me? You're not even fucking related to me, and as far as my dad's, well, I've been out of the nest for years now. He threw up his hands. Jacob, Ace swallowed, clearly at a loss for words. He bet the guy didn't know what the fuck to say. How the hell could a person justify intruding on his life and decisions? Under his rage simmered the knowledge that Ace wouldn't have called if he didn't care, but right then he was just irritated as all hell. You know, it'd be different if we were a couple, he said, turning on Ace. Then I could understand it. But you and I aren't even close to that. Or if I lived at home, then I could tolerate it from them. But I've been gone from home for years. That doesn't stop us from caring about you, Ace growled. Caring. He drew in a breath. Caring. Not love. Never love. He let out a low sigh, finally done. He was just fucking done. Yes, caring, Ace whispered. I think it's in everyone's best interest if I just move away and stop all contact with any of you. No, Ace sounded panicked. Don't do the... Bang. The glass front door of the diner shattered, sending shards across the floor of the lobby. Tat, tat, tat. At the familiar sound of gunfire, Jacob hit the deck and pulled Ace down with him. Fuck. Kevin Scott or someone he hired had probably followed him to that diner. Stay the fuck down, Jacob ordered and pulled the Glock tucked into the back of his jeans. He was going to put an end to whoever fired that bullet. They'd put Ace's life in jeopardy, and he couldn't allow that. Ace eyed the gun in his hand and then squinted. Are you giving me orders? Why not? I've got the weapon. He snapped back and crawled through the glass toward the door. Jacob! God damn it, Ace hissed, pulled his phone, and crawled after him. Chapter 17. Ace. Dalton, get whomever you can to the diner off of the frontage road, he rasped into the phone. Someone is shooting at us. On it. Be there in 6 minutes, Dalton growled and hung up. Ace shoved his phone away and leaped into a crouch. Jacob was 20 feet ahead of him, hunkered down near a parked car. Hopefully the waitress and cook had stayed in the back and called the cops. He reached Jacob and squatted next to him, just fucking grateful to be near him. Separation between them felt like a fucking knife to the gut. See anything? He whispered and fisted a grip on Jacob's jacket. The man glanced back and then down at his hand. No, I don't see anything. but that doesn't mean they aren't out there." They stayed like that in silence, listening. It was going on 5 minutes without any further gunfire. Dalton should be there any minute. Whomever the fuck it was seemed to have split. "I think they're gone." "Seems like it," Jacob agreed. "Who wants you dead?" Ace asked. "Me?" Jacob squinted at him in the dim light of the parking lot. "You have a hell of a lot more enemies than I do." "A week ago I would have believed you. Now I'm not so sure." Jacob grunted, sirens blared in the distance, and the cocky rebel shot him a smirk. "We really need to talk." Ace opened his mouth to speak, but Jacob walked away. He rushed forward and swiped out his hand, but Jacob evaded and made it to the edge of the parking lot. It was a cat-and-mouse game that heated his blood, and when he caught Jacob, and he would, he was going to kiss that cocky grin right from his lips. The Pegasus vehicle came roaring into the clearing. He'd recognize that engine anywhere. He removed his gaze from Jacob for a split second, and that was all it took. "Jacob, come back here," he hissed. "Jacob!" Nothing. Silence. The only sound was of the wind whistling through the trees, and he turned in a full circle trying to catch one last glimpse. Dalton, Gage, and Link reached him first. "You good?" Link gripped his arm and looked him over. Ace stood almost a foot taller than Link, but he also knew that while Link was slighter, he was one lethal son of a bitch, one he was glad to have watch his back. Smoking hot didn't begin to describe Link. Most people were distracted by Dalton, Gage, and Parker, but Ace was partial to slighter men. Not that Link did anything for him in that department, but Ace could appreciate a man without wanting to fuck him. With Jacob, it was different. Now that he'd had a taste of Jacob, he wanted more. It had started as a spark and increased to a roaring fire, and the more Jacob eluded him, the more his desire increased. Ventura PD raced onto the scene, and Parker, being the former chief of police, went with Oliver to meet them. Beckett jogged up with the medical kit, but Ace waved the ex-Army medic away. "I wasn't hurt, just shot at. You might want to check inside." With a quick nod, Beckett headed to the diner and stepped through the broken glass door with his husband Holden at his back. "Over here," Owen shouted. Creed swung the Pegasus vehicle's searchlight in Owen's direction, and Ace spotted his brother waving from a nearby hill. When they reached Owen, Ace realized his brother had cordoned off the area, so every Pegasus operative would have to come up to the scene from the same way. It was a smart move that preserved evidence. Ace gazed past the yellow taped-off section to where the shooter had squatted. Spent casings and cigarettes littered the ground. "The bastard must have been here a while," Owen growled. Fisher melted out of the darkness, and Ace wondered if the guy had come with the team or had driven on his own. "I came upon someone after the sniper split," Fish told him and stepped closer, holding something out. "Whoever it was dropped this at the scene. I couldn't catch him. Fucker was fast. Sniper left in a vehicle, though." Ace took the 4-leaf clover and stared at it. Jacob had found the sniper's nest and disappeared before Fisher could catch him. Jacob had just outwitted one of the fastest, not to mention craziest son of a bitches Ace had ever known. Fisher came from a dark background, one so deep and bleak that the man never spoke of it. "Is that a clover?" Hunter said. Ace hadn't seen the operative until he spoke, and when Hunter took the clover from him, Ace released it. Dalton squinted, looking at the clover. "Like the one you got in the mail?" "Yes," Ace said. Only Dalton knew of the clover. Ace had told Hunter of Jacob's photo in front of the Irish pub, but not of the 4-leaf clover in the envelope. He wondered if Hunter would put 2 and 2 together. "Okay, this shit is getting weird," Link said, taking the focus off of him. "I agree," Eagle rumbled, coming up the small incline. Link immediately headed past the man and down the hill. Eagle was left gazing after Link. If those two didn't fix their shit, Ace wasn't sure what he'd do. That was the drawback of having relationships between the men on the team, be it friendship or more intimate in nature. There was always a chance things wouldn't work out. Parker and Oliver came up the hill along with one of Ventura's detectives, Burt Jones. They'd all had the pleasure of working with Jones on a few former cases. "You guys trampling my crime scene?" Detective Jones grumbled with a glare, the man's mustache twitching. "No, sir," Ace smiled and pointed to the yellow tape. All safe and secure, and Fisher here can tell you where the sniper's vehicle is parked." Fisher looked like he'd swallowed a glass of vinegar, and Ace chuckled. It would do the guy good to get out of his comfort zone and be social. "Where's that vehicle?" Jones turned to Fisher before the operative could pull a Houdini. Heading down the incline in the same footsteps they'd gone up, Ace latched onto Eagle's arm and pulled him to a stop. The rest of the unit wisely kept moving. Eagle stopped but said nothing. "Whatever is going on between you and Link, you need to fucking fix it." "It's him," Eagle snarled, yanking his arm away. "He fucking started it." "Now you sound like a 2-year-old. Eagle squinted and stepped toward him. Ace wasn't intimidated. Eagle was one big son of a bitch, but then so was he. He met Eagle head-on, and when their chests bumped, he gripped the back of Eagle's neck and stared into the man's tormented gaze. "Fix it, Eagle." He squeezed hard. Eagle's breath rasped between them, and the man's massive hands fisted, but after a moment longer, the guy gave him a short nod and stepped back. "Sorry, boss." "Don't worry about it. I'm having some difficulty myself." "Oh, yeah?" Eagle squinted. "Yep." That was all he was fucking saying about that, because the next person he talked to about any of this was going to be Jacob. Now, he just needed to locate him. Chapter 18. Jacob. The Northern California neighborhood stood quiet in the early morning dampness. Not far from the San Francisco Bay, his dad's house sat behind a gated fence. He'd been getting in and out of that fence since they'd bought the house when he was 16. Of course, he could have used the gate like a normal person, but then what was the fun in that? Making it over the top of the 8-foot fence, he landed in the wet grass with a squelch and made his way across the lawn. The motion sensors would go off if he took one wrong step, but he hadn't triggered one in years. A few lights were on in the house, even though it was still dark outside. He figured sunrise was still a few hours away. Reaching the back door, he wiped his feet on the mat and yanked off his beanie before using his key. Silently, the door swung open, revealing a brightly lit kitchen. A pot of French roasted coffee sat in the maker. Wilde stood with his back to him nearby and lifted the coffee. "Hey, Dad." "Want a cup?" his dad said before tossing a look over one shoulder. The man's blonde hair was loose, but Jacob could tell he'd been awake a while. "Yeah," he said, meeting Wilde's bright blue eyes, and he closed the door before advancing into the room. Wilde reached for a second mug without a word. It was one of the things Jacob loved about Dad W. Wilde was the calm one, the one who had let him make his own mistakes growing up. Roscoe, on the flip side, had tried to fix everything because, well, he was a fixer, a doer. Roscoe wanted to make everything better. Storm, on the other hand, was of a mind to throw brute strength at a problem and hope for the best. Storm was more inclined to beat down the problem until it went away. Wilde placed 2 mugs heavy with cream on the counter and then pulled him into a tight hug. Jacob went, wrapping his arms tightly around Wilde and closing his eyes. He leaned against his dad and absorbed his strength before Wilde put him at arm's length. The man's eyes ran over his face, and Jacob knew he was being assessed. Wilde was also known as the Tracker, and he never missed a detail. Jacob stood still, knowing that his job was reflected on his face and in his eyes. He didn't try to hide it because, frankly, he was tired of hiding who he was. Wilde tugged at the beard on Jacob's face and narrowed his eyes before dropping his hand. Jacob smoothed a hand over his mustache and beard and took a seat at the bar before lifting one of the mugs. The coffee tasted so fucking good, and he took a few scalding sips before cupping his cold hands around the mug. Across from him, Wilde sat and he met the man's eyes. "How are you holding up?" "I'm not in Ireland," he said with a slight smirk. "How long did you stay?" "About a week. I'm sorry I lied." He turned the mug slowly. "I'm sorry we put you in that position." "We?" He didn't believe they all were sorry. He huffed with a half smile. "Sorry isn't in Roscoe's or Storm's nature." Wilde smirked. "You'd be surprised." He ran a hand through his hair and brushed the dark strands away from his face. I doubt that. You three are pretty set in your ways.
We are.
Storm's voice brought his head up to find the large man in the doorway. Dad S. stood at 6 feet 7 inches of solid muscle. Storm's eyes were locked on him with an intensity that Jacob had learned to ignore over the years. Roscoe appeared and gently moved Storm from the doorway before advancing into the room. Dad R. was an imposing sight. He was almost as big as Storm, but not quite, and when those intense, dark blue eyes landed on him, his spine stiffened. Dad R. was going to be his challenge. Much to his surprise, Roscoe stalked closer and pulled him up from the chair. Jacob had just enough time to release his mug before he was engulfed in the man's arms. From behind, Storm closed in, and he was trapped between the two men in a hug that reminded him of who he was and what he had to lose in this world. His eyes burned. How did he convey how much he loved them? How did he do that and make them see he needed to do this on his own? Be his own man? "Hey," he croaked when they released him. It was the only word he could get out. Roscoe rubbed a hand over his face, opened his mouth, closed it, and opened it again, much like a fish out of water would. Storm glanced at Roscoe with a shake of his head, and much to Jacob's surprise, Storm rolled his eyes. "You're one of the most important people on the earth to us," Storm said. Dad S. didn't normally talk much because he let his other two husbands fill in the silence, so when he did speak, people listened. "I know," Jacob said around the lump in his throat. Silence reigned, and he waited until he figured out they were waiting for him. "What are you all doing up so early?" He glanced at the kitchen clock. "Couldn't sleep," Roscoe said with a touch of impatience in his voice. "The kids aren't up for another few hours," Storm said, and headed to the coffee pot. Jacob's younger brother Chase was 11 now, and their little sister Megan 10. They both went to private school. Wild was part of the 1% and had used his wealth to not only benefit several charity organizations, but his family as well. Jacob had hated going to private school, and he hadn't gone on to college. If they hadn't wanted him in this field, then they'd made a mistake when they brought him in to work for Phoenix. Pouring 2 cups, Storm placed one in Roscoe's hands before guiding Dad R. to a chair at the tall island bar that sat in the middle of the kitchen. Rather than sit across from Jacob, Storm came around and took the stool next to him. Wild and Roscoe sat on the other side. They were waiting on him to speak. He reached for his cooling coffee mug. "If I were in Ireland, you'd be sleeping like babies." "That's true," Roscoe agreed. "But you're not. The thing that has us stressed out is the not knowing what you're doing." Jacob nodded. "I want to tell you, but you three make it impossible most times." The stunned silence that followed wasn't surprising. He told them time and again that he was a grown-ass man. If they chose to ignore him, then he had no choice but to use tough love on them. His heart squeezed, but he met each of their gazes head-on, even turning his eyes on Storm to include him. "We know," Storm grumbled softly, running a hand over his shorn head. "And we're working on it." "We're working hard," Wild added. "We want to stop this. I want you to be able to tell us anything without fearing we'll fly off the handle." "Like you did wearing me down to go to Ireland." Jacob lifted an eyebrow. "That was done with the best of intentions," Roscoe said with a frown. "We want you to live life." Jacob huffed. "I am living life, Dad. I'm out there, doing what I love, and yeah, it's not fucking easy and it's dangerous, but it's what I want to do with my life." "And what exactly is that?" Roscoe snapped. No way in hell was he going to tell them about him and Ace getting shot at. What the fuck that had been about, he wasn't sure. He only knew that someone, probably Kevin Scott, had sat on a grassy knoll and had waited to take a shot at him. Seven was right. They really needed another body in the field. Whomever the shooter was had probably followed him to that diner, and Ace had been in danger. Not that what Ace did for a living wasn't dangerous, but Jacob didn't want to bring a terrorist to Ace's door. Fuck. He needed to be more careful. Wild reached out and placed an arm on Roscoe's forearm, stopping any further hot words. "We know," Wild said softly. "I know you do. Jacob told Wilde as he glared at Roscoe. Roscoe rubbed a hand over his mouth and the hair on his face and gave a heavy sigh. Jacob, I'm trying. I warned you, Jacob said softly. All of you. I've told you time and again what I want to do with my life. And we didn't listen, Wilde said when Jacob dropped into silence. But now you're suddenly listening? Okay, yeah. He sounded skeptical, but he was. They'd put him through hell. Yeah, we're listening, Roscoe said gruffly. Jacob, Storm rumbled, getting his attention from Roscoe. We don't want to lose you. And Wilde, Storm glanced fondly at his husband, has pointed out that the way we're going about things, you may eventually never come home. He didn't tell them that he'd always come home, because he needed this moment. He needed them to see him as a man in his own right. Can you tell us what you're doing? Roscoe said. Jacob studied Dad R. Roscoe was the second in command at Phoenix, and he was pretty sure Roscoe wouldn't jeopardize what he had going on with Seven. But Jacob wasn't sure if Roscoe wouldn't send in Phoenix and complicate matters. I can't tell you exactly what I'm doing or who I'm working for. Just know that it's on the right side of the law. We never doubted that, Wilde grinned. Never? Jacob gave them a squinted look. Okay, I might have thought that for a split second, Storm said while raising his hand, and the rest of them chuckled. Jacob joined in. He didn't blame Storm for being leery. Jacob had been a handful in high school with computer hacking. I always want you to be honest with me and vice versa, Jacob said quietly. No more secrets. No more secrets, Wilde said, and his other dads gave agreeing murmurs. Chapter 19. Ace. The next morning, the phone on Ace's desk buzzed and he stabbed at the button. We have a guest, Beckett's whispered hiss came over the line, and then the medic hung up. Ace shoved from his desk and made his way to his office door. He made it halfway through the bullpen before he stopped. Kellum, who he hadn't seen following him, bumped into his back with a gasp. Ace turned and caught the smaller man before he could take a tumble. Who's that? Kellum hissed. Ace glanced around again to watch Giovanni Rossi stalking from the front door and into the bullpen. Rossi was dressed in a black power suit with dark, wind-swept hair brushed away from his brow. A thread of silver raced up the left side of the black strands, creating a startling effect, but that only added to the man's attractiveness. What now? Why was Rossi there? What the fuck was going on? Cool, whiskey-colored eyes traveled over the bullpen before landing on him with an intensity that sent dread pooling in his gut. Rossi, he said. We need to talk. The man's voice was calm and controlled, but something simmered just beneath the surface. My office, Ace said, and gave Kellum a gentle push toward the communications room. When the door closed, Rossi sent an impatient hand through his hair. Why are you investigating Jacob Burns? Oh. So that was it. Someone, and he bet it was either Roscoe, Wilde, or Storm, had found out he was searching for information on Jacob. Well, so the fuck what? You and his dads really need to back the hell off, Ace said, and sat behind his desk, gesturing to the wide leather chairs in front of it. When Rossi settled into one of the chairs, the man studied him over steepled fingers. It wasn't his dad's. It was Reggie. He found out that someone from this office was looking into Jacob's background. Reggie was Phoenix's techie, much like what Jacob had done for Pegasus, only Reggie never went in the field unless it was to drive. It was my new techie Kellum, Ace admitted. Doing so on my orders. What are you looking for? He wondered just how much he should tell Rossi. If he went down this route, there would be no going back. Rossi would alert the dads, and Jacob might never speak to him again. I'll tell you what I told his dads earlier this week. I want Jacob back. And that involved your new techie Hal. Rossi frowned at him. I want an updated list of Jacob's skills because I plan to use him in the field. Rossi squinted at him with a look that said he didn't believe him, and Ace met his boss's gaze head-on. Rossi could fire him for withholding information, but at this point, Ace wasn't backing down. He wouldn't betray Jacob's trust again. The restaurant was noisy when Ace stepped inside and ran a hand down his dress shirt. His palms were sweating, and that hadn't happened in a long time. Owen stood next to the hostess at the podium and turned when Ace shut the door behind him. "There's been a slight change," his brother said. Ace's gut tightened. Of course there was. How many times through the years had he been in the same situation? His dad wouldn't accept him, and there was no changing that fact. The man had made him feel like a leper when he'd told them he was gay at the age of 18. His mother had stood by with trembling lips, wringing her hands. The house became so uncomfortable to be in that he left that very day and joined the military. He'd spent years in the Navy keeping that part of himself hidden away and became the best Navy SEAL he could be. He thought it would make his dad proud of him. But that hadn't been the case. When he'd returned home after serving 2 tours, he'd been met with his father's stone coldness and his mother's tears. It was Owen who'd told him about his grandfather leaving the house to him, and Ace had seized the property like a lifeline. "I'm sorry he didn't leave it to you," Ace told his brother. "Nah, he left me cash." Owen waggled his eyebrows and grinned. "You know I can't settle down in a house. Gramps knew you'd take care of it." "I will." "Ace?" Owen's voice jogged him back to the noisy restaurant, and he spun toward the door to get the fuck out of there. He needed to breathe. "Wait!" Owen grabbed his arm and pulled him to a stop. "What? They didn't show? Figures. You want to eat here anyway?" The thought of food made his stomach cramp. Owen shook his head and pulled at his arm. "Come with me." Ace didn't budge. "Come on, Ace. Please," Owen murmured, and Ace finally relented. His brother led him through the crowded restaurant to the back where the wall was all glass windows showing the setting sun over the Pacific Ocean. The sounds of clinking glasses and conversation faded into the background when his mother stood from a chair at a table in the far back corner. She was alone. There was no sign of his father. Her dark hair was pulled back into a bun at her nape with wisps that feathered around her face. She was 60, but a young-looking 60 with barely any wrinkles. She wore expensive slacks and a blouse that brought out the blue of her eyes. He'd gotten his eye color from her, not the stone-cold brown of his father's. He stopped just shy of the table, and she twisted her hands together in front of her. A sheen of tears hit her eyes, making them look like bright pools. His heart lurched. Was something wrong with Dad? "Where's Dad?" "He's not." She shot Owen a quick glance and then swallowed and said with a rush of breath, "We aren't together any longer." Okay, that shocked him. He had imagined her married to that tyrant forever. "What happened?" "Oh, Cohen," she cried and launched herself into his arms. He was so surprised he closed his arms around her and cradled her close. She smelled like vanilla and home. He hadn't felt her arms in years. All the times she'd held him as a little boy came rushing back, and he struggled to get his emotions under control. "I'm so sorry," she cried softly. "I'm so sorry." He squeezed her tightly and she clung to him. Owen placed a hand at his back and brought Ace's head up. Ace realized they were still standing and guided his mother to a chair at the table and then took the one next to her. Her small hands were wrapped around his forearm as if afraid he was going to disappear. "I couldn't stand it any longer," she told him. "He pushed you away and I didn't say anything. I made the biggest mistake of my life doing that." "It's okay, Mom." He cupped his hand over hers. "No, it's not," she shook her head. "I walked out." "Don't do that because of me," he said gruffly. He didn't want to be the reason they broke up. Fuck. "I didn't. He started being so critical of all you boys. None of you could do right by him, and I just had it. I should have left the crotchety old bastard a long time ago." "Mom," Owen hissed, and she laughed. "What, you think I don't know how to curse?" "No, but we're in a restaurant," Owen whispered. "Oh, pooh, I'm not talking that loud," she said with a smile. And over the noise of the restaurant, Ace doubted anyone could hear them. He was still trying to wrap his head around the fact that his mother had left his father. Now that he had a minute, he couldn't picture his soft-hearted mother living with that cold SOB. "Anyway, your father and I had some words, and I left."
"When was this?"
Ace frowned, and then glanced at Owen. His brother held up his hands.
"I knew nothing about it."
"Because that's the way I wanted it," his mother said decisively. 8 months ago, I filed the papers and he signed them without contesting. We split up our assets and went our separate ways. I moved to California last week," she finished.
"You're here?"
He gaped at her and she beamed. "Yes. I want to meet your boyfriend, Shane."
"Mom,"
Owen hissed. "What?" She looked confused. Ace smiled. While the situation around Shane's death still caused him sorrow, he no longer felt that piercing pain when thinking of Shane, and he knew why. It was because of Jacob.
"He's gone, Mom. I lost Shane 5 years ago."
"Lost?" She sounded bewildered.
"He was killed by a very bad man."
"Oh, my God, honey." His mother leaned over and held him tightly again. He hugged her for several long moments. The waiter made an appearance and Owen ordered a round of water and coffee and sent the guy away. Ace set his mother back and smiled down into her tear-filled eyes. "Did you catch the bad man?"
"I did,"
he nodded. He'd done more than that, but he didn't need to tell his mother that he'd ended the fucker's life. "I'm glad," she said in a fierce tone of voice like only a mother could.
"Ask him about his new love,"
Owen said, and Ace tossed his brother a glare. "Who's your new love?" she whispered, reaching up to cup his cheek. He caved.
"Jacob."
Chapter 20. Jacob. The gym at the Phoenix office was deserted when he entered from the side door and slowly closed it behind him. Glancing around, he made his way across the mats to a hanging speed bag. He gave it a couple of hits with the side of his arm. The chain rattled when he sent it swinging. The far door opened softly and then closed, and he ignored it to continue hitting the bag for another 30 seconds. When footsteps stopped behind him, he finally glanced over his shoulder and took in Jordan Thomas. The 24-year-old had trained right alongside him through the years when Jordan hadn't been in night school classes. In fact, they'd both spent equal time sparring and doing weapons training with his dads. Jacob took in the bag at Jordan's feet, the pack slung over one shoulder, and his tactical attire in all black. It was the Phoenix uniform, which resembled more of a ninja than an operative.
"You ready?"
He gave Jordan a half smile.
"Been waiting my whole life for this,"
Jordan grinned. "You tell Rossi?"
"No, but I told Stefano."
Jacob rubbed at his jaw.
"How'd you tell Stefano, in a text?"
Jordan chuckled.
"In an email."
"Fuck." Jacob rolled his eyes.
"I just got back in my dad's good graces, and now I'll be in the doghouse again."
"Hey, I'm not blood-related," Jordan said, picking up the bag at his feet and hefting the pack higher over one shoulder as they headed to the door. "Doesn't matter. You're family," he griped. Reaching the door to the gym, they found it blocked by the darkly dressed figure of a man. Dark scruff covered the man's jaw, and razor-sharp blue eyes settled first on him and then Jordan, pinning them both in place.
"What are you two up to?"
Caleb Robertson, codenamed Smoke, asked. Caleb was only a few years older than them. The man had come to work for Phoenix at the age of 19 after being abducted by Rossi's arch-nemesis. Jordan's mouth twisted, and when the man remained quiet, Jacob spoke up. "Well, I'm in the middle of a job, and Jordan is going to help."
"Did you tell Rossi?"
Caleb asked. "No, I sent Stefano an email. I'm taking some vacation time," Jordan said, hitching the pack higher. Caleb squinted at them.
"It feels like you're sneaking out."
"It does it?" Jacob grinned. "Remember that time you sneaked us both out and took us to that party on the beach?" The smile on Caleb's face reached his eyes, and then he chuckled.
"I remember your 3 dads handing my ass to me."
"Yeah, that's true. But that was only because I got drunk," Jacob pointed out. Caleb groaned.
"Don't remind me."
"I, on the other hand, didn't drink a sip," Jordan said with a smirk. The scuffle of boots was their only warning when Wolf, Caleb's husband, and Phoenix operative walked up. "What's going on?" Wolf said. "Oh, nothing." Caleb linked his arm through his husband's. "I was just wishing Jordan farewell on his vacation." Wolf squinted at both Jacob and Jordan and then leveled his eyes on Caleb. "I know what happens when you three get together," Wolf rasped. Caleb grinned and a set of dimples popped in the man's cheeks. Wolf huffed and nuzzled Caleb's cheek before turning on Jacob. "You talked to your dads yet?" "I just left their house," Jacob said. "Did you tell them about this?" Wolf waved a hand at Jordan. "This has a name," Jordan snapped, squeezing the strap on his backpack. "You know what I meant." Wolf's eyes narrowed and Jordan glanced away. Caleb slapped Wolf on the arm. "Be nice. This isn't any of our business." "True." Wolf let the word linger. "But I'll need to inform Roscoe." "I know," Jacob said with a smirk. "I never doubted you would. Now, if you'll both excuse us, we've got to get going." Jacob started to walk away, Jordan following behind him. "Jay," Caleb called, and Jacob turned and waited. "It'd be better if it came from you or Jordan." Jacob looked at Jordan, who sighed. "For fuck's sake, I thought it was Stefano we notified when we took a vacation." "Yeah, but this isn't a vacation, is it?" Wolf's lids narrowed. "It is if I say it is," Jordan snapped right back. Okay, just settle down," Caleb said. "Jordan's right. This isn't any of our business." Caleb turned to his husband. Wolf stayed quiet for another moment and then nodded. "Take care of yourselves. Call if you need anything." Caleb's dimples popped again and he waved to them. Jacob pulled Jordan out of the Phoenix building and shut the door. "Fuck," Jordan said. "We need to hurry," Jacob said and stalked toward the SUV he'd rented for the trip. Seven's house was still and quiet when they pulled up late in the afternoon. "Anyone here?" Jordan murmured, getting out of the SUV and grabbing his pack and bag. "Probably," Jacob said, locking the vehicle and approaching the house. The yard was mostly dirt with a few weeds that grew up around the cracked walkway that led to the front door of the mauve-colored home. The place was in good shape, with only the outside in disarray. Seven said the unkempt look kept people away, and Jacob could believe that. The house he'd lived in with his mother had been falling down around them, and the only people to grace the place had been the scum of the earth. The screen door creaked when he opened it and entered into the coolness of the dining room. The house was bright inside. The light from the windows sent the sun gleaming across the wood floors. Chunky and comfortable furniture made with wood and tweed fabric filled the living room. A large table sat in the dining room with enough chairs to sit 10 people. Hannah sat in one of the chairs with her laptop and work spread out on the table in front of her. "Who's that?" Hannah pushed back her long fall of dark hair and gazed with a frown at Jordan. "Help," Jacob said, and strode past her toward Seven's office. "Jordan, this is Hannah. Toss your bags there." Jacob pointed to the floor. "Hey," Jordan said, and dumped his bags on the floor near the couch. "Hey, back," Hannah replied, and then turned back to her laptop. "This way." He led Jordan down the hallway. "I'll show you a spare room after we meet the boss." Seven glanced up from his phone when Jacob stopped in the doorway with Jordan. He tossed the cell to the desk and motioned them both inside. Jacob closed the door and took a seat in one of the 2 dark leather chairs that sat in front of Seven's desk. Jordan, more cautious, eased closer and settled into the other chair. "Seven, this is Jordan," Jacob said. Seven and Jordan stared at each other while Jacob sat quiet and stretched out the kink in his back. He was still sore from the slide down that fucking hill. The stare-off lasted about a minute before Seven spoke. "How long have you known Jacob?" "We met when I was 18 and he was 16. Seven nodded and lifted his phone. "Jacob sent me your skill set. You're an expert in computers and trained in hand-to-hand combat as well as weapons." Seven read from his phone and then gazed at Jordan. "Where'd you get your training?" "From an elite group of operatives," Jordan answered vaguely. It was the standard reply. It was their duty to protect Phoenix and Pegasus's identities. Jacob realized that Jordan was missing half the picture. Jordan, Seven knows about Pegasus and Phoenix. He's helped Ace and the guys out on some cases. In that case, I was trained by Phoenix, Jordan said, and seemed to relax a bit more. Where'd you grow up? On the streets, Jordan's eyes narrowed. That's rough. Jordan shrugged. It is what it is. Seven suddenly smirked. It was so at odds with the man's normal disposition that Jacob could only stare. Well, here's the job, Seven said, leaning back in a wide leather chair. We have a terrorist cell with 2 leaders here in the U.S. that we are trying to locate. One is Kevin Scott, and we don't know the other person's name. We? There's 5 of us. Hannah you probably passed in the dining room. Eddie and French are out doing some recon. You'd make 6. What do you need me to do? Have the teams back in the field and take a laptop with you to do field research. I'm splitting us up into 2 teams. You'll have French with you and Jacob. Hannah and Eddie will be with me. When do we start? Jordan slapped his hands together. Tomorrow night, Seven said, and Jacob knew the conversation was over when Seven turned to his computer. Come on, I'll show you to your room. Jacob stood and opened the door, and Jordan followed him out into the hallway. Hey, you 2, I'm going into town, Hannah said from the doorway. Don't expect me back tonight. Got a hot date? Jacob smirked. Wouldn't you like to know? She laughed and headed out the door. That guy is kind of intense, Jordan murmured with a jerk toward Seven's closed office door. He's very focused. And hot. Jacob laughed. Yeah, and hot. I'll say. Do we all have numbers? Jordan asked. Numbers? Jacob echoed. Yeah, you said he was 7, Jordan gestured. No, we don't have numbers, Jacob said soberly. That's his code name, and it's a long, sad story. Chapter 21. Ace. The call went straight to voicemail. Hey, call me. I haven't heard from you since the diner. I know things are up in the air between us, but you've got to know that I care about you, Jacob, he whispered, and then paused to swallow around the lump in his throat. The stucco of the Pegasus building was hot against his back from the late evening sun. The parking lot was deserted of people, just cars and SUVs parked in spots. He sighed and set his head back against the building and closed his eyes. I hate that I can't talk to you right now. I want to see you face to face. I should have told you this when we were together. He blinked open his eyes, racking his brain for something to say, anything that would make Jacob call him back. I shouldn't have sent you away in the first place, but I was... He stopped, clenched his teeth, ran a hand through his hair, and then finished on a quiet note. Stupid, scared, an idiot. Just... call me. He hung up before he could pour out his heart completely on a fucking voice message, and tucked his phone away with a grimace. The back door from his office opened and Link stuck his head out. Hey, boss? Yeah. He cleared his throat and turned toward the operative. We've got a lead on Scott and possibly 7. How? Baguette called Adam. Where are they? Baguette said in a house just outside of San Luis Obispo. San Luis was about 121 miles from their location. It would take about an hour and a half to drive. That would put them there right at dusk. Let's load up. He entered back inside the coolness of his office after Link and pulled the door shut and locked it. Reaching the bullpen, a few of the men were already geared up, and the rest were probably in the weapons room. Parker, get on the phone and alert the San Luis Obispo authorities we're coming. Roger that, Parker said, pulling out his cell phone. So I'm manning the communication center, right? Kellum said from the entrance to the hallway. No, you're driving, Ace said and tossed him the keys. Who let the kids out? Creed grumbled and earned a glare from Kellum. Fuck you, Neanderthal. Owen barked out a laugh when Creed looked like he'd swallowed a bug. Kellum's cute backside disappeared down the hall.
Creed, Ace said, and then squinted at the man when Creed looked his way. Kellum is a skilled professional driver. He drives race cars for sport.
No fucking way, Creed said with his mouth gaping.
Yes way, Ace responded. Don't judge a book by its cover.
Sorry, boss, Creed said with a sheepish look. It's not me you need to apologize to, Ace said, and made his way down the hall and into the weapons room. He opened his locker and pulled on his gear and loaded his Glock. Owen came and leaned a shoulder against the door jamb.
How's the injury?
He tossed his brother an impatient glance and clipped tight his vest.
I'd say I'm at 100%, but you wouldn't believe me.
You're right, Owen smirked.
Did you get Mom settled in?
Yep, she had some boxes in her garage that needed unpacking. She's expecting us for dinner Sunday. Ace's chest squeezed. She'd made them both promise to come to dinner at least once a week, and she'd asked him to bring Jacob. But before he could do that, he needed to come clean with Jacob about his past and the shitty reason why he'd treated Jacob the way he had. That wasn't going to be an easy conversation. What if Jacob didn't forgive him? He shook the thought off. Jacob was a forgiver. The man had one of the biggest hearts of anyone Ace knew. 20 minutes from the location, his cell phone buzzed and his chest tightened when Jacob's name flashed on the screen.
Hey,
he murmured after answering the call. Hey back. Ace heard the smile in Jacob's voice and his own lips twitched. Where are you?
On the road with the gang,
Ace said. Oh? Where you headed?
North.
Silence dropped over the line and he figured that was his cue to start talking.
There's so much we need to talk about.
I know, Jacob murmured. When you say north, how far?
Why? Are you up north?
I am.
Well, I'm not going to tell you where I'm going, Ace grinned, turning toward the window. But if you give me your location, I'll stop by when I'm done.
Nice try, Jacob laughed.
I want to see you,
Ace dropped his voice low. I want to see you too, Jacob said.
Then tell me where you are. Give me a city and I'll meet you.
San Luis Obispo. His heart slammed against his rib cage.
What?
He suddenly sounded like a frog. The slight hum of the Pegasus vehicle faded into the background. You heard me, Jacob chuckled.
Jacob, where exactly are you? He whispered urgently.
Hang on, Ace, one sec, Jacob said when a voice traveled through the phone. Ace pressed the cell closer to his ear, trying to hear the exchange of words. What do you need? I'm on the phone, Jacob said, but his voice was muffled. He must have put his hand over the phone. Bang! The gunfire sent Ace's heart into his throat. Jacob! He yelled into the phone. Answer me, Jacob! What's going on? Owen shouted from the bench seat behind him, and he lifted halfway out of his seat to lean over Ace's shoulder. A scuffling sound came through the line, and then something scraped against the phone until the line went dead. He knew that sound. Someone had crushed Jacob's phone beneath their boot. Frantically, he punched in Jacob's number. It's Jacob, leave a message. He hung up and redialed and got the same message. Fuck! Bro, Owen growled. What's going on? It's Jacob. He's in San Luis Obispo. While I was talking to him, there was a gunshot, then the line went dead. He choked out the words as bile rose to the back of his throat. Wordlessly, Kellum punched the gas. The Pegasus vehicle lurched forward, and Owen reached past Ace and flipped on the emergency lights. Parker and 4 of the others were in the SUV behind them, and they also flipped on their lights. Owen gripped his shoulder, and when Ace threw his brother a tortured look, he saw Owen and Creed exchange a concerned look. I'll call Parker, Creed said. He could tell they were both worried about him, but he didn't have time to reassure them. All he needed was to get to Jacob. This couldn't be happening. Not again. This was exactly how he'd lost Shane. He dialed Jacob's number on repeat with a death grip on the phone. Kellum put the Pegasus SUV at top speed, handling the vehicle with an expertise that spoke of years of training. Please, God. Please don't let me lose him. Just breathe. It wasn't until Owen's grip tightened on his shoulder and his brother's words filtered through that he realized he'd been repeating the words out loud over and over. Nobody spoke after that, and the silence became deafening. 10 minutes later, they reached the entrance to the road where the hideout of Kevin Scott was supposed to be located, and where Seven was holed up as well. Kellum slammed on the brakes, and Ace grabbed the oh shit handle. Kellum tossed him a quick glance, but Ace didn't respond. His mind was on Scott. If that son of a bitch had hurt Jacob, Ace would kill him. Nobody and nothing would stop him. The San Luis Obispo SWAT commander, who had the name Stellar etched onto his vest, met them on the road with his own team of officers. Ace wanted to go in without a plan and tear the place apart, but he knew that was suicide. Not only for him, but for his men. "We have an operative that may be gravely wounded," Ace told the SWAT commander. "Let's move," Stellar said. "Stay here," Ace told Kellum. "Keep the comms open." "Copy," Kellum said and jumped into the Pegasus SUV. Splitting up into two teams, Ace led his men through the brush on the south side of the property, while Stellar and his unit came in from the north. From what Kellum had seen on the satellite image, the house was about a mile past the property fence through some pretty dense countryside. Even though they tried to be quiet, the brush was dry and crackled beneath their feet. Ace figured he, Eagle, Holden, Creed, Parker, and Maverick made the most noise because of their sizes. Blink, Owen, Oliver, Hunter, and Beckett walked without making much sound at all. Fisher had been a no-show at their headquarters, so Ace wasn't counting on any help from him. The bastard. Ace was done with Fisher's bullshit, and after they got done with this mission, he was throwing Fisher out. "Hold," he murmured, raising his hand, and the team halted. In the distance, through the gathering darkness, the one-story house stood behind a weed-filled yard. Most of the trees were cleared around the place for about 50 yards. "This is Stellar. We're in position," the SWAT commander's voice came through the earpiece. "Watch your backs," Ace murmured, and moved forward. Chapter 22. Jacob. He had just enough time to leap around the side of the house before Eddie's silencer went off. Snick, snick. Through the dark, he sprinted toward the trees and underbrush at the back of the house. Snick. A bullet grazed his skin, sending a burn against his upper arm, and he dove into a forward roll and came up running. About 300 yards into the woods, he stopped and crouched with his chest heaving. After several moments, he started working his way back to the house. No way in fucking hell was he leaving Jordan in there without backup. Eddie had to be involved with Kevin Scott. Had Eddie been feeding Scott information about their mission? He would have never suspected Eddie of being a traitor. Never in a million years. Reaching the side of the house, he threw the electrical breaker to off and let himself in through the sliding glass door. His room was the closest to the kitchen. Running in a crouch, he made it down the hallway into his room and grabbed his Glock before shoving an extra clip into his pocket. Using his teeth, he tied a strip of torn t-shirt around the graze on his bicep before pulling on a mask to cover his face. Once done, he eased back through his doorway and into the hall. Jordan's door opened, probably because of the power outage, and Jacob lunged forward. Upon gripping the man's arm, Jordan swung around, but Jacob ducked. "It's me, get down," Jacob hissed, and Jordan dropped low. "Get your gun." Jordan darted back into his room and came back dressed similarly to him, in all black with a hooded mask pulled on. "What's going on?" Jordan whispered. "Eddie shot at me." "The fuck?" Jordan choked out. "Yeah, I was on the phone with Ace. Pegasus is coming to San Luis, but I don't know how long it'll take them." "Are they flying?" "It didn't sound like it. Ace probably thinks I'm dead." A noise sounded at the end of the hallway, and Eddie's big body backed out of Seven's office holding a figure in front of him. With his eyes adjusted, Jacob saw that it was Hannah. Eddie had her fisted by the hair. French came out of the room behind them. "Get down," Jacob hissed. Snick, snick. Hot warmth showered the side of his head, and French toppled backward. Jacob reached for the man, and with Jordan's help they dragged French back through Jordan's open door and into the room. French was gone. The lower part of his jaw had been shattered from Eddie's bullet, and Jacob pulled the man's lids closed. Jordan had his gun pointed at the open doorway, which was like a gaping black hole. Slowly, Jordan turned his head and met his gaze. Anger was alive in his friend's eyes, an anger that matched his own. "Your call," Jordan whispered. "Stay back, Jacob, unless you want more dead bodies," Eddie yelled. "Fuck that." Jacob nodded to Jordan and then moved quietly toward the door. While his gaze had adjusted to the dark, Eddie's would have as well. Jacob darted a quick look out before dodging back. "He's busy," he mouthed to Jordan, who gave him a nod. Silently, Jacob moved out into the hallway and across into French's doorway, using the door jamb as a shield. "This way." Eddie waved a gun and Seven stepped out into the hallway, his hands up. "Don't shoot her," Seven said calmly. "Then do what I fucking say," Eddie snapped and pulled Hannah along the hallway toward the back door. Glass shattered when the front window blew inward, and Jacob knew Pegasus had arrived. Eddie shoved Hannah and grabbed Seven, putting his gun to the man's head, and lunged out of the back door and into the night. Jacob leaped from his spot with Jordan on his ass and dove out the back door after Eddie. The door jamb exploded near his head, and he fell back when debris showered his face and head. Jordan gripped the back of his shirt to keep him on his feet. "Careful," Jordan hissed, and Jacob spat out a few pieces of wood. "Get down! Get down!" Someone was shouting, and with a quick look back, he saw Hannah drop to her knees. Jacob didn't wait. He dove back through the door and rolled. He came up about halfway across the yard and sprinted to the tree line. "I want Kevin Scott and the man known as Seven taken alive," someone shouted. Gunfire sounded, and Jacob didn't need to wonder who they were shooting at when bullets peppered the ground around him. He ran full out. Why the fuck would they be looking for Scott here? And why take Seven into custody? What the fuck was going on? "Hold your fucking fire," Ace yelled above the noise. Making it to the tree line, Jacob stopped and calmed his breathing while listening. Very faint in the distance, he heard Eddie and Seven crashing through the trees. Jordan made his way to his side just as a figure was coming their way. "Go, I've got this," Jordan hissed, and turned in the direction of the noise. "Tell them who you are," Jacob said, hesitating. "Nah, I'd rather fuck with them," Jordan snickered. "Go, fucking go! I won't hurt them much." Jacob melted back into the shadows and eased his way through the trees away from Jordan. It would be either Pegasus or the cops, and Jordan was correct. Once he identified himself, after getting done with his fuckery, they would only take Jordan into custody. "Bring it, big guy," Jordan snapped at someone. "Don't make me hurt you," Maverick said. "You think you can?" Jordan snorted. Jacob didn't hear any more of the exchange as he put distance between himself and Pegasus. No way in hell did he want to be detained by them. Seven was in trouble, and he wasn't letting the cops arrest Seven. He moved stealthily through the trees and underbrush with only one thought. Eddie was going down. The crashing through the trees from Eddie and Seven caught his attention in the distance ahead, and as he grew closer, he heard Seven trying to talk Eddie down. "Eddie, you know me. What's going on?" "Shut up," Eddie spat. "Scott wants you dead." "Then just shoot me," Seven goaded, and his boss sounded out of patience. "You'd like that, wouldn't you?" Eddie's laugh was evil. "He wants to kill you slowly." A fucking branch snapped beneath Jacob's foot, and Eddie stopped and pulled Seven around in front of him. Jacob ducked low and flattened himself to the ground behind an oak tree. Thick and damp underbrush closed in around him. Fuck. "If you're out there, Jacob, you better back off. I will put a bullet in his fucking head," Eddie yelled. Jacob said nothing. Eddie might just think it was an animal or the forest floor settling. If he was lucky. Snick, snick. He got into a better position behind the thick oak and held his breath. The shots were a warning and nowhere near his location. Jacob glanced a quick look around when he heard crashing and then the sounds of a scuffle. Seven had lunged at Eddie, and the big man had slammed the gun into Seven's temple, sending him staggering. Yanking Seven up by a fist in his shirt, Eddie kept moving. Jacob aimed his Glock, but with the dark and trees, he couldn't get a good shot. If he took a chance and fired, the bullet might hit Seven. Slowly, keeping as much distance as possible without losing them, he tracked them through the trees. The blow came out of nowhere, and it sent the air whooshing from his lungs. He lost his breath and struggled to suck in air as his brain kicked into overtime and he lunged into another roll. He didn't get far. The log that had hit him in the solar plexus now smashed down on his back, sending pain through his right shoulder. "Get him!" a man snarled. Jacob kicked out, but he was converged upon by several big bodies, and a fist caught him in the temple. He went down to his hands and knees in the brush and mud. Sharp debris cut into his palms when he tried to crawl away. Someone laughed and the branch cracked against his back, sending him into the dirt. He sucked in a ragged breath and kicked out and rolled, trying to get farther into the darkness and avoid their flashlights. If he could get some distance between himself and his attackers, he might be able to disappear and reassess the threat. He never made it. Chapter 23. Ace. "Don't," Owen said and grabbed his arm when he went to step into the hallway. "Back off," he snapped and yanked his arm away. "Ace," Owen hissed near his ear. "There's a body back there, and it could be Jacob." Ace staggered and then locked his knees. Numbly he walked toward where a small group was gathered in the hallway. If that body in the back room was Jacob, he needed to know. He needed to know if he'd just lost the love of his life. Swallowing back the lump growing in his throat, he stepped past the dark figures and into the doorway. The shape of a man lay on the floor in the darkened house. He spotted Link crouched next to the body. Link stood and came to him. "I can't tell. We're waiting for the lights." Eagle went to flip the switch. He nodded wordlessly and stepped past Link to sink to his knees. This couldn't be his Jacob. Sure, the shape and size were similar, but it couldn't be Jacob. His brain refused to accept it. His eyes burned and stung, and he reached for the man's hand. A sound left his throat, and he laid the man's hand down and lurched to his feet. "It's not him," he growled, barely audible, and charged out of the room. He made it to the back porch and braced his hands on the side of the house. Bending forward, he spat in the dirt, but thankfully didn't heave up his lunch. "Hey," Owen said at his side, placing a hand on his back. "It's not him." "Link just told me," Owen said, and the lights flipped on. The area around them suddenly flooded with outdoor sensor lights. It appeared that Eagle had found the breaker box. The SWAT commander came out of the house and yanked off his helmet, shaking his sweaty hair from his face. "No sign of that guy you call Seven." "Can we try not to kill him?" Ace wanted a chance to talk to Seven before SWAT took him into custody or killed him. The cop's mouth pressed flat. "If he doesn't open fire, we'll do our best." "Thanks," Ace said. Well, at least that was something. If SWAT didn't kill Seven, the man would be in custody and just maybe they could get to the bottom of what the hell was going on. "Keep walking," Maverick ordered to someone, and Ace swung around at the same time Owen and the SWAT commander did. Maverick had his weapon pointed at the slight figure of a man walking ahead of him. The man wore a hooded mask and all black clothing. When they drew closer, Ace could see the fat lip Maverick was sporting. The darkly dressed figure stopped, planted his feet apart, and crossed his arms. "Who are you?" Ace growled. "Who are you?" came back a smart-ass reply. "Ace. So you're the fucker who broke Jacob's heart." The slight figure charged at him, and before he could even move, a fist smacked him in the jaw. Ace stumbled back, holding his face. Owen stepped forward with a snarl and wrapped his arms around the wiggling figure. "Let me go." "Yep," Maverick drawled. "He's a handful." The darkly dressed figure sent the heel of his boot into the top of Owen's foot and twisted in some kind of move that spoke of training, but his brother was a black belt in jiu-jitsu and the guy didn't get far with his struggling. The man did manage to turn sideways and try for a groin punch, but Owen blocked that too. "Fucker!" the guy hollered. "Quit struggling and I'll let you go. Otherwise I'll choke you out," Owen rasped, and Ace saw his brother's arms tighten around the slighter man. Okay, the man gasped and stopped struggling. Owen released the guy and stepped back, his weight on his toes in case of another attack. The guy reached up and yanked off his mask. Dark hair sprang loose and blue eyes glared at him before tossing the same look at Owen. "Assholes." Owen blinked, his hands dropped to his sides, and he gazed at the guy with a laser focus. "Jordan?" Link said incredulously from the doorway. "What?" the dark-haired man snapped. "What are you doing here?" Link said. "Who's Jordan?" Owen said in a weird tone of voice.
I am, you idiot, Jordan snapped with a glare at Owen. Okay, everyone calm down, Link said, coming down the back steps. Jordan is with Phoenix. Where's Jacob? Ace asked, stepping forward with one last rub of his chin. The guy had a lethal right cross. He's after Eddie and Seven. Seven? Fuck. Ace clenched his hands. Where? That way. Jordan popped a thumb over his shoulder. I was going with Jacob, but this big oaf pulled a gun on me. Jordan tossed Maverick a glare. That was only after you punched me, Maverick pointed out and then growled. Why didn't you say you were with Phoenix? I needed to give Jacob time. You're lucky I didn't really hurt you. Maverick's nostrils flared. Yeah, well, if I hadn't dropped my gun, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Jordan snapped right back. Owen snickered, and Jordan spun on Ace's brother and delivered a punch to the jaw. Jordan was so quick, Owen didn't have time to dodge. His brother stumbled back, eyes wide, holding his jaw. Jordan stalked closer and then stopped. He drew in a breath like he was going to say something, but then closed his mouth. Owen straightened and held Jordan's eyes for a long moment. You deserve that, Jordan hissed. His brother seemed at a loss for words, so Ace pressed the unit in his ear and spoke to the team. Come out back now. Seven is in the wind with someone named Eddie, and Jacob is tracking them. The house jumped with the sound of boots on the floor, and a few seconds later the men of Pegasus flooded out. Jordan backed up a bit. Ace could see why. His fully geared men were an intimidating sight to see. I need you to stay with the Pegasus vehicle. Can you do that for me? Ace turned to Kellum. You got it, the young man said with a serious nod. We've got to move. He turned toward the rest of the men and also gestured to Jordan. What? Jordan asked, as if surprised when Ace motioned him toward the woods. Show me where you and Jacob got separated. We didn't get separated. I stayed to take care of him, Jordan pointed to Maverick's back. And Jacob went after Eddie. And for the record, Jacob is only after Eddie, not Seven. Seven is wanted for terrorist activity, Owen said with a scowl. Right. Jordan rolled his eyes as if Owen didn't have a brain in his head. Before Owen could react, Jordan stalked after Maverick. Ace exchanged a look with his brother and wanted to snicker at the look on Owen's face, but he couldn't find any laughter until they located Jacob. Who's that? Hunter asked, coming toward Owen. Jordan. He's from Phoenix, Owen said gruffly. What's he doing here? Hunter said. That was a good question, and one Ace would get the answer to, but that would be after he located Jacob. The unit scattered out around him and Owen, with Jordan just a bit ahead. His brother's eyes had been glued to Jordan's ass since they stepped into the woods. Ace studied the smooth way Jordan moved through the brush. Jordan kind of reminded him of Jacob. Pay attention, he rasped at his brother. I am, Owen said, and even though it was dark, he could hear the smirk in his brother's tone of voice. Man, when he found Jacob, they were going to have a long talk. Now he finds out Jacob was working for Seven. Every time he turned around, Jacob was off doing God only knows what. That's because you let him go. He scowled at the voice in his head and smacked a low-hanging branch out of his way. Well, that wasn't going to happen again. Chapter 24. Jacob. Light crept through the trees as morning approached, and he licked at his dry, cracked lips. His lungs burned with each draw of breath, and his arm that had been grazed by the bullet pulsed with pain. He'd been sitting here for a while. It had rained sometime during the night, and the ground beneath his ass was wet. The water had dampened his clothes, even though he was semi-protected by the tree overhead. His arms were pulled around a tree with his hands tied at the wrists. He was sitting up and at least could lean his head against the tree. Time to go, a deep voice said, and he blinked upward into the mud-brown eyes of a stranger wearing tactical gear. Gritting his teeth, he sat still as the man cut the rope around his wrists. He wasn't sure if he could stand with how cold his legs were, but the man ended his struggle by pulling him upright with a fist wrapped around his arm. His training kicked in, and he tensed to deliver a blow, but that was when he noticed 4 men with rifles standing 5 feet away, watching them. Stumbling, he lurched forward when the man holding him shoved him toward a trail in the brush, and with a quick hop and lurch, he righted himself and moved in line behind two of the armed men. The other two, along with the brown-eyed one, fell in behind him, cutting off any chance of escape. The forest closed in around them, and the rain began with a slight drizzle that increased as time passed. The storm rolled with thunder, and lightning crackled overhead, and the increasing rain brought the scent of earth and pine into the air. Before long, he was completely soaked through. Blinking water from his eyes, he studied the two men in front of him. They weren't all that big, but they had the bearing of someone who had been in the military at some point, and it took a moment to realize where Kevin Scott had found these guys. Mercenaries, no doubt. For the moment, they thought he was beaten, and that was fine. He would use this time to regain his mobility and plan. Jacob didn't have time to plan shit, because they came to a clearing that was long, narrow, and almost the length of an Olympic-sized swimming pool. Jacob was shoved out of the protection of the trees and urged between two jeeps and into the narrow clearing. At one end of the clearing sat a dirt road. The space wasn't wide, but it was long, and Kevin Scott had set up a small camp at one end and parked jeeps against the trees down the field for protection. Fucking Eddie. The guy had given up their location, and Jacob wondered why Scott hadn't just stormed the house. The fucker was probably waiting for Eddie to gather more information. One of the 5 men shoved him toward one of several tents scattered about. This tent was the biggest, with a tarp extending off to one side to keep the rain from a table and some chairs and other equipment. The murmur of nearby conversations and the smell of food drifted in the air. There was a slew of men sitting under tarps in various spots down the narrow field with a couple of campfires. He lost count of the number of people after 20. One thing was clear from the number of men gathered. Scott had a militia at his disposal. Jacob slowed down looking for Eddie and Seven. He easily spotted Eddie by one of the campfires, but there was no sign of Seven. His stomach tightened when the man behind him pushed him again. They reached the tent, and he was shoved out of the rain and beneath the tarp connected to it. Beneath the awning sat a long table with gear and computers. Folding chairs sat scattered around. "You got him." Jacob turned at the voice and met the gaze of Kevin Scott. Scott's long, thin face was alight with glee. Hazel-colored eyes looked him over, and Scott's thin lips drew up in a smile. The man pulled a hand down the long goatee and his chin before that same hand rubbed up his high forehead and smoothed over thinning black hair. "You fucking got him," Scott breathed and took several steps closer. "Jacob Burns." The way Scott said his name was creepy and made him suspicious. "Kevin Scott," Jacob mimicked the man's exact growly tone of voice, and something calculating sparked in the fucker's gaze. "You don't know me, but I know of you." Scott's thin lips stretched wider. "Come in." Scott jerked his head toward the opening of the tent, and when Jacob didn't budge, the man behind him placed a rifle between his shoulder blades. Jacob moved slowly forward and followed Scott into the tent. A small cot sat against one side with 2 fold-out chairs and a small table on the other. The rain pounded at the canvas above, and a slight wind rattled the metal attachments. "Where's Seven?" He glanced around at the empty tent. "Tied out in the rain," Scott said, as if it was no big deal. "What the fuck are you after, Scott?" "Please, call me Kevin." "In your fucking dreams," Jacob spat. "I could have shot you in Mexico. When you came flying over that hill after me, I could have put a bullet in your head." Scott squinted at him. "But I didn't. And that was your mistake." "I don't want to shoot you," Scott laughed. "I find our cat-and-mouse game stimulating." "Great," Jacob said with a derision-filled tone. "Now I've got, what, a stalker?" Scott snorted and took a seat in one of the chairs and lifted a pot of something from near the cot. It turned out to be coffee, and the fucker poured 2 cups. "I'm no stalker, but I would like to offer you a job." "No, thanks," he sneered. Scott acted like Jacob was going to sit and have a cup of coffee with him. With his training, Jacob could kill Scott. Didn't the man realize that? But then, where would that leave Seven?
Grinding his teeth, Jacob sat in the chair opposite Scott, and instead of drinking the cup in front of him, he reached over and switched cups. Scott smirked at him, but Jacob didn't give a rat's ass. Lifting the cup, Jacob took a slow sip. It tasted fantastic, but he didn't let that show on his face.
"Don't be so quick to say no to my offer, Jacob. One of your own has already joined me."
"Who, Eddie?" He snorted and took another sip.
"No, Eddie is a means to an end. This is someone much more suited to my line of work."
"What work? Killing innocent people? I doubt anyone from my world would join your fucked up mission." Scott squinted at him, but rather than anger, amusement swept through his gaze.
"Trust me, they have."
"Who?"
"You'll meet him soon enough."
"Who's your partner in all this?" Jacob waved a hand around the tent.
"That is my business."
Jacob flattened his lips in a mocking smirk. "You just offered me a job."
"True, but you still won't be privy to that information."
"So, let me get this right," Jacob said and slowly placed his empty cup on the table. "You want me to work for you and someone you can't say the name of, all for what?"
"I can pay a generous salary."
Jacob laughed. His father was plenty wealthy. He needed this guy's money like a fucking hole in the head. "I don't need your money," he said with pity in his voice. Scott's nostrils flared.
"We'll see how you feel after you've spent several months with us under lock and key."
Jacob stayed relaxed. Did Scott expect him to react to that threat? Too fucking bad. Reacting wasn't going to happen. Scott lifted a hand and gestured to someone at the doorway to enter. The man, dressed in all black with a black hood pulled down over his face, stepped inside and stood waiting. Something was very fucking familiar about this guy. Jacob squinted, sizing the man up. Not tall by any means, but he was ripped. The man kept his eyes on Scott, refusing to meet Jacob's gaze.
"Jacob won't be joining us yet, but I have hope," Scott said. "Lock him up."
Jacob stood from the table as the man came closer with a pair of metal handcuffs. Those would be easier to pick the lock of. Didn't the assholes know that? He lifted his wrists out in front of him.
"And see to his injury."
Scott pointed to the wound on Jacob's arm. He'd forgotten all about it. "Hands behind your back," the man with the cuffs said. His voice had Jacob's head snapping up. Where had he heard that voice before? In the next instant, he was at a loss for words when he met the cold gaze of the man holding the cuffs. What the fuck was Fisher doing there? Chapter 25. Ace. They'd lost the trail twice and had to backtrack through the rain. Even when the men rested, Ace trudged on, letting them catch up at will. The terrain was fucking rough. If he wasn't climbing over logs, he was slipping down hills in the thick undergrowth and trees. The men took breaks and shifts, but not Ace. He kept putting one foot in front of the other until Owen finally put his foot down. "You'll be in no shape to fight if we have to, so sit the fuck down and have some coffee." With a sigh, Ace nodded at his brother. Ignoring Owen's look of surprise, Ace found a seat on a nearby fallen log. Branches overhead did a lot to shield him from the driving rain. Owen twisted off the top of his thermos and poured him some coffee into the lid. Ace took it and had several sips. "What time is it?" Owen settled onto the log next to him and pulled his cell phone out. 6:30. Ace nodded and continued to sip, taking the weight off his feet even for this brief moment, along with the coffee, gave him renewed energy. They'd lost the element of surprise in the dark, but at this point, he'd go to war in the daylight if it meant getting Jacob back. "Where are the rest of the men?" Ace glanced around, but only spotted Maverick and Beckett.
"Scattered about. Some are ahead and some are behind. We're trying to cover as much territory as possible. SWAT and search and rescue are also out here."
"Where's Jordan?"
"He's up ahead with Creed on his ass."
Ace snorted. "Why aren't you on his ass?" "What?" Owen squinted at him and took a swallow from the thermos.
"You heard me. I saw the way you looked at him."
"I didn't look at him any which way," Owen rasped flatly. "So you didn't put Creed on Jordan?"
"I didn't say that."
Ace smirked and took another swallow of coffee. As much as his brother protested, Ace had seen the sparks fly between Owen and Jordan. "I've met Jordan before, but I don't really know much about him. I can find out more from Rossi," he offered. "If you want to know something about me, then ask me yourselves." Owen jumped at the sound of Jordan's voice coming from nearby, and the thermos in his brother's hand wobbled. Ace reached out and saved the coffee from pouring onto the ground. Jordan laughed and sauntered past them toward Beckett and Maverick. Owen sank back on the log and tracked Jordan's every step. His brother couldn't seem to look away. Creed crashed through the trees a few minutes later, and Owen's face became a thundercloud of anger. "What part of watch him did you not understand?" Owen growled. "Fuck you. He's fast," Creed grumbled, and took the thermos from Ace's hands to take a swallow. "Then you should have called me," Owen snapped. "I'm not a fucking kid," Jordan spat across the distance. "I'm doing you a favor by coming along, so I'd appreciate it if you'd all stop treating me like I'm a fucking newbie." "Ever been in the military?" Creed asked Jordan. "No, but I can still outrun your ass, can't I?" One of Jordan's eyebrows lifted. Owen barked out laughter and earned a glare from Jordan that shut his brother up quick. "Okay, knock it off," Ace cut in before the arguing could escalate or before Jordan started throwing punches again. "We appreciate your help, Jordan." Jordan turned on him as if gauging his sincerity, and after another moment Jordan's glare eased. "Jacob is my best friend." "He's mine, too," Ace said softly, and Jordan finally smiled. "You might want to tell him that." "I will when I find him." "Then let's hit the road," Jordan responded. Ace stood and handed the empty thermos lid back to Owen before he turned toward the trail. The others moved and followed him through the rain. He pushed through the wet underbrush and soggy pine needle-covered ground. The camp they came across was surprisingly bigger than he'd anticipated. With Pegasus and SWAT, they had 17 on their side, which meant they were outnumbered against the heavily armed men in the clearing. Oliver and Beckett had sneaked closer through the rain and had come back with the layout and information on the camp and any guards. So far, they'd been lucky, and the camp wasn't aware of their arrival. Both Hunter and Jordan stood at his side. The rest of the unit had split up in groups of 3 or 4. All comms were online, and his men were waiting on his command. "First order of business is to seize the camp. Hunter, Jordan, and I will find Jacob," he rasped, pressing on his earpiece. "And 7, Hunter hissed with a glare. "Keep your eyes out for 7, Ace confirmed, and turned when the brush rustled behind them. He found both Dalton and Adam. Adam dumped a pack on the ground and then crouched to rifle through the contents. Dalton picked off a piece of twig clinging to his bulletproof vest from the trek through the woods. "When did you two get in?" "Half an hour ago. We took a chopper," Adam said, glancing up from his pack after taking out a handgun. "We stopped by that house." "The dead guy?" Adam said, jerking his thumb back the way they'd come. "That was our informant, Baguette." Ace swung around on Jordan. "Who killed the informant?" "Eddie killed him. The dead guy I only knew as French." Jordan checked the clip on the semi-automatic rifle in his grip. "French bread. Baguette," Adam said flatly. "Are we using lethal force on 7? Dalton asked him. Hunter growled at Dalton. "We are not using lethal force on 7. I don't care what Baguette or French told you." Dalton squinted at Hunter, who had one fist clenched around a 9mm Glock, before gazing back to Ace. "If 7 is unarmed, then we take him in for questioning." He could only hope the SWAT commander stuck to his word. Ace paused and let out a hard breath. "They have Jacob." "Fuck," Adam spat out and stood, yanking on his vest and grabbing up several spare clips for his weapon. "What are we waiting for?" "Nothing," Ace said, and gave the order through the comm. "Let's move. Stay safe." They had a detailed plan of attack that coordinated with law enforcement. He filled in Dalton and Adam as they moved through the trees. Link and Eagle, along with Holden and Maverick, would dispatch the 4 men at each of the lookout posts. He hoped like hell Eagle and Link had their shit settled because they worked together like a well-oiled machine. Ace couldn't be sure, though, because Link did seem to be treating Eagle a bit on the cool side, but at least they seemed to be in sync on the job. The 4 Pegasus operatives were armed with explosives and would set up distractions along the borders of the field. The only good thing was that the area was narrow. Reaching a few hundred yards away, Ace stayed crouched next to Hunter and waited while the men slipped through the trees and set charges on the vehicles. It was then and there that he made a silent promise to himself. None of these fuckers were getting out alive if they hurt Jacob. Chapter 26. Jacob. "Fucking traitor," he spat. Fisher said nothing and spun him around to cuff his hands behind his back.
"Gag him if he can't keep his mouth shut," Scott said.
"Will do," Fisher replied and shoved Jacob toward the tent entrance. "Well, no fucking wonder you weren't ever around the office," he said between his teeth. "You were off with fuck knows how many enemies. Did you tell Scott our plans?" Fisher said nothing and used the side of his weapon against Jacob's shoulder blade to get him out the tent door.
"Well, well,"
Eddie chortled when they stepped beneath the awning just outside the tent. The man held a hot dog in a bun slathered with ketchup, and a bit of red clung to his mustache. Jacob sent a scathing look to Eddie. The man was breathing his last breaths as far as he was concerned. "Enjoy your last meal," he sneered. Eddie took 2 steps closer and raised a hand. Jacob saw the hit coming and braced. The back of Eddie's hand hit the side of his cheek and mouth, cutting his lip.
"Watch your fucking mouth. You're not in charge any longer."
"Are you done?" Fisher sounded bored. "I've got to lock him up." Fisher held out a hand to Eddie. Eddie fumbled in his pocket and pulled out a set of keys. Great. Did they have cages to lock him in? Was that where Seven was being held? Without a word, Fisher closed a hand around Jacob's uninjured arm and walked him from beneath the tarp and into the driving rain. "Don't choke. I want to kill you myself." Jacob curled his lip at Eddie before Fisher yanked him around to get him moving. Boom, boom, boom. Several explosions rocked the area and vehicles flew apart. Fuck yeah, Pegasus had arrived. Jacob's heart slammed against his ribs, but when debris and metal showered the air, Fisher tried to pull him down. Gunfire echoed over the narrow field and men screamed and scrambled. Fisher still had a grip on his arm, but now Eddie was there with a hand fisted into his hair. The hot dog was gone, only to be replaced by a gun with the business end against Jacob's temple. Fisher continued to try and drag him down to the ground, but Eddie had a hold of his hair. He was caught between the two, and he did the only thing he could think of. He sent his foot into Eddie's knee. The big guy buckled beneath the kick and cried out, but the man's grip only tightened in his hair. Twisting against their hold, Jacob kicked out again, and this time he caught Fisher in the gut. Fisher went sliding in the mud, tightening the hold on his arm, but eventually he lost his grip. Eddie yanked him up by his hair and shoved the end of the gun barrel beneath his chin. With his wrists handcuffed behind his back, Jacob was almost defenseless.
"You're dead if you try that again," Eddie growled.
Gunfire cracked and another explosion boomed across the field, with the rain doing little to deafen the growing noise. Eddie continued to hold him in place, gun barrel beneath his chin, head tilted back sharply, straining his neck.
"Drop the gun."
A whoosh of breath left Jacob's lungs at the sound of Ace's cold, flat tone.
"Fuck you! Get back or he's dead!"
Eddie pressed the barrel harder, and Jacob lifted onto his toes. His gaze swung wildly around as much as possible in his position until he could see Ace's big frame. 5 feet away, Ace held his weapon trained on Eddie. Through the rain, Jacob met Ace's icy blue gaze and tried to think of a way to get the hell away from Eddie. Maybe he'd drop and put the guy off guard. But from the way Eddie was fisting his hair and holding the gun, Jacob wasn't sure he could do it. Eddie had muscles and girth and wasn't going down easily. Fisher climbed from the mud to his feet, and Eddie pulled Jacob backward away from Ace.
"Get the Jeep,"
Eddie ordered Fisher. Owen, Creed, Dalton, and Adam were converging on their location, but seeing the tense situation, they held back.
"You're not leaving this field with him,"
Ace snarled, edging forward for each step back Eddie took.
"Scott!" Eddie called out. "We've got company."
The silence was deafening. It appeared that Kevin Scott had bailed on his men. The guy did seem like a pussy to Jacob. It happened so fast that Jacob was left stunned when Fisher stepped closer. Fisher pulled and pointed a silencer at Eddie's temple. Fisher didn't say a word. He just pulled the trigger, putting a bullet in Eddie's head, while simultaneously yanking Jacob back and away. Eddie's gun went off, and Jacob could swear the round breezed through his hair. Eddie crumbled to the ground, dead. Fisher tore off his mask. Shock held Ace still for one moment, and then he was yanking Jacob into his arms. Fucking hell, those arms felt like heaven, and when Fisher stepped up behind him and removed the handcuffs, Jacob wrapped his arms around Ace and held on. When gunfire echoed again, Jacob jerked back and locked his hand with Ace's. "Let's get out of the line of fire," Fisher said quietly. Jacob pulled Ace into the tent that doubled for Kevin Scott's office. It was empty. "We are going to have a serious conversation," Ace growled at Fisher. "I imagine so," the man said, and pulled on his hooded mask. When Fisher disappeared back out of the tent, Ace spun on Jacob and yanked him back into his arms. "Fuck, I didn't think I'd get to you in time," Ace muttered. Jacob tipped back his head and gazed up into Ace's eyes. "But you did." "Yeah." Without another word, Ace dropped a slow, aching kiss to his lips. "I love you. I don't want another second to go by without telling you that." Jacob's pulse sped up and his chest felt like it was going to explode. He never imagined in a million years that Ace would say those words during a mission. He'd hoped and he'd dreamed that someday Ace would say them, but not today. "You hear me?" Ace said with a quiet breath, and then kissed him again. Jacob moaned into the kiss and lifted onto his toes before he pulled back. "Yes, I hear you." He swiped his tongue along his lips, tasting Ace there. "Boss, we got a situation," Dalton called. Ace spun toward the tent exit but held his hand firmly. When they stepped out together, Jacob realized things were bad. They were in a standoff. Chapter 27. Jacob. Holden sat on the ground with Beckett next to him, bandaging his husband's forearm. Link had a cut on his head that Eagle was trying to look at, but Link slapped the man's hands away, grabbed up a rifle, and leaped to his feet. Several SWAT were down with the majority holding weapons on suspects. Only those suspects were pointing rifles right back. Pretty much all of Pegasus, including Jordan, were pointing guns at a shit ton of Kevin Scott's militia. Some of the men in Scott's employ lay wounded or dead, but they still outnumbered Pegasus and SWAT by 3-1. Nobody moved. Jacob barely took a breath. "Well, well," Scott said, stepping from behind his men. "It seems we have ourselves a standoff." Shit. Pegasus might be able to take out some of Scott's men, but it was a given that some of Pegasus would die today if this situation escalated. Ace seemed to be of the same mind and stepped forward. Only, Ace dropped his hand before putting himself between the two sides. "Ace," Jacob hissed and moved to follow. Ace held up a hand and stopped him. "What do you want?" Ace growled at Scott. "We go our way and you go yours," Scott said, "and we all live to fight another day." A muscle ticked in Ace's jaw, and the blue of his eyes resembled ice chips. When Ace continued staring at Scott in silence, Scott jerked his head toward his men. They all slowly began backing up. Pegasus and SWAT stayed their ground with guns trained on the suspects. Nobody said a word. Scott's men stopped near a block post and uncuffed 7 from chains. 7 lunged upward and 5 of Scott's men converged on him. All fucking hell broke loose. 5 men weren't enough to contain 7. It was laughable, really, but then more of Scott's men jumped in and ganged up on 7 while the others kept their guns trained on Pegasus and SWAT. 7 went down beneath the onslaught of attackers. "No!" Hunter yelled at the top of his lungs when he realized what was happening. The man fought Parker's sudden grip while shouting at Scott's men. "Leave him alone!" "Fuckers!" Jacob snapped and launched forward, but he found himself caught around the waist by Ace. Too fucking funny. Here he'd waited his whole life for Ace to hold him, but not like this. Jacob pulled on every single bit of training Wilde had ever taught him and turned a taste of it around on Ace. He easily broke free from Ace's grip by slamming his elbow into the man's gut. He went low and swiped Ace's legs out from under him, sending the bigger man to the ground. Ace grunted when he landed and Jacob sprang toward the bastards now beating on 7. "Jacob, stop!" Ace shouted. Fuck that. Someone got their information wrong. This was all kinds of wrong. Ignoring Ace, Jacob launched across the distance toward the perps and tactical gear as they kept punching and hitting Seven wherever they could reach. Seven took a pretty good hit to the head and went down, but by that time, Jacob was there. He punched throats and nuts, sending men to the ground. Hunter had managed to break away from Parker and was at his side, attacking the enemy. Jordan rushed up, and with a savage move and lethal strikes, they fought side by side, disarming as many men as possible. None of Scott's militia fired, which in hindsight seemed odd to him, but maybe Scott's men didn't want to die today. Ace reached him and moved in at his side. Jacob kept fighting to free Seven. From somewhere, he found strength he didn't even know he had and tossed bigger men aside, trying to get to Seven. Someone slammed a rifle into his back and he went down. Ace roared with anger, but Jacob came up. After slipping in the mud, he sent a roundhouse kick into the suspect that sent the guy stumbling back into the perp behind. Hunter reached for Seven, who had managed to get to his knees. Through the driving rain, Jacob saw the man's face was bruised and battered. Ace reached for Jacob just as a gunshot went off over their heads and Jacob dropped and rolled, coming up with a Glock he'd found in the mud. "Stand down, or the next bullet that's fired goes in this man," Kevin Scott said. Jacob froze, seeing one of Scott's men had a gun tucked into Beckett's side. Beckett was wheezing and licked at the blood dripping from his busted lip. Holden bellowed, and Jacob watched as both Dalton and Maverick jumped to hold the big man from the possibility of making the dire situation even more dangerous. Jacob ached to squeeze the trigger and put a bullet in the fucker's head, but not at the expense of Beckett's life. Jacob inched closer, but Ace caught his arm. "Jacob," Ace whispered, and Jacob turned his burning, rage-filled gaze on him. "You're fucking wrong about Seven," he hissed between his teeth, not giving one fucking inch. "Let's sort it out once Beckett is safe," Ace urged quietly. Jacob turned his attention from Ace to Seven, who was currently in Hunter's arms. Seven met his eyes through the rain, and Jacob knew in that moment he would do whatever it took to get Seven free. "It's your call," Jacob told Seven. "It's my call," Scott snarled and stepped up to press the barrel of his gun to Seven's head. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," Creed said in a voice filled with deadly intent. The massive man had come up behind Scott so quickly, Jacob almost did a double take when Creed pressed his Glock to the back of Scott's skull. The man turned pale, and suddenly a few of Kevin Scott's men had their automatic rifles pointed at Creed. "Fuck." "Jacob," Seven rasped, pulling his attention back to his boss. Seven's mouth was bashed in so hard that he could barely speak, and Jacob wanted to kill something so fucking bad his eyes burned. "It's okay," Seven whispered and patted Hunter's arm. "You heard him," Scott sneered, but the guy was still white as a sheet with Creed's gun to his head. "Now step the fuck back." "Jacob," Ace began, but Jacob ignored him, his eyes focused on Seven. Seven gave a slow nod, and Jacob jerked his weapon up and away and took a slow step back. It was then he realized that Pegasus had closed in around them. His former team, along with the number of SWAT, looked small compared to the numerous men Scott had. After a long moment, Creed eased back. Scott and his men backed away, Beckett and Seven in tow, and Pegasus was left watching. Holden strained against the hold, pulling the two powerful men forward, but they held tight. When they reached the jeeps that hadn't been destroyed, the man holding Beckett released him and Beckett sank to the ground. Holden yanked free and ran across the distance. Scott's men still had Seven, and the gun pointed at the man's head was the only thing stopping them. Jacob had to wonder why they weren't shooting when he realized that Hunter was walking after the group as if blocking anyone's shot. "Hunter!" Parker called out and pleaded with his little brother, but Hunter kept stalking slowly forward. Jacob's throat clogged when Hunter was left watching the jeeps drive away with Seven. Not all of Scott's army fit into the vehicles, and those that couldn't disappeared into the trees. Holden reached Beckett and pulled him up and into his arms before turning to head back toward them. Jacob drew tired hands over his face and turned and walked away. but Ace came after him. "Jacob," Ace called, but he kept walking. "Jacob, about 7. Suddenly, Ace's voice was right behind him. He spun on Ace. "What could you possibly have to say to me about 7? At his nasty tone, hurt slammed into Ace's eyes. "Jacob," the man whispered, "this isn't you." "How the fuck would you know?" he spat, but Ace wouldn't back up. In fact, the man stepped closer until Jacob could feel his body heat. Then, slowly, as if reaching for a wild animal, Ace gently took his wrist in his hand and held it. "What?" Jacob grumbled, but the rage was gone and only sorrow remained. He fucking loved Ace with every fiber of his being, but he had a sense of duty to 7. "Hey, bro." Owen was suddenly there, and Ace turned toward his brother but still held onto his wrist. "What's the plan?" Owen said. Rather than answer, Ace looked to Jacob, and Jacob gave a nod. "We can't leave 7 with Scott, not even for one fucking day. They will kill him," Jacob said to both men. Behind Owen came Hunter and Parker, along with Oliver and the rest of the men. Creed filled up the space behind the team. Holden was off to the side looking over Beckett, who was assuring his husband that he wasn't that badly hurt. "I agree," Hunter said with cold control. Jacob could see the anger, but beneath that he saw the fear for 7. "What are we doing?" Eagle inquired from next to him. Jacob hadn't even felt the man approach. He'd been so focused on Ace. Beside Eagle stood Link. "We call Gage and Mason back from vacation, and we'll need even more help than that," Ace said. "You should probably contact your dads," Jordan told Jacob. "What good will that do?" Fisher, who hadn't been around very much, didn't know his dads. Jacob smirked. "My dads will bring in Phoenix." "Phoenix?" Fisher asked. "What the fuck, man? Phoenix, you know? Ghost, fear, lash, wild," Creed growled at Fisher. "You been living under a rock?" "Maybe." Fisher squinted at Creed and then smirked. "You ass," Creed rumbled when he realized Fisher was putting him on. Ace gave Jacob his phone, and he made the call to Wild. Chapter 28. Ace. Jacob stabbed the speaker button on the phone and waited while it rang. They'd taken up shelter beneath the large tarp next to Scott's tent. The overhead canvas protected them somewhat from the driving rain. "Hello, Ace?" "Hey, Dad, it's me." "Hey, kiddo, what's up?" Wild's voice brought a slight smile to Jacob's lips. "We need you. I need you." "When and where?" Ace's chest tightened at the sound of sorrow and urgency in Jacob's voice. "San Luis Obispo. We're tracking my boss who's been kidnapped." "Ace?" Wild said. "No, my boss is 7. It's a long story, and I'll tell you when I see you. Shouldn't take us too long." "Dad?" "Yeah. Bring everybody." When the call ended, Jacob handed him back the phone. Ace made the call to Gage and Mason, but it looked like the pair weren't going to reach them in time. Tiredly, Ace lifted the thermos in his hand and offered it to Jacob, who quickly took it, twisted the top off, and took a sip of the hot coffee inside. All of Pegasus, minus Eagle, Link, and Fisher, who were tracking Scott and his men, were gathered around them. Some standing, some sitting, and all had paid attention to Jacob's phone call with Wild. Beckett was back in Holden's arms and had been assuring him the whole time that he was fine, and no, his lip didn't hurt. Jacob turned to Ace. "So tell me why you think 7 is a traitor." Ace nodded at his question, but then turned to Adam. "Adam can tell us more than me." Baguette, French as you knew him, was providing me information and stated that 7 was a terrorist and also the silent partner of Kevin Scott. "Which you know is a lie," Hunter interrupted. "Eddie was the traitor," Jacob added. "Maybe," Adam said. "Oh, okay, yeah. Scott smashed in his own partner's head and face because 7 and Scott are in it together." Hunter threw up his hands as if disgusted. Adam's lips twisted. Okay, I'm starting to think that maybe Baguette got his information wrong. Did you ever stop to think that maybe Eddie was feeding French false information? Jacob said, using Baguette's real name. Now that I know all the players, it does seem plausible, Adam admitted. Well, hallelujah, Hunter snidely said. Look, smartass, Adam snapped at Hunter. I can only work with the information I have. We had to take precautions with Seven because we really don't know the guy. I know him, Hunter said, but his tone wasn't as challenging as before. He's one of the good guys. Hunter and Adam gazed at each other for a long time before Adam nodded. I believe you. I believe that we were misled about Seven. Hunter turned towards Ace. Now what? Now we recharge, wait for Phoenix, rescue Seven, and deal with Scott once and for all, Ace said, and then turned his attention to the rest of the men. Hopefully Fisher, Link, and Eagle will be able to tail them and bring back Scott's location. Fucking hell, Phoenix was a force. Not just in size, but in action. They dropped in on a jet-black Chinook helicopter and leaped from the open doorway in full tactical gear. The men fanned out as they walked toward them with smooth, controlled strides, looking like the total badasses they were. Boots kicked up mud and the rain didn't seem to faze them one fucking bit. A few of them shook strands of hair aside and just kept walking. Roscoe Burns was one big son of a bitch. Ace held the man's eyes across the distance. Next to Roscoe on one side was Wild, his hair scooped back in a man bun, an M4 rifle held easily in his grip. Beside Wild was Storm, who kind of made Roscoe look short, which was a challenge. Ace wasn't intimidated. He'd faced bigger men before. He was the same height and girth as Roscoe, but while he wasn't intimidated, he was nervous. These were Jacob's dads, and their opinion was very important to Jacob. Ace didn't give a shit if they liked him or not, but it was important to Jacob, so it became important to him. Ace, Roscoe said when he came to a stop in front of him, and everyone, Pegasus and Phoenix included, seemed to hold their breath. A collective sense of relief swept through the large group of men when Roscoe offered Ace his hand. Ace gripped it firmly, and it was returned just before he was pulled into a brief, hard hug. His chest squeezed, and he gave Roscoe a quick nod when they parted. The thought that one of Jacob's dads had just given him a silent welcome to the family wasn't lost on him. He wasn't sure about the other two, but Wild elbowed Storm, who jerked, scowled, and then thrust his hand out with a squinty-eyed look. Ace smirked and gripped Storm's hand, trying not to wince when Storm squeezed. Wild elbowed Storm again, and the guy released his hand. Ace shook it out, and Wild laughed and held up his hand for a high five. Ace was okay with that. Roscoe reached for Jacob, who went into his dad's arms for a long hug, and then Wild and Storm were checking over Jacob and the fat lip he'd gotten from Eddie. Once the greetings were through, Ace realized some of his men might not know Phoenix. So, introductions? He glanced at Roscoe. Yup, the man drawled. That's Fear and Lash. Roscoe pointed to two men standing together as if God had put them there, and heaven help anyone who got between them. Fear had eyes that looked like chips of coal, and Lash, with long hair and a tight, ripped frame, looked like a wild man. Neither man nodded. Next to Lash is his little brother, Smoke, and Smoke's husband, Wolf. The one called Smoke gave them an up nod, and when he smiled, deep dimples popped, giving him a superstar look. Wolf stood a good head taller than Smoke and didn't smile. In fact, the soldier hadn't really moved a muscle. Silvery eyes watched them all with a calculating look. The guy was aptly named. That's Ghost and U.S. Marshal Mac Mackenzie to their right. Ace lifted a hand at Noah and Mac. He'd met them both before. On the side we have Frost and Reboot Hell. Just call me Seth, Reboot Hell, Seth said with a laugh. And then with a wide smile, he stepped forward to give Jacob a light punch on the arm and offered his hand to Ace. Ace gripped the man's hand and then glanced at Frost. Other than a slow nod, Frost didn't approach. It was plain to see who was the more outspoken of the pair. That's Jagger and Quick, but I believe you both know Quick, Roscoe said, turning to Parker and Hunter. Parker grinned and stepped forward. "How the hell are you?" "Good. Mom sends her love." Quick grinned back, his bright green eyes alive with laughter, and pulled Parker into a tight hug, and then did the same with Hunter. "Wait, how do you guys know each other?" Jordan asked. "Quick is our cousin," Hunter said, giving the man a hug. "Well, how come we didn't know that?" Beckett asked. Parker shrugged. "It never came up." Beckett looked peeved. "You had a cousin in Phoenix, but it never came up?" "Geez, lighten up," Hunter told Beckett. "Do you tell me where all your family is?" "Well, no, but that's because my family is right here." Beckett pointed to Holden and then Link. After all, Link was Beckett's cousin. "Anyway," Roscoe said with a wide-eyed look at Ace. Ace grinned and held up his hands. "I try." Roscoe smirked and shook his head. "That's it. The rest stayed home." "Okay then," Jacob said, slapping his hands together and then rubbing them briskly. "What's the plan?" Chapter 29. Jacob. Yep, he got a few darkened looks from his dads for his eagerness to get started, but he ignored them and instead turned to Ace. "Once Link, Eagle, and Fish get back from recon, we can make a plan," Ace told him and then glanced toward Roscoe. "I have 3 men following Kevin Scott's convoy." "Any word from them?" Roscoe asked. "They checked in about 20 minutes ago," Dalton said when Ace turned to him. "They're still on the hunt." Ace quickly went down the line, introducing all of Pegasus. Some of the men knew each other, and some had only seen faces on video calls when the chief, Giovanni Rossi, called a full unit meeting. "Hey," a voice called from the helicopter. Reggie, the Phoenix techie and driver, stood in the open doorway. Jacob had worked closely with the man during his years with Phoenix. He exchanged a wave with Reggie. "The rain seems to have stopped for a while. How about I whip us all up some chow?" Reggie called loudly across the distance. "Hell yeah," Holden grumbled, and it only took a moment before everyone broke out with laughter. "Well, I'm fucking starving," Holden said, and Beckett popped a kiss on his husband's pouting mouth. "I could eat," Jacob said. "Sounds good, Reggie," Wild called. "Hook us up, but hurry." Some 40 minutes later, Jacob had a belly full of chili and sat in one of the camp chairs, giving his weapon a quick wipe down. Bringing in extra rations had been smart thinking on Reggie's part. Ever since Eagle and Link came back with a location, Ace, Roscoe, and the SWAT commander had been talking in private for the past half hour. They'd also been on the phone with Rossi going over the plan. A few times they tossed a glance at the unit, or maybe it was in his direction. Jacob would have loved to be a fly on that wall. Were they talking about it? If so, what exactly was said? He snorted because he knew the likelihood of them talking about him was slim. After all, they were the unit's commanders, and tactical decisions needed to be made before any attempt was made to rescue Seven and capture Scott. Thank fuck the rain had continued to cease, even though dark gray clouds hovered above. Daylight was running out, so he imagined they'd want to move soon. Hunter was restless, and after refusing to eat, the man started pacing in the mud. Ace shoved up from his chair and placed his bowl in a barrel, and Roscoe scooped up the last bite of his and did the same. The SWAT commander left the awning and headed toward where his men were eating. "All right, let's get moving," Roscoe said, looking over Phoenix, and several men rose to their feet. "Jacob and Jordan, you'll stay back with Reggie and guard the camp." Jacob continued to sit real still as every muscle in his body went rigid. He waited for Wild, or hell, even Storm, to say something, but they were busy getting their gear in order. He opened his mouth but didn't have a chance to say one word before Ace spoke. "Jacob, you're with Pegasus. We will be coming in from the east, so grab your gear. Let's move." Ace's growly voice filled the sudden silence. Roscoe turned on Ace. Jacob stood and held his breath, along with what seemed to be the whole camp. It was a sight to see the 2 powerful men face off. Yet after one moment of hesitation, Roscoe nodded his head and spun toward Jacob. Jacob ignored his dad and turned away, but Roscoe caught his arm. "Hey," Roscoe said softly. "I'm sorry, kiddo." Jacob turned a sad smile on his dad and nodded. I keep messing up, but I will get this right. I promise. Roscoe whispered urgently, and Jacob relented and hugged his dad hard. I know you will. I have faith. He smiled and pulled away to grab up the small pack Reggie held out to him. Just some essentials, the Phoenix techie said with a brow waggle and then gulped and hurried back to the helicopter when Roscoe frowned at him. I'm not staying behind. Jacob smiled when he heard Jordan's snappy comment. Someone else can stay and watch the camp, Jordan added. Holden and I will stay. I'm not sure how stable his arm will be in the field, Beckett offered, gesturing to Holden, who stood immediately. I'm all right, Holden drawled. No, you're not, Beckett said with a glare. I'm the medic here. And you're the one who got beat up, Holden growled back. Am not. Okay, Ace cut in immediately. Holden, Beckett, watch the camp with Reggie. After a moment, both men nodded. Jacob could see the brackets of pain around Holden's mouth. Beckett gently laid a hand on his husband's arm, and Holden bent his head down to brush a kiss against Beckett's hair. Ace jerked his head at the remaining members of Pegasus, but stopped before moving to eye both Eagle and Link. Where's Fish? When Eagle and Link both shrugged, Ace's icy gaze swept over the surrounding area. Probably with the bad guys, Jacob answered with a smirk. Owen made his way closer. Give Fish a break. He did save Jacob's life. Ace's blue eyes softened when they landed on him, and then he squinted at Owen. Let's go, Ace said without responding to Owen's comment. Owen hesitated and then glanced toward where Jordan was slipping on a backpack. Ace's brother seemed to visibly relax when Jordan came toward Pegasus instead of Phoenix. Where are you going? Caleb called to Jordan. They're 2 men short, so I'm filling in. Jordan's tone of voice was patient, but there was an underlying hint of steel that Jacob had never heard before. Wisely, nobody said a word, not even Roscoe. Jacob snickered and turned away and ran smack into Ace. He gazed up when the bigger man gently caught his arms. Their eyes met, gazes clung, and Jacob's stomach swarmed with warmth. What? He whispered. Ready? Ace murmured, his tone even deeper than normal, sending that warmth blistering into heat. Ace was waiting for him. Ace had picked him for Pegasus, but even more than that, Ace had picked him. Ace loved him, and it showed in the man's eyes and face and the loving grip he had on his arms. They were in this together, through thick and thin, forever. Yes, I'm ready. Jacob didn't look away. He couldn't, and put every ounce of his love for Ace in his eyes. He was ready for a life with this man, and he knew the second Ace realized what he was saying. With a slow tilt of his head, Ace pressed a brief kiss to his lips right there in front of his dad's and, well, everyone. Jacob swallowed hard when Ace lifted his head and then laughed when the man gave him a rakish smile. All right, Wild teased with a chuckle from nearby. We get it. Let's go. The camp broke out in laughter and Jacob joined in. He'd never felt this happy. Now all they needed to do was get Seven back, clear up the misunderstanding, and apprehend Kevin Scott. It sounded easy enough. Chapter 30. Ace. The Chinook carried both Pegasus and Phoenix with ease. It had been designed that way. Rossi had thought ahead on that front. The chopper cut through the gray sky as they sped toward the enemy. Reaching a clearing Lincoln Eagle had scouted earlier, the helicopter swooped down and landed about 5 miles from Kevin Scott's hideout. Ace jumped down with Jacob at his side, and together Pegasus and Phoenix split up in pairs. Heading toward the tree line, Ace followed Jacob into the thickness. While he was on board with Jacob at his side, he couldn't stop watching the man like a hawk. Not that he did it so Jacob would notice. Quit. What? He said, surprised. Jacob eyed him. You're watching me. Well, shit. Guess he wasn't as stealthy as he'd thought. Why can't I watch you? He waggled his eyebrows and then gestured with his chin to keep going. Only if you're watching my ass, Jacob's snappy reply came as he lifted branches to duck under.
I am, he answered.
And yeah, he sounded smug, but it was a nice ass. Jacob tossed a look over his shoulder and rolled his eyes before releasing the small branch. It smacked Ace in the head, and cursing, he swiped at it. He swore he heard Jacob snicker. The rain started up again, and once he was untangled from the branches, Ace pulled up the hood of his slicker. Getting through the trees and brush was a bit trickier for him with his size than Jacob, and it took a few moments to catch up to the slender man.
"Don't leave me behind," he murmured, growing closer.
Jacob paused and glanced up at him.
"Sorry." "It's okay, but I'm your partner, so we stick together."
Jacob's smile grew into a grin, and Ace groaned, wondering what smart-ass comment was coming. But the man surprised him and held his tongue.
"Bro," Owen's voice came through the comm. "The buildings are about 3 miles out."
Ace pressed the earpiece in his ear, but kept his eyes locked on Jacob's face.
"Copy. All right, let's break."
Ace released the comm and his breath at the same time. The plan was to go in at night and hit Scott's buildings. There were 3 of them. What the man needed 3 warehouses for, Ace didn't know. Maybe they'd get lucky and this was actually Scott's permanent base of operations. As far as they knew, 7 was still alive. All Ace could hope for was that Scott's men didn't kill the guy before they rescued him and got to the truth. He knew in his gut that if anything bad happened to 7, Jacob wouldn't forgive him easily. "I still don't see why we have to wait," Jacob said, bringing up their previous argument. The younger man squinted at him with his fist squeezed around a Glock.
"I told you, they outnumber us and this will give us an advantage. Plus," he added, "we'll have better luck getting 7 out alive if we can go in at dark."
Jacob let out a long sigh. "You're right. I just don't want anything to happen to him. 7 is one of the good guys."
"I believe you."
And he did. He trusted Jacob's opinion. Jacob was one of the smartest men he knew, and if Jacob vouched for 7, then he was more than okay with that. Jacob dropped his backpack and pulled out a small pup tent from its contents. Ace started piling together pine needles for beneath the tent. It was big enough for the both of them to get into and keep the rain off of their weapons, gear, and clothes. The rest of the unit had similar gear and were bedding down for a few hours in various places. Keeping spread out was a tactical plan. It kept them from being attacked when together, but it also could leave a pair vulnerable. Ace had to trust that everyone would be okay. Quickly and efficiently, they had their tent up within minutes. Sitting his ass in the doorway to the small tent, Ace shucked his boots and drew them inside to tuck near the door out of the weather. While Jacob did the same, Ace lifted his backpack and pulled out MREs for both of them. They ate the food sitting side by side, watching the rain. "We should go camping," Jacob said once he finished his meal. Uncapping a thermos, the man poured coffee into the lid before handing it to him.
"Yeah?"
He glanced over and shoved the last bite of the sandwich into his mouth before washing it down with hot coffee. "Do you like camping?" Jacob asked.
"I do.
There's so much I don't know about you."
"We have time,"
Ace said, lifting a hand to brush fingers over the beard on Jacob's jaw. Jacob's eyes closed and he nodded and then took a quick sip from the thermos. Ace kept his eyes on Jacob, waiting, but the man kept his gaze glued to the doorway. Finishing the coffee, Ace placed the lid on the ground and then scooted back into the tent to stretch out on his sleeping bag. At least the ground beneath the bag was cushiony.
"Jacob," he whispered when Jacob stayed sitting at the opening watching the rain. "What's the matter?"
Jacob capped the thermos after taking another drink and tucked it next to the boots near the opening. Flipping around, Jacob moved to his hands and knees and crawled toward him. The look in Jacob's eyes tore his breath away, and he reached for the man, pulling him into his arms. "Say it again," Jacob said in a fierce whisper.
"We have time,"
Ace breathed, moving closer, and smothered further words with his mouth.
"You awake?"
Ace spoke the words softly and nuzzled into Jacob's temple. He could have continued to watch Jacob sleep for hours with his slender form tucked in against him. So much power was in Jacob's hands. The man literally had the power to break him, but Ace knew his heart was safe with Jacob. We should have just stayed awake, Jacob groused, and rolled to his back to stretch. We ran out of condoms, Ace reminded him with a soft chuckle. They'd gone through the 2 he had. Jacob grinned and turned back toward him and swept those talented palms over his chest. Ace groaned and caught the man's hands from wandering south. Jacob's head snapped up. What? He gave a half smile and Jacob grew quiet, watching him. And then, as if he could read his mind, the man whispered, Tell me about him. He didn't wonder why Jacob knew there was a him, but he supposed at his ripe old age of 42 it only made sense. Shane was 22 when we met. He was 12 years younger than me. Jacob didn't ask the usual question of what happened. Instead, he lay there with those blue eyes locked on him. We were together for 3 years before he was killed. Jacob's eyes went wide, but still he said nothing. No useless condolences or words. I did some bounty hunting work when I got out of the Marines. That's what Owen and I were doing when I met Shane. We ran up against some really bad people and Shane was caught in the crossfire. Jacob's brow wrinkled. Shane did bounty hunting with you? No, but the 2 men we were after turned the tables on us. They came after our loved ones. Owen was single, so... With a quick suck of air, Jacob cupped his cheek. Fucking hell. They killed Shane. I'm so sorry. What did you do? They're dead, he said, and gave Jacob a half smile. He'd made peace with Shane's death a while ago, but Jacob's attraction to him and his age had brought it all back. And that was his own mistake. You reminded me of Shane. Well, your age did. He was nothing like you. Oh? Jacob's gaze turned curious. Yeah, he wasn't trained. He was vulnerable. Jacob's hand slipped to the back of his neck and squeezed. You feel responsible. I did for a long time. I've made peace with his death over the last 5 years. I just got stupid where you were concerned and turned my fear into an age gap thing instead of what it really was. What was it really? I was afraid of loving you and then losing you. I'm afraid of the same thing, Jacob whispered. Don't you know that every time we go into the field I have the same fear? And when you used to go into the field without me, I was sick with worry. Ace reached for Jacob and held him. I'm sorry I wasted so much time. He brushed his mouth into Jacob's curls. We've got time now. Jacob squeezed him tightly. That they did, and Ace was more determined than ever to make up for every single hurt he'd inflicted. Chapter 31. Jacob. You ready? Lifting his rifle, Ace nodded at the trees and the warehouses in the distance and murmured, Don't get shot. Don't get dead, Jacob countered. Yeah, Ace rasped. That too. When SWAT had arrived at their location, Ace and Jacob packed up their small, intimate camp. Jacob was sorry they didn't have more time. What Ace had spoken about while lying in his arms had broken Jacob's heart. It all made sense now. Jacob didn't know what the hell he would have done if he had been in Ace's shoes. If he'd lost Ace like Ace had lost Shane, Jacob wasn't sure if he would have ever moved on. He no longer wondered if Ace loved him. That was now a given. Jacob could see it in every action Ace took and every look the man gave him. But he also knew that Ace retained a healthy amount of fear for his safety. Jacob didn't mind that fear as long as Ace didn't become paralyzed by it. Boss, Dalton's voice came through the comm. Ready, Ace told Dalton and then asked, Phoenix? SWAT? On your signal, Ace, Roscoe responded. We're ready, the SWAT commander responded. Jacob returned Ace's slight smile and then caught sight of Noah coming toward them along with Fear and Wild. Of the 3 equally badass Phoenix operatives, only one, Fear, was ex-military. Noah and Wild had earned their stripes on the Phoenix battlefield just like he had. Jacob returned Noah's handshake as they all waited for Ace's call. The 3 warehouses sat in a row, just outside of a national park, at the bottom of a canyon where buildings weren't supposed to be. Jacob had to wonder how the hell Scott had gotten away with putting them there. Ace lifted a hand and pointed to the door on the south side of the middle building. "I need that rusted padlock cut, then we go on my call." "Copy," Fear said, pulling a pair of bolt cutters from his pack. "Did you carry those the whole way?" Wild gaped at Fear. "Hell no, I had Eagle do it," Fear smirked. "And I bet he didn't even know it," Noah added with a snicker. "Nope," Fear waggled his brows. "Evil," Wild said. "Nope, just fear." Jacob snorted at the pun. "Okay, let's do this." He turned on Ace, whose head had been swiveling between Wild and Fear. A crack of a small branch had Noah leveling his Glock at the trees, but then lowering it when Hunter came through. "You good?" Ace asked the operative. "I'll be better once we get him out of there." Hunter gave an up nod at the warehouses. "Do we know which one he's in?" "I don't know," Hunter admitted, his eyes filled with worry. "I do." Several guns were raised when another voice spoke from nearby. "About time you came out of hiding," Noah drawled. Fisher gave a slight grimace. "I wasn't hiding. I was observing." "Damn stealthy, aren't you?" Noah countered. "Usually people don't see me coming." Fisher gave Noah a look filled with respect. "I'm not usual people." Fisher's gaze perked. "No, you're not, are you?" "Married here." Wild put a finger above Noah's blonde head and pointed down. Noah slapped Wild's hand away with a snort. "Not everyone is after sex," Noah scolded Wild. "I know a few who are." Wild slid Jacob a sideways glance, and Jacob rolled his eyes. He eyed his dad. "Would you quit?" His dad laughed and threw up his hands. "Yeah, okay." "If you're all finished, we have warehouses to breach and a man to rescue," Ace growled. "So, now 7 needs rescuing?" Fisher asked Ace. "Why the change of heart?" "Jacob vouched for 7. That's good enough for me." Pride swelled in Jacob's chest, and he shoulder-bumped Ace slightly. Ace's eyes moved from Fisher to glance down into Jacob's face. "What? It's true," Ace murmured and lifted his weapon. "Now, let's move." When Jacob, Noah, and Fisher approached the warehouse, Jacob shot out the floodlights with his silenced Glock. While Fear took care of the padlock on the door, both Ace and Wild watched Fear's back. Jacob methodically took out every sensor light he could find, and then some, to be on the safe side. When a guard came around the corner, he stepped in and throat-punched the guy. Fisher and Noah quickly incapacitated the suspect. They duct-taped his mouth, zip-tied his hands and legs, and left him knocked out on the ground. Once the lock was cut, everyone grouped around Ace. Speaking quietly through the comms, Ace gave the signal to breach to the rest of Pegasus and Phoenix. Entering the building, Jacob was right on Ace's ass with Fisher, Noah, Fear, and Wild bringing up the rear. Wild quietly pulled the door closed and wedged a nearby piece of metal between the doorknob and the frame to make it difficult for anyone to get in or out, especially in the dark. Pulling up his night vision goggles, the others did the same. The warehouse was filled with aisles of pallets stacked at least 12 feet high and fully loaded with plastic-wrapped unidentifiable supplies. The place smelled of metal and gunpowder. From the warehouse to the left of them, muffled gunfire erupted, but so far nothing moved in this one. They may have gotten lucky. Fear and Noah split off to the right, and Wild and Fisher went in the opposite direction. Jacob gave Ace a light double tap on the shoulder, and the man moved forward with his weapon at the ready. Flipping around, Jacob kept an eye on their rear. A scuffle sounded to the east of their location, and Ace turned that way, keeping close to the stacks of pallets. A suspect came from the end of the row and kicked out, connecting with Jacob's arm, causing it to go numb. Jacob growled low and slammed into the guy. Ace whirled and leaped, grabbing the back of the guy's shirt and then slamming him into the side of the supplies with one toss. Plastic wrap crinkled and the guy groaned. Jacob reached for his zip ties on his belt, but didn't have a chance to pull them before a heavy weight took his feet out from under him. The man had jumped from above, slamming him to the ground. Jacob's back met the concrete and took the air from his lungs. Twisting, he rolled them both twice before he could suck in air. Quick as a cat, Jacob went right for the suspect's face. He ripped the night vision goggles off the fucker's head and gouged him in the eyes. The man screamed, rolled away, and stumbled to his feet. Jacob sprawled on his back for a full few seconds. A scuffling to his right showed the suspect with Ace had recovered enough to put up a fight. Jacob jackknifed to his feet and went after the guy who'd tackled him. The man was shaking his head and holding one hand over his damaged eyes. Jacob hit the man in the head, sending the perp to his knees. From there, the suspect toppled sideways and didn't move. Jacob flipped the perp over and zip-tied his hands behind his back and then his ankles together. He tossed a glance over at Ace, who had the other man in a chokehold. When that guy lost consciousness and slid to the ground, Jacob silently approached and tied him up. "You okay?" Ace gently gripped his arm and brought him closer. "Yeah." He rubbed at his aching chest and was going to add something funny, but the lights in the warehouse suddenly flipped on overhead, blinding him. Jacob yanked off his goggles and Ace jerked off his own and tossed them away. "Well, well," Kevin Scott said from a good 10 feet behind them. Jacob whirled around to find the terrorist standing near a stack of pallets. "I suppose you came for this one." Scott sneered and pulled a beaten 7 from behind the pallet and tossed the handcuffed man at his feet. 7 toppled to the ground and then tried to right himself, but he didn't appear to have the strength. His head hit the ground when he fell. Jacob eyed the gun Scott had trained on him and Ace. "You should have taken my job offer, Jacob," Scott said, and lifted his gun higher, pointing it at his chest. Jacob wondered how good his bulletproof vest would be against a shot this close. He imagined the vest wouldn't hold. But before he could give it further thought, a few things happened simultaneously. When Scott wiggled the weapon at him as he spoke, Ace grabbed Jacob and spun them around, offering Ace's back to the fucker. "No!" Both his and 7's voices rang out, and then the gun went off. Ace didn't jerk from impact. In fact, Ace kept holding him tightly, without wincing, no falling down dead. Ace still stood on his feet. Somehow the bullet had missed Ace. Jacob jerked against Ace's hold, and when he was released, he spun around to find Hunter with a foot crushing Scott's throat. Jacob spun toward Ace and ran his hands over his chest. "Are you okay?" he asked, and the big man nodded. "We are going to talk about that shit." He glared up into Ace's handsome face. "Okay," Ace rumbled, and Jacob gnashed his teeth before tossing a quick glance back toward where Scott had fallen. He didn't know if Hunter had used his bare hands or something else on the terrorist. 7 lay resting on his side and began coughing. "Shit, 7!" Jacob yelled and ran. When Hunter lifted his boot, Scott gasped, spit up blood, and then stilled. Hunter walked away, not looking back, and came to where Jacob dropped to his knees next to 7. 7 struggled, but eventually drew in a long, deep breath and spit blood. Fisher moved to Scott and nudged the guy with his foot and then leaned down and felt at the guy's neck. "He's dead. Throat's crushed." "What the fuck happened?" Wild came around the corner, out of breath, with Fear and Noah following close behind him. "Hunter killed Scott," Jacob told his dad. "Good job." Noah approached where Hunter was crouched next to 7 and gave Hunter a pat on the shoulder. "Hell yeah, very good job," Jacob added. Hunter shrugged as if it were no big deal and kept on his knees near 7. The man's hands brushed the hair back from 7's bruised and nearly unrecognizable face. "Give me some room," Oliver said, the Pegasus medic coming through the small group, and Jacob stood. Hunter, however, stayed where he was, and Oliver had to work around him. "We caught this one trying to escape." The SWAT commander came through the warehouse, shoving a handcuffed perp in front of him. "According to documents we found and the ID on him, he's the partner." "He's your caller," Ace told SWAT, and with a quick nod, the commander dragged the perp back out the door. Turning to look for Ace, Jacob found the man closer than expected. "It's over," he breathed. "Pretty much," Ace said. "We just need to make sure none of Scott's men got away." It took them a few more hours, but eventually all of the militia was rounded up, and Scott's reign of terror was officially over. Chapter 32. Ace. He closed the door to his house behind him and watched as Jacob walked through the hallway and lowered the duffel bag strap from his shoulder. Jacob dropped the bag to the floor, and Honey leaped forward to sniff and snuffle at it. "You chew that and we're going to have words," Jacob told the dog before reaching down to curl fingers behind her soft ears. Ace juggled the 2 suitcases filled with Jacob's stuff the rest of the way through the entryway and placed them next to the duffel bag. He had a spare room Jacob could put his stuff in, but the man would be in his bed. It had surprised the hell out of him when they'd stopped at Jacob's place, which was a mansion located in Bel Air. The home was owned by Olson, Hobbs, and Alder, 2 men and a woman who Jacob told him were a throuple. Jacob had stayed in one of their spare rooms when he was working with Pegasus. "You left a lot of stuff here," Ace had said, walking through the large bedroom while Jacob packed. "Yeah, I didn't want to take everything with me when I went to stay with my dad's." He turned with a smile, but his mouth dropped open when Jacob had luggage on the bed and was piling his stuff inside. "What?" Jacob hesitated, and suddenly looked unsure. "Is this okay?" "Baby," Ace said, moving toward Jacob, "it's more than okay. Can I help?" Jacob's smile was all he needed to have him scooping up the items in the top drawer of the dresser and dumping them into the suitcase. Jacob's laughter rang out through the room. "I like the kitchen, but the living room needs work." "Okay," he said, realizing that Jacob had come out of the kitchen and entered his living room while he'd been reminiscing. "Okay," Jacob put his hands on his hips. "This is sudden." "Sudden? You call almost 3 years sudden?" He rubbed at his chin. "Well, no, not when you put it that way," Jacob grinned, moving toward him. "But we haven't really talked except in the tent." "I know," Ace nodded. "Ask me anything. I'm an open book." "I want to redecorate." "Darling, you can change anything in this house except where you sleep," he muttered, and tugged Jacob into his arms. "Oh, that I will never change," Jacob told him and curled his fingers around his nape to draw his head down. "I want marriage and kids for that white picket fence outside." His heart lurched. He wanted that so fucking much that he could barely breathe, but only stupid came out of his mouth. "The fence isn't white." "It will be," Jacob chuckled against his mouth and then nipped at his lips. "And the rest?" "Perfect. The rest is perfect." Sliding his hands around Jacob, he reached down and gripped the man's ass and lifted. Jacob obliged by wrapping his long legs around his waist, and Ace wasted no time in heading down the hallway to the bedroom. "Where are we going?" Jacob said, like he didn't already know. "To test out the bed and see if we need a new one," Ace huffed, and nibbled up Jacob's neck. "Has anyone but you slept in it?" "No," he said with a frown. "Then it'll do for now." Ace barked with laughter as he shouldered open the door and stepped inside. "Jealous?" "Where you're concerned?" Jacob said, slipping his legs down and backing away. "Fuck yes." The hungry gaze in Jacob's eyes had Ace's cock pounding beneath his zipper, and he yanked at his jeans. Jacob kicked out of his shoes and tugged off his shirt. Ace yanked his own shirt up over his head and tossed it away. He hadn't removed his shoes, so he spent a few moments hopping on one leg and then the next. Jacob chuckled and shucked off his jeans and briefs in one swoop. Ace lost his balance and fell against the closed door when Jacob's cock sprang free. Jacob only laughed and sauntered toward the bed. Ace locked his gaze on Jacob's tight ass and each flex of his muscles. After tossing the bedspread and top sheet back, Jacob pulled open the nightstand drawer and pulled out a box of condoms and a fresh bottle of lube. "You went shopping, I see." Jacob tossed the items on the bed. Ace finally got his freaking boots and pants off and left them laying on the floor as he prowled toward Jacob. The man leaped onto the bed and stepped to the other side. Ace squinted and then sat on the bed. Jacob stepped down from the other side with a wide smile. Ace stretched out and gripped his own aching cock, his gaze running over Jacob's sleek, ripped form. The only scar Jacob had was from the explosion that had almost cost him his life. The doctor had to go in and repair a burst blood vessel. The explosion could have been a whole hell of a lot worse. Jacob followed his eyes and ran a finger over the thin scar. "That's twice now you've saved me."
"Well, technically, Hunter did this last time."
"Not really. You put yourself in harm's way. You were ready to take a bullet for me."
"I will always put myself between you and life-threatening danger," he said gruffly, kind of like a frog, and cleared his throat.
"You have to be careful," Jacob whispered, coming toward him. The younger man prowled up from the foot of the bed and straddled his thighs. Ace's hands caught and held those trim hips. "If anything happened to you," Jacob shook his head as if he found it hard to continue. Ace got it, though, and nodded.
"Ditto, baby. Ditto."
Jacob moved in and closed the distance between their bodies and mouths, and Ace cradled Jacob close to his heart.
"Marry me, babe, and make me the happiest man on earth."
"Yes, I'll marry you," Jacob whispered against his mouth. That was enough for now. They could cement their family later. First, though, he knew they had another hurdle to get through. They had to tell Jacob's dads. Right then, he didn't think about anything other than Jacob's hands on his skin and their bodies fused together. Chapter 33. Jacob. "So, Ace and I are a thing."
"Define a thing," Roscoe said quietly.
"We're together."
"Oh, did he pop the question?" Roscoe growled.
He did. Jacob glanced away from his dad toward where his fiancée, having loaded up the car with his things, now stood talking to Wild in the living room.
"Jacob,"
Roscoe whispered, and he turned back to hold the man's gaze.
"Are you happy?"
Jacob's throat suddenly locked up and he had trouble swallowing. When his eyes started to burn, Roscoe yanked him into his arms. Jacob clung to the only father he'd ever known before Storm and Wild. "I'm so fucking happy," Jacob whispered against his dad's shirt.
"Then so am I."
Roscoe released him and set him back a bit.
"All I've ever wanted was for you to be happy. I may have had a hard time cutting you loose, but I'm there now."
"Good, because I'm moving into his home." Jacob grinned up at his dad.
"Whose home?"
Storm's voice rumbled from the hallway that connected the bedrooms and kitchen.
"I think that's my cue."
Ace's voice drifted from the living room, and suddenly the man was in the other doorway to the kitchen along with Wild. "Ace's home." Jacob tipped his chin at Storm and matched the sudden glare coming from the mountain of muscle. Jacob noticed Ace tense and ease to his full height in the doorway. Wild stepped past Ace with a pat on his arm and moved toward Storm, blocking his husband from stepping further into the room. "Ace and Jacob are a couple," Wild scolded Storm. "If you can't grin and bear it, then get out of this kitchen." Jacob couldn't see Wild's expression, but he knew that tone of voice. Heaven help any of them if Wild went off. Storm swallowed, rubbed at his freshly shaven jaw, and gave a short nod. Wild briefly cupped Storm's jaw and then turned with a smile. "How about some coffee?"
"I'd love some," Ace said.
Jacob moved around Roscoe and over to where Storm still stood in the doorway. When he got closer, he tipped his head up to smile at his dad. Storm gently leaned down and scooped him closer for a hug. The man was always careful with his size and strength. Jacob clung to Storm and whispered, "Please be happy for me."
"He hurts you and he's dead,"
Storm whispered back. But it was like a low rumble since Storm couldn't really whisper and the words drifted across the kitchen.
"He means figuratively,"
Roscoe growled. Jacob snorted when Storm released him. "I'll have a cup." Jacob stalked back across the kitchen to Ace's side and planned on staying there for the duration. "When's the wedding?" Wilde asked, setting coffee-filled mugs on the kitchen island along with cream and sugar. Ace dumped a bunch of cream into his coffee and took a seat next to him. The man's beautiful eyes cut to him. "Christmas?" Jacob asked. "You mean next year," Storm said flatly. "Hush," Wilde scolded. "That's only 4 months away," Roscoe argued. "We don't need much time. Bethany said we can use her estate in Bel Air. The Olson, Hobbs, and Alder place had plenty of room." "Nonsense. You'll get married here," Wilde countered, and gave each of his husbands a hard look. "Of course," Roscoe murmured. Storm wisely stayed quiet, but Jacob could tell his dad was still trying to digest him being in a relationship in the first place. Here was the perfect solution, really. This estate was much bigger than the one he'd lived at down south. It was also close to the Phoenix office, but not so much with Pegasus. "Are you good with that?" he asked Ace. "Whenever, wherever," Ace responded. The kitchen grew quiet for about 10 seconds. "Oh, Jacob and Ace sitting in a tree, Kissing," his younger brother Chase sang out, marching into the kitchen with his own arms wrapped around an imaginary person. His lips made smacking kissing sounds. "Now you know why I moved out," Jacob said with a groan, closing his eyes. "What's going on?" Megan said, following Chase into the kitchen. His brother and sister were only a year apart, but at 10 Megan was far more mature than Chase. "None ya business," Chase said and pulled Megan's hair before darting across the kitchen. Megan screamed. Storm caught Chase by the back of his pants and hefted him over one shoulder. "Let me go," Chase shouted. "Apologize to Megan," Storm said, and placed Chase on his feet. His dad kept a tight grip on the back of the boy's pants. Megan had climbed into Roscoe's lap, sniffling. Wilde rubbed Megan's back and squinted at Chase. "Sorry," Chase mumbled. "And do you want some of those?" Ace had leaned over and whispered the words for his ears only. Jacob laughed. The sound came bubbling up loudly and filled with happiness, and the whole kitchen looked at him. He shook his head with a sputter and reached for Ace's hand. Ace chuckled and squeezed his fingers tightly. "What's so funny?" Chase scowled at him. "Not laughing at you," Jacob assured his brother. Chase wasn't so sure, but he didn't test Storm. Once his dad released him, Chase whirled around and launched into Storm's arms. The big man lifted Chase up and bench-pressed him in the air. At 11, Chase wasn't small by any means, but Storm didn't have any problems lifting the boy. Jacob and Ace stayed for breakfast. It was a noisy affair, but soon it was time to go. At the doorway, Jacob turned and hugged each of his dads, and even his little sister. Chase managed to give him a high five, and then Jacob was out the door holding Ace's hand. When they reached the car, Jacob turned back to look at his family in the doorway, and with one last wave, he slipped into the car. "We don't have to get married here," he said, snapping on his seatbelt. When Ace didn't respond, he lifted his head. "I meant it," Ace murmured, cupping his cheek. "Anywhere, anytime." He loved this man so freaking much, and when words failed him, Jacob lifted his hand to press the hand on his cheek before he whispered, "Let's go home." Epilogue. Ace. 2 months later. "You look sexy." At Jacob's comment, Ace turned from the mirror in the high-class hotel room with a grimace. "I feel stupid." "It's Halloween, so no feeling stupid," Jacob laughed, coming forward looking hot as hell in a swashbuckling outfit. They were going as matching pirates, and while Jacob made it look good, Ace felt uncomfortable in the getup. Would he do anything that made Jacob happy, and if dressing up for a Halloween party made his man happy, then so be it. Ever since Jacob had moved in and returned to working for Pegasus, Ace found himself looking forward to every single day. He wanted this party to be everything Jacob hoped it would be. Ace had spent the past few weeks watching the sparkle in Jacob's eyes every time his love talked about these costumes. All of Pegasus and Phoenix had flown in for the celebration at the undisclosed location. Having all of them in the same place was dangerous and had to be carefully planned out. If any of their enemies got word they were in one place, they could wipe out the 2 units simultaneously. The hotel was owned by Cobalt Industries. The Cobalt siblings owned the corporation, but the business of security for the hotel was run by Logan and Macy Cobalt. "Oh, you boys look so handsome." Ace's mother clapped her hands upon entering the room. Her bright blue eyes held a sheen of tears. She rushed forward and hugged Jacob, who returned the hug just as tightly. Ace's chest grew warm, seeing how close the two had grown over the past couple of months. He couldn't have been happier with his mother, and how she'd accepted Jacob with open arms. And equally as important, his relationship with her had very much improved. He leaned down when she came toward him, and she kissed his cheek. "Have fun," she called out on her way out the door. She wasn't going to the Halloween party, instead watching Gage and Mason's kids so that the couple could attend. Owen came through the door just before their mother closed it and stood looking at them. "What?" Ace grumbled at his brother, but fought back a smile at Owen's costume. "Don't say a word," Owen scowled, pulling at the red spandex suspenders on the tight and very bright devil costume. "Don't pull it," Jacob said and adjusted the strap. Ace watched his love and Owen. He'd never take Jacob for granted again. That day in the warehouse, seeing Kevin Scott's gun pointed at Jacob's heart still gave him nightmares, and he never regretted for 1 second stepping between them. He'd lay his life down for Jacob. Of course, Jacob had plenty to say about his actions, so he'd promised to do better. Still, though, he knew he'd do it again in a heartbeat, because if anything were to happen to Jacob, then Ace's life would be over anyway. There, all better. Jacob patted the strap on Owen's outfit with a smirk and came back towards Ace. Ace held out his arms. "Ready?" "Mm-hmm." Jacob nuzzled into his chest and then tipped his head up. Ace swooped down, not missing an opportunity for a kiss. "You guys are so sappy." "Sappy?" Jacob huffed at Owen. "It's not sap, bro. It's love." Owen laughed and headed out the door. Ace smiled down at Jacob, linked their fingers, and drew them out of their room. Owen held the elevator that would take them to the top penthouse party room. "Hold the door," Maverick yelled just as they stepped inside. Ace smacked a hand against the metal as Maverick and his tiny husband came closer. Maverick was dressed as Captain Hook and Tinley was Tinkerbell. "You two look awesome." Ace gave Maverick a fist bump as the pair stepped onto the elevator. "Thank you," Tinley said with a wide smile. "See?" The man elbowed his husband in his side. "I told you." Yeah, Maverick said. Wrapping Tinley up in his arms, he lifted the man from his feet, causing Tinley to squeak. Everyone broke out in laughter. "Shouldn't you two be minding my ship, mates?" Maverick said, eyeing his and Jacob's pirate costumes with a smirk. "In your dreams," Jacob laughed and wrapped his arm through Ace's. "I have my own captain right here." "Sappy," Owen said, leaning against the elevator wall. "Now, would someone please push the button?" Tinley giggled and did the honors, and they took off at what seemed to be warp speed. When the doors pinged open, they spilled out into a wide hallway to find Dalton and Adam along with Mason and Gage. With confusion, Ace eyed the men and their black, greased faces all dressed in tactical gear. "And what are you guys?" Gage flexed and lifted his weapon across his chest. "The Expendables." "Oh man, that's so perfect. But weren't there 5 of them?" Jacob said. 6 in the original movie, Adam said. "There's our other 2 now." Holden and Beckett walked toward them with grinning faces, blackened and wearing tactical gear. "You guys look good," Beckett said, clapping his hands together with a wide smile. "Didn't I tell you?" Beckett spun to his husband. "Didn't I tell them? It was all my idea because they were stuck." Beckett's words were muffled when Holden leaned down and kissed his husband's lips. "Yeah, baby," Holden drawled. "You told him." Wrapping his arm around Beckett's waist, he drew his husband toward the open party doors. Jacob slipped his fingers through Ace's, and Ace brushed his thumb over the tops. and then lifted them to his mouth as they moved into the room. "Welcome," Parker spoke from his right. He glanced over to find the former chief of police dressed as a cop, and Oliver had gotten a fireman's costume from somewhere. "That must have been hard," Ace pointed to Parker's cop uniform. The man grinned. "I actually had to have it altered," Parker said with a laugh and patted his ripped abs. "You did not," Oliver laughed and shook his head. "What he means is that we had to take the waist in." "That's altered," Parker huffed. "You made it sound like you packed on the pounds." Oliver squinted up at Parker. "Did I?" Parker's eyes danced with amusement, and Oliver dug tickling fingers into Parker's side, causing the big man to jump away with a laugh. Ace pulled Jacob from the crowd gathered at the doorway and further into the room. He snagged 2 champagne flutes from a passing waiter. "This is nice," Jacob said, taking a sip from the glass. "Mm-hmm," he agreed. It truly was. The kobolds had gone all out with decorations of spiders, webs, witches, and even ghosts floating from above. The lighting was dim, but not so dark that costumes couldn't be seen. Ace spotted Eagle dressed in a Thor costume, but there was no sign of Link. Ace hoped those two weren't going to have further problems. He needed a team to run like a well-oiled machine, and if he had to, he'd speak with Rossi about transferring one of them to Phoenix for a while. But he wouldn't go that route until his hand was forced. "What you thinking?" Jacob's question jogged him back to the party. "Of work," he said with a grimace, and then pulled Jacob close with one arm wrapped tight. "Save me?" He dipped his head and pressed a kiss to Jacob's jaw, and the man's hair tickled his face. "I'll always save you," Jacob whispered against his lips. Jacob. He pressed his mouth to Ace's and slipped his hands up the sexy, open, white swashbuckling shirt to brush his palms against the hair on Ace's chest. He meant the softly spoken words more than anything and smiled when Ace nipped at his bottom lip. "Sappy," Owen's voice floated out, and Jacob laughed, flipping Ace's brother the finger. "That's my boy," Storm said from nearby. His dad had come a long way in his attitude toward Ace, especially when Storm saw how happy Ace made him. "Oh my God," Jacob laughed, getting a look at his dad's. "You guys look great." All 3 of them were dressed as the 3 musketeers. Wild preened and draped one arm around Roscoe's shoulders. "Told you we'd rock these." "Yes, you did," Roscoe murmured with a kiss against Wild's temple. Hunter was dressed as a football referee and stood on the sidelines of the crowded dance floor. Jacob had spoken to Hunter a few times over the past couple of months and found out that 2 weeks after his rescue, Seven had left the hospital without a word. "How's Seven?" Jacob had casually asked. "I wouldn't know," Hunter said, dropping into a chair next to his desk. "Why?" "He won't return my calls." "Yeah, he's not returning mine either." Jacob gave his friend and coworker a sad smile. Seven had been cleared of all charges after a full review, and Dave had exonerated the man. Still, though, Seven had refused Ace when a spot on Pegasus was offered. "I hope he's okay." "All I know is that he had trouble walking in the hospital and was supposed to finish physical therapy." Hunter squeezed his hands into fists. "Check them out," Ace whispered into his ear, pulling his attention from Hunter to where Ace was pointing. "It's the Caped Crusader," Jacob laughed at Fear dressed as Batman. "So Lash is Robin?" He tossed a quick glance up to Ace. "Not hardly," Ace chuckled, pointing to Lash, who was wearing a Superman outfit and doing a mighty fine job of it. Fear watched Lash come across the room with their drinks and made sure to scowl at anyone who stopped to ogle Superman's very tight tights. "That's hilarious," Jacob agreed. "But I think the winner goes to Noah and Mac," Ace said. Wild laughed loudly. "Yeah, saw them earlier." Noah was dressed as the genie and Mac as Aladdin. Noah wore a green cap and an open green vest that showed off his rock-hard chest and abs. Around his hips was a cardboard cutout of a golden magic lamp with the pour spout sticking out at his crotch. On the side of the gold, etched in big black letters, were the words, "Rub me." Of course, nobody dared to do it because of the dark-haired badass U.S. Marshal standing guard over the hot-as-fuck blonde. "I think that Caleb and Wolf might win, though," Creed said. Jacob hadn't noticed the big man's approach. Creed was dressed like Paul Bunyan in a red shirt and tight jeans, including the axe. "Is there a contest?" Ace whispered. "There should be," Jacob said with a laugh, and searched around to locate Caleb and Wolf. His mouth gaped when he spotted the pair. They wore identical men-in-black costumes with suits, hats, and sunglasses. "Those are good, but I still think Noah and Mac will win," Ace said. "Want to bet?" Jacob tipped his head up and grinned into Ace's face. "Depends on the stakes," Ace said with a chuckle. "Whoa, look at them," Roscoe said, and Jacob turned to see Link and Jordan burning up the dance floor. Link was dressed in a gray-colored gangster suit from the 1950s, and Jordan was dressed as an angel. They looked stunning dancing together. "They aren't a couple," Jacob murmured and then frowned. "Are they?" "Not if my brother has anything to say about it," Ace pointed toward Owen. Dressed in the devil costume, Owen stalked across the room, threading through people. He stopped at Link and Jordan, and then Link bowed and gestured toward Jordan. When Jordan turned away, Owen caught the angel in his arms and spun them around the floor. They were soon lost from view in the crowd of dancers. "No way," Jacob gaped, catching sight of a familiar face at the door. He stood on his toes to get a better look. Sure enough, Seven stood in the entrance wearing, of all things, a football uniform. "Is that?" Ace said. "Yeah, it is. Wow, I didn't think he'd show up." Jacob had sent Seven an invite to the house he'd been staying at, but figured the guy was long gone. In the crowd of people, Jacob spotted the striped uniform of Hunter's referee costume as he approached Seven. When Hunter stopped a few feet away, Seven prowled closer and caught the slighter man around the waist. The couple was soon lost from view in the crowd of gyrating bodies. "Dance with me, darling," Ace whispered against his ear. Without a word, Jacob drew Ace onto the dance floor. And there, among their family and friends, he moved into his fiancée's arms. He tipped his head back and whispered, "Have I told you I adore you?" "Not today." Ace poked his bottom lip out and amusement swam in his blue eyes. Jacob laughed, grinding closer, but rather than say the words again, he pulled Ace's head down and let his kiss do the talking. This concludes Rebel by Reese Knightley, narrated by Declan Winters. Copyright 2022 by Reese Knightley. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Reese Knightley and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.